Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A, B, C, D, E, F. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It is 8:30 on the dot, January 9th, and call the meeting of the Board of Fish to order. And we have, is Jared here yet? We have 6 of 7 members present, with the 7th we know is in Kodiak, so hopefully he'll be joining us shortly. And with that, I'll turn it over to fellow board members to introduce themselves, starting on my left. Marit?
Good morning, Kodiak. My name is Marit Carlson Van Dort from Anchorage. Welcome. Happy to be here.
Yes, my name is Stan Zaray, and happy to be here and enjoy talking with people out there.
My name's John Wood. I'm from Willow, Alaska, and on behalf of Jared Godfrey, who is not here yet, he is from Anchorage. Welcome, and we look forward to working with you folks.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Carpenter from Cordova.
Good morning, everyone. Greg Swenson from Anchorage, and looking forward to talking with you people and solving all our issues.
Good morning. This is Mike Wood. I'm from Chase, Alaska, above Talkeetna. I'm really psyched to be here in Kodiak. It's a pretty awesome place, and I like everybody I've met so far, so thank you.
Thank you. The commissioner is involved with council meetings during the same time period, so can't be here. So I guess I'll turn it over to you, Forrest, to introduce staff.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. For the Division of Commercial Fisheries, we have Shalene Hutter, our Regulations Program Coordinator, Nick Segalkin, who's the Westward Regional Supervisor, Jeff Wadley is the Salmon and Herring Regional Management Biologist, James Jackson is the Kodiak Area Management Biologist, Todd Anderson is the Kodiak Assistant Area Management Biologist, Brad First is another one of our Kodiak Area Assistant Area Biologists, Tracy Peterson is a fishery biologist here in Kodiak, Kevin Shaberg is the Regional Finfish Research Biologist, Birch Foster is a Finfish Research Biologist here in Kodiak, Mark Stickert, Shellfish and Groundfish Management Coordinator, Nathaniel Nichols, Shellfish, Groundfish Area Management Biologist, and Cassandra Whiteside is Assistant Shellfish, Groundfish Area Management Biologist. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And before we turn it over to Tom, Mr. Godfrey's now joined us, and he did not make a liar out of me. I told you he'd be here shortly. Thank you, Jared. Tom, would you introduce your staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Tom Taube, Deputy Director, Division of Sportfish, and here with me today to assist the board in their duties is Jason Dye, South Central Regional Supervisor, Jay Baumer, Anchorage, Prince William Sound, Kodiak Regional Management Coordinator, Tyler Pullum, Kodiak Area Management Biologist, Mark Witteveen, Kodiak Area Assistant Management Biologist, and Kelly Kruger, the Kodiak Area Fisheries Biologist. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Weeder?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Amy Weeda, for the record, head of Subsistence, and joining us today from Subsistence are Caroline Brown, our statewide research director, Lauren Sill, our Southern Region program manager, and Jackie Keating, our Southern Region lead subsistence resource specialist for South Central Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll next go to law. Aaron?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Aaron Peterson, Department of Law.
Will Noel be joining us this meeting?
No, he will be watching the stream, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Wildlife Troopers?
Good morning, Derek DeGraff, Alaska Wildlife Troopers, Southern Detachment Captain.
Okay. And now I'll turn it over to Art.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Art Nelson. I'm the Executive Director for the Board of Fisheries. And from board staff, we have here today Annie Bartholomew, our Publications Specialist, Kyle Campbell, walking right there. He's our Interior Region Coordinator. And there at the end of the table is Natalie Romo out of Dillingham, and she is our Southwest Region Coordinator. And normally we also follow up and introduce advisory committees present at this meeting. And I believe, Mr. Chair, as far as advisory committees that submitted comments for this meeting, the Kodiak Advisory Committee is the only one that has a representative here. And I imagine we have several members of the Kodiak AC out in the audience, so thank you for your commitment to the process and everything you do, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. For those of you in the hearing room that may have a hearing disability, or you need a little extra help with that, we have wireless headsets that are available that tie into our sound system directly to help you hear better. And the only thing you need to do is ask any of the board staff to get you such a device, and they'll provide you one. Lastly, and this is a reminder, or else you'll be buying a lot of donuts, turn off your cell phones or silence them so it does not interrupt the process. Ethics disclosures. We'll start on my right, Mr. Wood.
All right. My name is Mike Wood. My first year in Alaska was 1989. I came to Alaska as an outdoor educator for the National Outdoor Leadership School based in Palmer, and I also worked on for Alaska Denali guiding as a climbing guide out of Talkeetna on Denali. I work as a carpenter and fisherman during the off-season and eventually transformed into a full-time carpenter, builder, and fisherman, and I still occasionally guide. I live with my wife, Molly, in a house I built up on the Susitna River, a remote property in Chase, which is about 5 miles north of Talkeetna. Molly is a senior partner for the Meridian Institute, a nonprofit organization, and works remotely from our home. I'm the chair of the Chase Community Council and a founding board member of the Susitna River Coalition, where I continue to play a significant role in protecting the river and advocating for the watershed for our community. Through this role, I became an active member of the Mat-Su Fish and Wildlife Commission for 9 years, and 6 of which I was a chairman, and I was their only commercial fishing representative on a really diverse board and was able to bring some balance and objectivity to the commission, especially on habitat and conservation issues. In 2017, my wife and I, we purchased a property at the mouth of the Susitna River, 105 miles south of our front door, and purchased a set net, cook inlet set net permit, and a lease a fishing site from DNR at the mouth of the Susitna River in the Sioux Flats Game Refuge. Let me see, additional details. I still work for the Alaska Mountaineering School as a contract employee guide, and I train U.S. military special forces in winter survival. I'm a contract builder for a variety of projects. My wife and I both receive Alaska Permanent Fund dividends, and neither my wife nor I have ever been involved in any lawsuits, including with the state of Alaska, ADF&G, and the Board of Fisheries, and the information is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. Any questions from the board members? Seeing none, I rule that you are able to participate in all proposals coming before us during this session. Mr. Swenson.
Hi, I'm Greg Swenson. I was born and raised in Anchorage and am married with 1 daughter and 1 grandson. My wife and I are retired school teachers. We both receive teacher retirements from the state. The PFD, CD, interest, investment, and residential rental income, and I get a stipend for my service on the board. Neither I nor members of my immediate family have any financial interest in fisheries, nor are we involved in any lawsuits with the state of Alaska, Department of Fish and Game, or Board of Fisheries. I also have hunting and sport fishing licenses. This information is true and correct to the best of my abilities. Thank you.
Any questions from board members? Seeing none, I rule that you may fully participate in all proposals coming in front of the board. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I stated, my name is Tom Carpenter. I reside in Cordova. I'm currently retired. I've divested myself completely of all businesses, including limited entry permits and IFQs. My wife is employed by the Cordova School District as an educator. I receive the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend, as do my wife and daughter, and receive a stipend for serving on this board. I purchase an Alaska sport fish hunt license annually and also hold a Copper River subsistence permit annually. Neither I nor anyone in my immediate or extended family have any financial interest in any business which relates to fish and wildlife resources or belong to any organization to which any financial gain can be attributed. There are no proposals before the board that will benefit myself nor anyone in my immediate family. No member of my family or extended family is involved with any lawsuits against the State Department of Fish and Game. And Mr. Chair, I believe this statement to be true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, you may participate in all proposals coming in front of us. We'll move down to Mrs. Ray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Stan Zaray, and I live in the village of Tanana on the Yukon River, 730 miles from the mouth. I was born in Boston, Massachusetts, and moved to Alaska in 1973. I'm married with 4 children, 3 of whom reside in Alaska. I have made most of my living over the years as a contract fisherman for research projects for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and managing my own research grants from the Office of Assistance Management and the Yukon River Panel. Lesser but significant income came from my trapping, commercial fishing, Alaska reality TV contracts, and mechanic and equipment work in Tanana. Almost all of the above has ended in the last few years with the decline in salmon stocks and the collapse of the fur trade. Presently, my income is derived from mechanic equipment work for the Tanana Tribal Council and City of Tanana, and as a contractor for 6 weeks in the summer for a disease research project for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I and no member of my family are involved in a lawsuit with the state of Alaska. I'm currently not on any boards or organizations associated with fisheries issues. I receive a stipend for my service on this board and also my Alaska Permanent Fund dividend. I have a permanent Alaska hunting, fishing, and trapping license, being 73 years of age. I currently hold a CFEC Yukon River fish wheel permit, and my son has a commercial set gill net permit. I see no personal or economic potential conflicts with any of the proposals currently before the Board of Fisheries, and I believe any personal or financial interests I or my family members may have in the proposals before us are insignificant. I hereby state that the above is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Ray. Any questions from board members? Ruli, you may participate in all proposals coming in front of the body. We're going to miss you watching you on TV. Mr. Godfrey.
You did. My name is Jared Godfrey. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I was born in Juneau. My family's originally from the Kodiak Islands. I'm a shareholder of Kodiak Regional Corporation, Fogneck Native Corporation, and Uzinki Native Corporation. I live in Eagle River. I have 2 children. One is in college, and one is currently in high school. Professionally, I'm a consultant with various clients, primarily in the broadband space and economic development, but nothing pertaining to fisheries. I have no family members as defined by state law or regulation who participate in any commercial fisheries directly or indirectly anywhere within the state of Alaska. I have no conflicts to declare regarding any matters in front of the Board of Fisheries during this meeting. Neither I nor any member of my family is a party directly or indirectly to a lawsuit with the state of Alaska or any agencies of the state. These statements are factual and true to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Any questions from board members? Seeing none, Ruli, you may participate in all matters coming in front of the board during this meeting. Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. My name is Marit Carlson Van Dort. I was born and raised in Alaska, currently reside in Anchorage after growing up in Chignik and Juneau. I am employed as the president and CEO of Far West Incorporated, the village corporation for Chignik Bay, formed under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. I am also a shareholder in Bristol Bay Native Corporation and in Kodiak Native Corporation. My significant other is a heavy equipment operator, a member of the International Brotherhood of Operating Engineers. Number 302, both he and I receive State of Alaska Permanent Fund dividends, and we both purchase resident sport fish licenses. I will receive a stipend for my service on this board. Neither I, members of my immediate family, nor my employer have a financial interest in fisheries. Similarly, neither I, members of my immediate family, nor my employer are involved with any lawsuits with the state of Alaska, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, or the Board of Fisheries. Mr. Chair, this information is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? If not, I really may participate fully in all matters coming in front of the board during this meeting, and I'll turn the chair over to my vice chair, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Would you please put your ethics disclosure on the record?
Thank you. In compliance with AS 3952, I am John Wood, residing in Willow, Alaska. I receive a pension from the state of Alaska after serving in the Alaska court system, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, and as staff to the Alaska State Legislature. I also receive Social Security benefits and the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend, as does my wife. I am on contract with the state of Alaska on an hourly as-needed basis unrelated to any issues coming before this board. I fish recreationally with my riverboat almost exclusively within South Central Alaska. I will receive a stipend for service on this Board of Fisheries. My wife is now retired. She is administrator of a trust composed of assets, none of which are related to any fish business. Neither I nor my wife or children have any interest in any business or organization related to fish resources or in any proposal that may be considered by this board. There are no interests of a personal or financial nature that I nor any members of my immediate family has that may be affected by any of the proposals to be considered by this board or which may constitute a conflict of interest under the Alaska Executive Branch Ethics Act. Neither I nor any member of my immediate family or members of any organization or corporation that is involved in a lawsuit against the state, the board, or the Department of Fish and Game, or whether the state, the board, or the department is a party to the lawsuit. I certify to the best of my knowledge the statement is true, correct, and complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I rule that you have no conflicts and can participate fully in the matters before us, and I will turn the chair back to you.
Thank you. Now, bear with me. I've got to go through this prepared spill as we go into the meeting, and so I'll just move right into it. As board members, we are available to you for the purpose of receiving additional information. This process does not work without your help. Many of you have already been in communication with many members of this board, and I hope you continue with that. Many of us often meet with stakeholders informally during breaks and both before and after daily meetings. We're here to serve you and benefit from your input. There's a line we call the sanctuary line in front of the tables on both sides, you will see it, that you're to stay behind during the meetings and any breaks. However, if you wish to talk with one of us, try to get our attention or just ask someone on staff to notify us and we'll get with you as soon as we have opportunity to do so. Keep in mind, however, it's during the breaks and both before and after daily meetings that we find time to read all the material that's been submitted during the hearing, and it can be substantial. If the public has process questions, please confer with either myself, the Vice Chair, or Mr. Nelson, Executive Director, to answer those questions. It's hoped that the practices of the board outlined here will maximize public participation and the board process, as the board believes that an informed and engaged public can only result in better conservation and development of fish resources. The Alaska Board of Fisheries and the Department of Fish and Game are united in support of fostering a respectful workplace, and we're committed to ensuring the workplace is free from negative, aggressive, and inappropriate behaviors. Harassment of any type is unacceptable, will not be tolerated. We appreciate everyone's assistance in joining us in this important effort. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, the board staff published a notice in the Alaska Online Public Notice System and in a statewide newspaper, posted the notice on the board's website as our designated posting place, and also distributed it to our list of email recipients. I will not take time to read it here, but copies of the notice are in the meeting notebooks in the back of the room or are available from the Executive Director for those who are interested in the complete text. The public notice and proposals were distributed to the local Fish and Game Advisory Committees, are posted online, and were sent via email to interested organizations and individuals. Public comments were solicited, and the board members have received copies of all the on-time written public comments. The timely public comments and timely advisory committee comments are available for the board's use and are available to the public in the workbooks on the tables on the back of the room. Copies of all meeting materials updated frequently throughout the meeting can be on the web page specific to this meeting. Copies of the tentative agenda of this meeting can be found on the table at the back of the room. There must be a lot of stuff on that table back there. This agenda is subject to change throughout the meeting, but an attempt will be made of the board to generally stay within this agenda. The board encourages the public to submit written comments on specific proposals or issues. Written public comments submitted before deliberations begin are limited to 10 single-sided or 5 double-sided pages in length. Please make sure that your written comments clearly include your name, the organization you represent, if any, and what proposals your RC is addressing at the top of the document. Once the deliberations on proposals begin on this meeting or at this meeting, the board will only accept written comments, public comments that are not more than 5 single-sided pages or the equivalent of double-sided pages, unless specific information is requested by the board that requires more pages than allowed under this standard. This year, the board is accepting RC submitted electronically as a Word document or PDF through the board's website. A link to the submission portal is prominently featured on the meeting page of the website, where, we got to cut this down, where all of the materials for this meeting are posted. You can also turn in written material to the board support staff at the end of the table. Please note that you only need to turn in 1 copy. However, board support staff will not be printing submitted materials in color. So if you have something that you would like to have in color, please turn in 20 copies to the board support staff at the end of the table. Individuals not attending the meeting can also submit written comments by fax to 907-465-6094. That's 907-465-6094. With no exception, all materials which are to be submitted to the board for its consideration must be presented to the record keeper for distribution or uploaded through our website. Do not give documents to board members directly, as those documents will be handed back to you to submit to the record. All documents received at this board meeting will be assigned a log number called an RC, and all written materials submitted will be retained for permanent record of the board. The record keeper will distribute RCs in the morning before the meeting begins and at the noon break, and if there is an evening session after the dinner break. The practice will ensure regular distribution of all written material to all board members, as well as proper retention of board records. Just a side note for myself, after going through many of these meetings, some folks will submit RCs assuming that it's going to get to us immediately and action is taking place, and because of the process, we don't have the RCs in front of us. So if you're submitting an RC on something that's coming up very quickly, make sure staff knows that or a board member knows that so that we can make note of it and take a look at that RC. While you have the right to submit up to the maximum number of pages, please keep in mind that we are very busy during these meetings and are sometimes unable to read everything immediately. We receive hundreds of documents consisting of sometimes thousands of pages. The fewer pages it takes to say what you need, the better opportunity we'll have to read the material in a timely manner. At this time, we are about to begin our staff reports. Traditional knowledge reports and public testimony will follow the staff reports. Anyone wishing to provide a traditional knowledge report must sign up with board support staff at the end of the table. You must sign up for this by noon today. I'm going to repeat this because this is a new feature of the board and it's been the first time it's been implemented. So anybody that wishes to provide a traditional knowledge report, you've got till noon today to sign up with the board support staff at the end of the table. Those who wish to provide public testimony must fill out one of the blue cards located at the table at the back of the room and turn it into the board staff at the end of the front table. The tentative cutoff for sign up for oral testimony is 2 o'clock today. So if you don't get signed up by 2 o'clock today, you'll not make the list for public testimony. At this meeting, the public will be given 3 minutes to testify. Traditional Knowledge Reports Advisory Committee and Regional Advisory Committee representatives will be given 10 minutes. Following public testimony, there will be 2 sessions of the board's Committee of the Whole, and the committee roadmap shows which proposals will be considered in each committee session. Everyone present is allowed to participate, and there's no need to sign up for that. The agenda, which is available online and in materials at the back of the room, shows where we are tentatively planning to deliberate in between committee group sessions. While the agenda is subject to change, we will provide updates along the way, but if you have any questions about the process, please ask yourself, the Vice Chair, the Executive Director. Now, just a note, we have 2 Committee of the Wholes. When we complete the public testimony and the Committee of the Wholes, et cetera, we're going to try and schedule deliberations on that particular group for the following morning so that board members have overnight to take a look at materials that have been submitted and be talking to any of the stakeholders overnight before having to vote on it the following day. So that may adjust the agenda somewhat to accommodate that. And with that, we'll be going into staff reports. I'll need time to set up. How much time do you need? 15 minutes. It is, let's say 9:15 we'll return. Oh, one last thing I forgot. Mr. Pappas, how could I overlook Mr. Pappas? You want to take an opportunity to introduce yourself?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff, old friends from Kodiak. It's great to be here. George Pappas, Subsistence Management State Subsistence Liaison, and Kodiak is why I came to Alaska many years ago. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great to be back.
Thank you, sir. With that, we'll stand at recess to 9:15. We now go into staff reports, and Dr. Weeda, I think you're first up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, we're going to provide everyone with a subsistence overview. Speaking today will be Lauren Sill, the Southern Region Program Manager, and Jackie Keating, Southern Region Lead Subsistence Resource Specialist for South Central Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, members of the public, for the record, my name is Lauren Sill. I'm the Southern Region Program Manager for Subsistence at ADF&G. With me today is Jackie Keating, who is the lead researcher for the South Central Region. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. We're here to give a brief overview of subsistence at ADF&G and more specific information about subsistence in the Kodiak area. Slides associated with this presentation can be found in RC3, tab 2. Okay, is that better? Sure. Is this closer? It's hollow? Oh, okay. Let me know if it, yeah. Okay. Okay, so our unit within the department is mandated by state statute to conduct studies to gather information from residents of Alaska communities on all aspects of the role of subsistence hunting and fishing in the lives of state residents. The information we collect is to be made available to the public, agencies, and others. As a research unit, subsistence staff engage in all research and regulatory arenas in all regions of the state, and we serve both the Board of Fisheries and the Board of Game. We make the summarized data we gather publicly available shortly after the conclusion of projects, and these data are used by the board, by the department, and by the communities for a variety of applications, including community planning, regulatory changes, and C&T and A&S findings. We'll be talking a fair bit about C&T uses and A&S, so I wanted to take a minute here to define those two terms for anyone in the audience who may be unfamiliar with them. C&T refers to customary and traditional uses of resources, which means the non-commercial, long-term, and consistent taking of, use of, and reliance upon fish or game in a specific area. A&S is short for amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence. It is not a quota, but it does provide the board with guidelines on typical numbers of animals harvested for customary and traditional uses under normal conditions. There are several ways that we gather information about the customary and traditional uses of resources. Our staff are proficient in quantitative research methods, including harvest surveys and harvest monitoring, as well as qualitative ethnographic research methods, including key respondent interviews and participant observation. Our research focus and methods are determined by the identified information need or data gap, funding availability, and community input. Most of our projects are partnerships. We work with community entities, regional nonprofits, and other agencies. The support and participation of all these entities is paramount to our work. We simply couldn't gather robust and accurate data without it. Our work is guided by the Alaska Confidentiality Statute, the National Science Foundation's Principle for the Conduct of Research in the Arctic, and the Alaska Federation of Natives Guidelines for Research. All of our research projects are based on voluntary participation, informed consent, confidentiality, and respect for the privacy and dignity of the people we work with and learn from. Toward this end, we utilize procedures to preserve the anonymity of subjects in our records so that information cannot be tied to identifiable persons. Informed consent is obtained from each participant in the research, as well as from the community at large. At the end of projects, we return to communities with draft data for their review and feedback, and we report results at an aggregated community level. Finally, I want to make sure the board and the public are aware that all this information and data that we collect are available through our online Community Subsistence Information System and our technical paper series. The CSIS is a data portal that provides access to all of the community-level harvest and use data that has been collected over the past 40 years, along with summaries of demographics, economics, and research methods for each community and project. The technical paper series houses all of our published reports where we analyze and discuss survey and ethnographic research results. Before we get into the Kodiak portion of the presentation, I thought it would be useful for the public to see how we work statewide. Our staff are responsible for research and regulatory work concerning both fish and wildlife throughout the state. Despite the large geographic scale on which we work, we are a small group. We're broadly divided into the northern region, which is shown in blue on this map, and the southern region. The southern region itself is split between the southwest, south central, and southeast region. In the south central region, we have two staff, Jackie Keating and Christian Woodard. Those of you who are at the Lower Cook Inlet Board meeting may recognize this slide. That's because for us, the South Central region encompasses Lower Cook Inlet and Kodiak, as well as Upper Cook Inlet, Prince William Sound, and the Copper Basin. It's a broad geographic, cultural, and environmental area for these two to cover. And the upshot is that you'll be seeing them a few more times over your next meetings. I should also mention that along with Jackie and Christian, we have subsistence resource specialist ones who work throughout the southern region, and short-term fish and wildlife techs who assist during our field season.
Okay, good morning. And again, for the record, my name is Jackie Keating, and I'm the lead subsistence resource specialist for South Central for the department. Today, we're going to give an overview of subsistence in the Kodiak Management Area, or the KMA. We have 3 topics to cover. First, we have some population and ethnographic information on the importance of fish in Kodiak. Second, we give a brief explanation of the types of information the department collects to document subsistence in the KMA. And lastly, we'll cover each primary subsistence fish resource in the Kodiak area. As this map shows, the KMA is populated by residents of the remote communities of Port Lions, Uzinki, Larsen Bay, Carlick, Akiak, and Old Harbor, as well as the Kodiak road system where we are today. The remote communities range in population from less than 30 residents in Carlick to over 200 residents in Old Harbor. Together, the remote Kodiak communities are home to over 600 people, or about 5% of the human population of the KMA. The road system includes Kodiak City, the U.S. Coast Guard Station, Chiniak, and Mill Bay census-designated places, and all the areas in between. With over 12,000 residents, the Kodiak road system is the most populated community outside of a non-subsistence area in the entire state. The board has made a positive, customary, and traditional use finding for salmon and finfish other than salmon, except steelhead and rainbow trout for the entire Kodiak area, with the exception of the mainland district across from the Shelikof Strait. The board set an ANS for salmon, for rockfish, for lingcod, and for all other finfish combined. Archaeological and ethnographic research demonstrate that salmon and fish have been an important food source for residents of the Kodiak archipelago for thousands of years. The Division of Subsistence conducted an ethnographic salmon study from 2012 through 2014 and found that fish expertise are primarily passed down through family relationships in remote Kodiak communities. While family relationships are also important for fishing traditions among Kodiak road system residents, it is more common for knowledge transfer to occur through friends, neighbors, and colleagues. Most subsistence fishers regularly fish with at least one other household. Sharing fish is an important part of food security in Kodiak communities. Salmon are harvested with a diverse set of gear types, and fish are preserved with a variety of methods for use throughout the year. This figure uses household survey data from the most recent comprehensive household study year in each Kodiak community. It displays the percentage of households fishing for salmon and non-salmon fish in blue, and the percentage of households using fish in orange. The percentage of households fishing ranges from 65 to 100%, but you can see that the percentage using fish is much higher, ranging from 89 to 100%, which indicates the importance of sharing fish in Kodiak communities. Comprehensive survey data document information on the harvest of all resources and therefore allow us to look at the harvest of fish in relation to other wild foods. This figure shows the annual composition of harvest by resource category for the most recent study years in each community by total usable harvest weight. As you can see, salmon in dark blue and non-salmon fish in light blue make up the vast majority of the harvest in all Kodiak area communities. Because for non-salmon fish, halibut make up the majority of the harvest weight, Because subsistence halibut harvest is managed under federal regulation, our presentation will focus on the subsistence opportunities and regulations for the primary state-managed fish resources in the Kodiak area. And finally, this map displays all the available search and harvest mapping data for salmon and non-salmon fish for all the Kodiak communities combined. As you can see, Kodiak residents rely on waters throughout the archipelago for harvesting finfish. While few proposals at this meeting are to change subsistence regulations, we wanted to show the extent of Kodiak area waters that residents use to harvest wild foods. There's one proposal related to subsistence regulation in the Kaskoff or Danger Bay, located on Afognak Island and shown on this map. There are two primary ways that the department collects subsistence harvest and use information for the Kodiak area. The first is the permit system, which is administered by the Division of Commercial Fisheries Kodiak office and summarized in both annual management reports and an annual statewide report produced by subsistence research staff. There's a single permit in the Kodiak area for salmon, herring, and crab. Permits are mailed to each household that returned a permit in the previous year. They can also be obtained at the Kodiak office through a vendor program in the Kodiak villages or requested via phone or mail. Over the past 5 years, an average of over 1,200 household permits have been returned annually. One challenge with the permit system is that results are not expanded. This is because the number of permits actually received by households who returned one in the prior year is unknown, and a percentage of permits mailed out every year are returned as undeliverable. Therefore, harvest estimates only reflect the reported harvest of fishers who returned a permit and may underestimate the total subsistence harvest. Nevertheless, permit data are important for observing general trends over time. And lastly, as I mentioned earlier, there are a diverse range of methods that Kodiak residents use to obtain fish, including rod and reel and commercial home pack. So it should be noted that permit data reflect only those fish taken. Next, we'll cover some more detailed information on key subsistence finfish in the KMA, starting with salmon. In 2005, the board set an ANS of 26,800 to 44,700 salmon for the Kodiak area. The legal gear is a gill net up to 50 fathoms or seine. Commercial purse seines can be used for subsistence outside of the commercial fishing season. Generally, the entire KMA is open to subsistence fishing year-round, with the exception of some closed waters near heavily used salmon systems. There's no annual limit except for road-accessible areas where harvest is limited to 25 salmon for each household member listed on the permit. Still, road system fishers can obtain additional permits if they demonstrate the need. As mentioned, there's one proposal with direct implications for subsistence salmon regulations at this meeting. It's Proposal 58, and it would establish subsistence closed waters near the outlets of Danger and Cold Creeks within Kazakov or Danger Bay. This figure displays reported salmon harvest over time from returned permits. Permits have been in place since 1986. Reported harvests on permits vary from year to year, but since the early 2000s, there appeared to be an overall declining trend in reported harvest amounts. And this figure displays the total percentage of salmon harvest reported on permits by place of residence over the past 5 years. Residents of the Kodiak road system in dark blue harvested between 57% and 68% of the subsistence salmon for the KMA. Residents in remote Kodiak communities in light blue harvested between 27% and 40% of the total salmon. And Alaska residents outside of the Kodiak area in yellow harvested less than 5% each year. Because Kodiak City is so much larger than the outlying communities, we would expect the majority of the reported harvest to come from here. But another way to look at permit data is the average salmon harvested per returned permit by area of residence. In 2022, road system residents harvested an average of 12 salmon per permit. Residents of remote Kodiak communities reported 68 salmon per permit, and Alaska residents living outside of the Kodiak area reported 4 salmon per permit. This highlights some of the differences in how subsistence users engage in fishing. And lastly, reported subsistence harvests are overwhelmingly composed of sockeye salmon. This figure shows salmon harvest composition for the recent 10-year average based on permit data. Sockeye account for 83% of the salmon reported on permits, which is an increase from the historic average of 76%. Rockfish and lingcod are harvested throughout the Kodiak area. The legal subsistence gear is the single hand line or long line with no more than 5 hooks, but lingcod and rockfish harvested incidentally in other subsistence finfish fisheries may be retained. Residents also harvest these species under sport regulations. While not as widely used as salmon, all Kodiak communities demonstrated some level of use in the most recent comprehensive surveys, including over a quarter of Kodiak Road households using rockfish in 2021. In 2005, the board determined an ANS of 21,000 to 35,000 rockfish and 3,300 to 5,600 lingcod. While there are several proposals concerning rockfish and lingcod at this meeting, none are to change subsistence regulations. Finally, as we mentioned earlier, Kodiak subsistence permits include herring. Herring are encompassed in the ANS for other finfish of 550,000 to 900,000 usable pounds of finfish other than salmon, rockfish, or lingcod. And the legal subsistence gear is a gill net up to 25 fathoms. This figure shows pounds of herring reported on subsistence permits. Many of the harvesters that engage in herring do so with rod and reel and not under subsistence regulation. Again, the board will be seeing multiple herring proposals, but none deal directly with subsistence regulation. And lastly, we like to share upcoming and ongoing subsistence work in the Kodiak area. In addition to updating comprehensive survey data, we're involved in a larger kelp project to conduct life history mapping with Kodiak residents to better inform decisions related to kelp farm permits. We wanted to highlight some of the partners we've worked with over the past 3 years who have assisted in documenting customary and traditional uses. These include the Shunak tribe of Kodiak, the Kodiak National Wildlife Refuge, the native village of Port Lions, and the native village of Uzinki. We're also invited to participate in the Kodiak Archipelago Leadership Institute Rural Forum to talk about how to access and use subsistence data. Finally, technical paper 477 is available in meeting materials, and we look forward to publishing technical papers for the road system, Port Lions, and Uzinki soon. As we've stated to this board before, we cannot overemphasize that our work is only possible due to the partnerships and willingness of community members to be active participants. We'd like to acknowledge all the Kodiak area residents who have worked with us as local research assistants, participated in our research, allowed us into their homes, and shared a wealth of knowledge with us. Thank you to the board for the opportunity to share this overview, and we're happy to take any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Godfrey?
Yeah, so I was curious about the harvest data survey, the house, house to house. You'd indicated that it takes about an hour, it's labor intensive. It takes about an hour to do that. How many questions do you ask?
Through the chair, Member Godfrey, thank you. Our comprehensive household surveys average about 35 pages because they ask about every single resource that anyone could possibly harvest. So for households that don't harvest a lot and just receive resources, they go quite a bit faster than that. And you can imagine for households that are experts and harvest everything, we're there for a lot longer than an hour.
What's the participation or cooperation rate? I mean, obviously I could imagine some, well, I don't have that kind of time, but just give me a sense if you would.
Sure. In smaller communities with less than 100 households, we average about a 10% refusal rate. And larger communities like the road system, I think we averaged a 20% refusal from households we had actually contacted. So pretty impressive amount of participation.
Thank you.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks. Also kind of in that same vein of questioning. So my question is for slide 9 and slide 13. I know that you mentioned that you do sort of the harvest surveys about every 10 years ish, and that's consistent throughout the state. So is the harvest composition data that you're presenting on 9 and that you're referencing on 13 purely survey data? Like, because that's clearly more frequent. I'm just kind of curious, what's the frequency of being able to survey these communities, or is there a schedule, or how does that work?
Through the chair, Member Carlson Van Dort, there are a couple answers to that question. One is, yes, the composition that looks at all the different resource categories beyond just salmon does come from the comprehensive household surveys. In terms of there being a schedule, like we mentioned, part of it is funding dependent when there's available funding sources. Again, 10 years is a great period of time because that's about half of a generation, so it's a decent indicator of changes over time. As you can see from some of these dates, we don't always get community approval to come to places, even when we have that approval, so some communities are more outdated than others. Does that answer your question?
Kinda. I know it's kind of tricky. Let me switch gears here a little bit. So on slide 11, when you start talking about the survey and the challenge that you have and the large number of undeliverables that you receive, has the department started to think about better ways to capture that data? I mean, certainly all those mailings are expensive, especially if they're not getting to where they need to be. I know that with the advent of Starlink and some of the communities in the KMA being connected hopefully soon with, undersea fiber optic, is there, some thought around how to capture the data electronically so that you're not chasing addresses and undeliverables?
Through the chair, thank you, that's a good question. So slide 11 is the subsistence permit. Some permits, of course, are online. This one is not yet, and James Jackson is the area manager who could speak to this even more, but the benefit to them not being online is, as we were discussing, it's an opportunity for people to either come into the office or to call department staff and have a discussion and ensure that it's actually residents that are getting the permits rather than non-residents. The actual return rate for the number of permits that come back is quite high for the Kodiak area. Of the portion that actually get out, I think, I believe it's around 85, 88%, something like that.
But I guess the question is, are you moving towards electronic? Because, I mean, you said the harvest reports not expanded. There were several bullet points where you kind of talked about, like, you know, this is important information to be capturing, and especially the fact that, you know, these use patterns are changing. We're not measuring them very frequently, so how do we make sure that the data that you are capturing when you're capturing it is the best that it can be?
Yeah, I think James Jackson will take this one. Thanks.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is James Jackson. I'm the Kodiak Commercial Salmon and Herring and Subsistence Area Management Biologist. So one thing that was probably left out a bit is we've fostered some really good relationships with the local villages, and we've set up places for the local villagers to be able to come to a centralized place and get permits without having to come to the department. And then they resubmit it back to the people that we work with out there, and then they submit it back to us. So it's a fairly streamlined process for them to be able to just go to the local post office, go to the local area, whatever we have set up over there for them to be able to get a permit. And yeah, we're not opposed to setting up an online registration for it. One of the benefits to being able to have people come in and actually show us that they're an Alaska resident is kind of important. There's a lot of people that actually come to Kodiak to go out with guides, and there's quite a few people that come in for subsistence permits that are Alaska residents. And when we ask them for an ID, it's kind of an important process.
Thanks. I'm going to get off this in a second, but I mean, surely there's a way to ensure their residency status and that online. I mean, we do it with PFDs, so.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Carlson-Van Dort. Yeah, absolutely. We just haven't got around to that yet. And because we have such a high return, and because we have fostered such great relationships with all the other local villages, that it hasn't really been seen as a need right now.
Fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate those comments. And also, I wanted to note just the excellent collaborative work with the villages and the tribal entities. Thank you for that.
Anyone else on the board have questions? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, hello. I'd like to ask, I would like to agree with that. I have a history of this harvest data, and through time, so we can go back and look at it, would be awesome to see how it changes as we progress. And I know it's not in your view, but can you say which is for marine mammals, which is the highest number of marine mammals harvested? What type?
Through the chair, Member Wood, I can say without the numbers in front of me that island-wide we've seen a decline in the number of marine mammals harvested over the period of time that we've done comprehensive surveys. That said, seals are an important subsistence resource in the villages, and we still see a significant harvest and use of those in most communities that are off the road system.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? I just have one, and it's on slide 19. And if I understand the yellow line, that designates the number of returns that came back with data supplied. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Okay. Do we have a slide or perhaps an overlay that would show how many were issued?
Mr. Chairman, again, for the record, James Jackson, Kodiak Commercial Salmon and Herring Area Management Biologist. There's a very few, as you can tell, herring permits that are, actually issued, and most of them are returned. I don't think she has a slide depicting that, but almost all of the herring permits are returned.
And does an applicant have to jump through any kind of specific hoops other than residency?
Mr. Chairman, no. They just have to come in and show that they're Alaska resident.
Last question. When I was here this summer, along with Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Wood, you were highly encouraged by the number of herring that were coming back in 2023. Did that carry through for the rest of the season?
Mr. Chairman, yes. The current Kodiak herring biomass is probably the largest it's been since at least back to the 20s, 30s, or 40s.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Anyone else have any questions? Thank you. We'll go to the next staff presentation. What do you need, 5 minutes to set up? Huh? Okay, we'll see. Who's up next?
Mr. Chair, the next staff report is found in RC3, Tab 3. It's a review of salmon escapement goals in the Kodiak management area, presented by Birch Foster, and he's going to be assisted by Mark Witteveen, it looks like.
And unless staff request otherwise, I'm going to hold questions from the board till the conclusion of your full presentation, rather than interrupting you while you're presenting. You have the floor. Bear with us, folks. The computer's fighting back. Are we good, Annie? Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board and public, my name is Birch Foster. I'm a regional finfish research biologist for the Division of Commercial Fisheries in Westward Region. With me today is Mark Witteveen, the Assistant Area Manager for Sportfish in Kodiak. An interdivisional team of staff from ADF&G conducted a review of salmon escapement goals in the KMA, then presented findings for these goals to the directors of Sportfish and Commercial Fisheries divisions. This presentation summarizes these goals, the review, and the findings. Hard copies of this presentation are available at RC3, Tab 3. Additionally, the written report is available as an additional report. All right. Next, I'll cover the approach and the process for the review team. In October of 2022, an interdivisional team, including staff from the divisions of Commercial Fisheries and Sportfish, hereafter referred to as the team, and all new information from 2019 to 21 was compiled for this 2022 review. All existing methods used to create the existing goals were reviewed. The appropriate goal types and methods were reviewed. The team spent several months performing the escapement goal review analyses and assessing goal ranges. At that point, the team decided whether to propose new goals, modify goals, or discontinue goals. The team came to a consensus on a formal decision and actions to present to the board at the fall 2023 work session. The memo was authored in the spring of 2023 to the division directors for approval of changes. And now we are submitting the written and oral reports here to the board. Escapement goals in the Kodiak management area have gone through 6 prior reviews, and this is the 7th. The reviews are based on the policy for the management of sustainable salmon fisheries, and the policy for statewide salmon escapement goals. Establishing salmon escapement goals is a collaborative process of the Alaska Board of Fisheries and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. The board recognizes the department's responsibility to establish biological escapement goals, sustainable escapement goals, sustained escapement thresholds, and aggregate goals. We use several key terms when discussing salmon escapement goals. A biological escapement goal, or BEG, this is the escapement that provides the greatest potential for maximum sustained yield. MSY is the greatest average annual yield over the long term. A sustainable escapement goal, or SEG, is the level of escapement that is known to provide for sustained yield over a 5 to 10 year period. It's important to note that both of these goals should be properly thought of as ranges with an upper and lower value. In addition, we do have a type of SEG known as a lower bound SEG. This is a single escapement level. Excuse me. This is a single escapement level that we attempt to exceed, as opposed to a range with an upper and lower bound that we try to stay within. Lower bound SEGs are primarily used in situations where the related fisheries have limited power to affect escapement. And then we have aggregate goals, and they're escapement goals for aggregates of individual spawning populations with similar productivity and vulnerability to fisheries, and for salmon stocks managed as units. Escapement goals for each stock were evaluated differently depending on the type of goal and type of data available. Typically, those systems with estimates of escapement, age composition, and stock-specific harvest were analyzed using spawner recruit models and result in BEGs. Those systems with available escapement estimates, but lacking both estimates of harvest and age composition, were suited for SEGs and primarily accommodate the percentile approach. The percentile approach identifies a range of historical escapements shown to be sustainable and can be a proxy for MSY. There are 3 tiers of percentile calculations that are based on escapement contrast, measurement error, and harvest rate. In this review, only the percentile approach method will be discussed. This slide shows goals in the KMA by types, species, and count method. In the KMA, there are 2 BEGs for king salmon and are enumerated through weir counts. There are 6 BEGs for sockeye salmon that are enumerated through weir counts. There are 6 SEGs for sockeye salmon that are enumerated using both weirs and surveys, aerial surveys. There are 4 SEGs for coho salmon and are enumerated using both weir and foot surveys. And there are 3 SEGs for pink salmon, primarily using aerial survey methods, but weir counts also. And there is 1 SEG for chum salmon that used aerial survey methods for enumeration. The 2 king salmon BEGs in the KMA are located at Kodiak River and Ayakulik River. The 6 sockeye salmon BEGs in the KMA are located at Buskin Lake, Fraser Lake, Kodiak Early Run, Kodiak Late Run, Sultry Lake, and Upper Station Early Run. The 6 sockeye salmon SEGs in the KMA are located at Fognak Lake, Molina Creek, Ayakulik Early Run, Ayakulik Late Run, Pasagshak River, and Upper Station Late Run. The 4 coho salmon SEGs in the KMA are located at the American River, Buskin River, Olds River, and Pasagshak River. The three pink salmon SEGs in the KMA are the Kodiak Archipelago odd year aggregate goal and the Kodiak Archipelago even year aggregate goal and the mainland district aggregate goal. While primarily surveyed using aerial flights, pink salmon goals for the archipelago also include weir counts at Karlik, Ayakulik, and Dog Salmon Creek that are shown on this map with the pink dots. The one chum salmon SEG in the KMA is the Kodiak Archipelago aggregate goal. This aggregate lower bound SEG comprises 17 index streams that are consistently flown via aerial survey. This is different from pink salmon, where all streams in the KMA are utilized. The final findings for the KMA escapement goal review in 2022 are that there's no change to 20 of the existing goals and a change to one of the escapement goals and elimination of one goal. I will now describe the goals that were changed or eliminated along with the criteria for that modification. So Molina Creek is located on the southwest side of Afognak Island. The creek drains two lakes, Upper and Lower Molina. To increase natural production of sockeye salmon, the lake was fertilized from 1991 to 2001. The lakes were also backstocked with juveniles from 92 to 99. And Molina Lake has been used as a backup brood source for KRA for early run sockeye. There was a historical terminal harvest fishery. The first published escapement goal, which was an SEG for Molina Creek, was developed in 1988 and was set at 5,000 to 10,000 sockeye salmon. It was based on historical aerial survey, indexed escapements, and to a lesser extent, cursory spawning habitat. The goal was revised to 10,000 to 20,000 in 1992 based on further limnological studies and rehabilitation investigations. In 2004, the goal was lowered based on the percentile approach. And in 2019, the escapement fell below the current SEG escapement goal of 1,000 to 10,000 sockeye salmon. The system was not surveyed in 2020, and in 2021, the escapement was within the SEG goal range at 1,450 sockeye salmon. The Molina Creek system is difficult to assess with aerial methods and is currently surveyed for pink salmon, with sockeye salmon counts being incidental to those efforts. The system is difficult to assess for sockeye salmon. Additionally, although sockeye salmon are harvested in the southwest Afognak section, there's no longer a directed commercial fishery and minimal subsistence or sport harvest of Molina Creek sockeye salmon. The team found that discontinuing the SEG was appropriate. The Pasagshak River drains from Lake Roseteed into Ugak Bay. The system is located on the Kodiak Island Road system and supports one of the largest sockeye salmon subsistence fisheries for Kodiak Island residents. It is a small but productive lake with the river reversing direction into the lake with high tides like greater than 9.2 feet. Historically, escapement was estimated using aerial and foot surveys of the spawning grounds. A weir has been in place since 2011. The first Pasagshak River sockeye salmon escapement goal, which was an SEG, was 1,000 to 5,000 fish, and it was established in 1988. It was based on historical aerial survey index counts and, to a lesser extent, cursory spawning habitat evaluations. In 2004, the SEG was revised to 3,000 to 12,000 fish. The goal was assessed again in 2010, and a lower bound SEG of 3,000 fish was implemented in 2011. During 2014 and 15, sockeye salmon escapement in Passaic River was low and failed to meet the peak aerial survey-based lower bound. Escapement numbers rebounded in 2016 and 17, but failed to meet the goal in 18. No aerial survey of Passaic was conducted in 2019. In 2020, an aerial survey of 1,000 sockeye salmon was below the goal, as was the estimate of 700 via survey in 2021. At the same time, the weir-based enumeration has demonstrated counts well above the lower bound. Aerial survey funding issues have precluded consistent aerial assessment of Passaic River sockeye salmon, and survey-based SEGs have not consistently been reached. But weir counts have demonstrated healthy abundance. A weir has been operated to count sockeye salmon at Passaic River since 2011. And for this review, the data set now constitutes 11 years, and we evaluated the weir-based counts using the percentile approach. The team found that a weir-based SEG of 2,000 to 8,000 fish would be appropriate for this system. So in summary, we are recommending eliminating one sockeye goal and changing one goal from an aerial survey goal to a weir-based goal. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you. And we can answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any questions? Lauren?
All right, thank you for the presentation, gentlemen. So I'm just kind of curious with respect to Molina Creek and basically the changes that you're proposing to make for the escapement goals. How do you apply the sustainable salmon policy and the policy for statewide salmon escapement goals to that? Like, what elements are you using? How are you justifying that? Can that be presented to the board? Like, what are the criteria that you're using within those policies to make these decisions?
Through the chair to Ms. Carlson Van Dort. The criteria, you're talking about the criteria for eliminating Molina sockeye?
Well, any of the escapement goal changes that you're making, but yes, we'll take Molina first and then Passaic.
So the criteria that we're using to eliminate it is that there's no directed fishery and no in-season monitoring. So I mean, that is the criteria for why we are eliminating that goal.
But wouldn't it behoove you to continue to monitor? I mean, part of that is like maintaining, there's a lot that's in those policies. So I'm just because there's no directed fishery, there's a directed fishery on pink salmon. You say that sockeye is incidental to pink salmon. That's a pretty, is that a frequently used area by fishermen?
For pink salmon?
Around a Fognac, for Molina Creek, for both?
Yeah. I mean, there are directed fisheries outside for pink salmon, but there's not a directed fishery on sockeye, and there's no longer enhancement efforts or rehabilitation at Molina.
Is it a historical red run?
It is a historical run, a small historical run.
And
that was enhanced for a long period of time.
And there are sockeye that are also being caught in the directed pink salmon fishery. Just because it's not directed, I guess, I'm just wondering, I mean, it's still being caught. So I'm just wondering why you would eliminate an escapement goal.
For the record, James Jackson, Kodiak Commercial Salmon Herring Area Management Biologist. So I think an important distinction to make is just because a system doesn't have a goal doesn't mean it wouldn't still have an objective. And just because if it has an objective, if there's a conservation issue, we'll still be keeping track of it. I think the problem we have right now with Molina is with the limiting funding that the department has for aerial surveys. It's really hard to monitor. We try. It used to be we'd get 2 or 3 tries to look at the sockeye run up there. Now we're lucky if we get one because Kodiak weather being what Kodiak weather is. And so, again, just because there's not going to be a goal won't mean there's not an objective. And if there's a conservation issue, it can still be addressed.
What's the purpose, what is the difference between a goal and an objective in the management decisions?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. So a goal comes with a whole lot of regulatory authority associated with it, whereas an objective, we have tons of objectives. And if we can't, or we don't have the means to be able to monitor something, we'll usually get rid of a goal, make it an objective, and we'll still be keeping track of it. But if there's 2 or 3 years where we have poor weather or funding goes away and we can't keep track of it, instead of having a goal where we might have to get into a stock of concern issue, we don't have as much of an issue with that with objectives. But it doesn't mean we're not still monitoring it.
Forrest has a supplemental response.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just referring to the sustainable salmon fishery policy, I mean, the definition of an SEG is, talks about an index of escapement or a measurement of escapement. And so if we don't have an index of escapement, then, you know, it becomes difficult to have a goal because you're not assessing it. And, you know, I just point out that in the Kodiak management area, I think there's north of 30 sockeye systems, probably close to 40 sockeye systems. And as you've seen here, we don't have goals on all of those, but that doesn't mean that we're not monitoring them periodically. As James pointed out, you know, we have limited aerial survey ability, and so our efforts are directed at the systems where we have active commercial fisheries directed at harvesting those surplus abundance levels. So, you know, the elimination of a goal doesn't mean that a system's not monitored. It's just not monitored at the level that would allow us to establish an escapement goal that's assessed annually. Thank you.
So it's primarily a funding issue?
Well, that's part of it. You know, there's funding, there's staff time, there's aircraft availability.
Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Carlson?
Yeah, I guess on the Passagshak River sockeye, I'm just curious, and, you know, I haven't delved deep into the reports yet, and so I'm sure that information is contained therein, but this is my opportunity, right? So I'm just looking at the numbers. It looks like the Passagshak sockeye have struggled a little bit, and so I'm wondering, are there recovery objectives? Looks like we're starting to get there, but why are we lowering the SEG? And I'm assuming there are percentile approach graphs or models that are in the report that illustrate that.
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. You know, we have had a downturn in Passagshak sockeye. We definitely had larger runs in the 90s. It's not completely known, you know, what are the factors that have influenced it. It used to be a stronger subsistence harvest out there. It's great now that we have a weir and have a way to count the fish in season and make you know, sport and subsistence closures to protect the stock. I mean, it's kind of, we're going from an aerial survey goal to a weir-based goal, which, you know, of course, are counted in a different fashion. You know, we're counting all the fish now, and before we were surveying late in the season with airplanes when we could, and funding was an issue there, so we couldn't always get in there. But you know, so the goal 2,000-8,000, I don't necessarily know it's a you know, going up or down, because it's kind of like comparing apples to oranges, if that's what you're asking about the number.
Yeah, I'm just curious what the basis for reducing the lower end SEG bound is. I guess that's what I'm asking.
We based it on the percentile approach of just the weir counts since 2011, and since then, since 2011, there's definitely been, you know, a low point in production for Passaic Jack compared to historical. So, if we had weir counts all the way back to 1995 and we created a percentile approach, it would be probably a much higher goal. But we just used the data we have, which is back to 2011, which is a period of low production.
On this line, Mr. Bowers, you wish to comment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thanks. So Passaic Shack drains out of Lake Rose Teed, right? And that's a pretty shallow lake. Have there been any changes in the lake morphology that would be influencing production, or what can you say about that, Birch or Mark?
Through the chair, there were really large changes after the '64 earthquake. I know that's known, the level of the lake. It changed and it became a lot more productive than it used to be. That was quite a bit ago. What's been happening more recently, I'm not exactly sure, but we've clearly had, climate changes in the last 10 years that have been a lot warmer than we've seen in historical. So, that could very well have an effect, but, we're not sure.
Okay, so there's a lot of supposition, there's a lot of we're not sures that I've heard, respectfully, and I just don't understand why you would lower an escapement goal on a run that has been struggling, and I'm wondering what the defensible scientific information, aside from using a percentile approach to a depressed time period, why? I just am trying to, is there a goal at all to try and increase abundance there? Is it possible to increase abundance? Because what I'm hearing is that there's no scientific evidence of any productivity claims, at least not that you mentioned, changes to the lake that would preclude that. I just don't understand why you're lowering an escapement goal on a depressed stock based on a percentile approach in a time period where it's been low.
Do you understand the question?
Yeah, for the record, my name is Kevin Shaberg. I'm the Regional Research Coordinator for this region, through the chair to Ms. Van Dort. So we're changing the enumeration methods at Passaic Shack. We've been using foot surveys and aerial surveys. We now have had a weir in there for many years, which is much more precise. Having a weir and a weir-based goal allows us to make in-season management decisions to conserve the stock. If we have aerial survey-based goals, we're not making any management decisions until after the season is over. So in effect, it is more conservative to have a weir-based goals to where we can make in-season management decisions. Now, as far as lowering the goal, the data is the data, and the analysis is an established process that we use, and that is the outcome. So we're not manipulating the data, we're using the information and the procedures that we have throughout the state to develop a goal. It is a new goal, it is a different number, but there are different enumeration methods. Most importantly, it is a more precise method and allows us to have that in-season perspective.
And those graphs are contained in the report.
Yes, ma'am, and I believe even in this presentation, there's a graph that shows the aerial survey values historically versus the weir numbers historically, as well as the aerial survey-based goals that were historical.
Yeah, I'm looking for the
Bowers
percentile
has a
approach, though.
supplement to that.
Yeah, that's, so page 18 on RC3, tab 3, and, Kevin makes a good point. Aerial surveys and foot surveys are, a one-time look at that moment in time and are inherently, those estimates contain greater variability than a weir count. And so, you can see that where those black dots for the aerial and foot survey numbers bounce around, and there's a lot of weir counts that kind of stabilize around 3,000 fish, which is the new goal. So, comparing, we see this across the state when we change enumeration methodology. It may not necessarily be lowering the goal, it's just a change in how we perceive the number of salmon that are in the system. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Mike Wood and then Mr. Godfrey.
Okay, on slide 14 for Molina Creek, down, it says it was fertilized in 1991 and 2001. What do you mean fertilized?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, it was fertilized with, like artificially with nitrogen and phosphorus to enhance like the standing crop of zooplankton, like juvenile sockeye food.
Okay. Has that happened a few times before in this lake?
That was the, through the chair, Mr. Wood, that was the only time it has been done at Molina Lakes. But it's been done elsewhere in the state of Alaska.
Say that again.
That was the only time it was conducted at Molina Lakes.
Okay.
But the fertilization process has been done in quite a few lakes, sockeye lakes in Alaska to enhance production.
It has?
Yeah.
Okay. I've just heard about it recently at the last meeting in one lake up in Nome, but I didn't realize it was a common practice in the state.
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, I don't know, I guess it is a common practice. It has been done at Kodiak Lake on Kodiak and Fraser Lake on Kodiak. I think it's still done at Redoubt Lake down in Southeast. So it's proven, but it can be, it's not done at a lot of different sockeye lakes, but it is still done.
It is an effective method of helping grow the flora that you're looking for?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, it can be. I think sometimes there can be complications because maybe another organism blooms that you don't want to, but it typically does increase production of juvenile sockeye food.
All right, cool. And then what's backstocked?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, backstocked is they take sockeye eggs at the lake and raise them in a hatchery and then release the juveniles in the lake, back in the lake.
Okay. Okay, so multiple fertilization efforts and then backstocking, and this is the conclusion. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Godfrey.
Along Board Member Wood's line of question, I grew up commercial fishing the Kodiak Island fishery, which includes the mainland, but it certainly includes a fognac, and I spent numerous summers commercial fishing that Molina Creek. I know it to be a small sockeye run, but pretty fruitful when only a few boats are fishing it. Nonetheless, you said that enhancement has been abandoned, and I'm looking at this, and my colleague had indicated, he asked you questions about fertilized and backstocked. I'm assuming that is the enhancement, and I don't see anything post-2001. So has the enhancement of Molina Creek been abandoned for the last 2 decades?
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, yes, the enhancement, when I was talking about fertilization and backstocking, that was what I meant when I said enhancement. And it has been abandoned, since the early 2000s. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. Godfrey? Okay. Any other questions? I just have a couple. You went very quickly through slides 11 and 12 dealing with aerial surveys of the chum and pink respectively. But I understood you also to say that the slide 11, which deals with the pink, was flown infrequently as opposed to those for the chum later? Was that, did I understand correctly?
Mr. Chair, I don't totally understand your question.
Where I'm heading is the aerial surveying that's done during the pinks analysis, is that done on the same frequency as that's done for the chum?
They are done simultaneously. There are pink salmon surveys and chum surveys. I mean, so they are done at the same time.
Okay, so that any budget questions would be equally applicable to both those runs, correct?
Oh, Mr. Chair, I mean, not necessarily, because the timing can be, the timing of the pink and chum runs can be different to hit the peak. So if you're keying in on pink salmon at a very specific time, it might not be the perfect time for chum.
That's where I'm heading. And I'd like a feeling, because talking to stakeholders, frequently they'll raise the issue. So how is it determined that you're given more time to fish or less time to fish or no time to fish? And they said it's based almost exclusively on aerial surveys. And if we're getting a budget crunch, I want to hear from the department how that's impacting your management.
Mr. Chair, it's a huge impact, and I mean, James Jackson might be the best person to answer that question because that's his realm.
Well, he seems anxious to do so. He's on his way up now.
Thanks for the question, Mr. Chairman. So if we see any more significant declines to our aerial survey budgets, we're likely to see what we've already started seeing, which is more restrictions in more areas. If we don't really have a good handle on escapement, we are inherently more conservative. And with regard to chum, Birch said it well, but chum salmon do a couple strange things. One, they like to mill in the bay forever and 10 days. And just because you might get a really good pink salmon count doesn't mean necessarily you're going to have the weather or the chum salmon are going to be on the tributaries where you can see them. Also, chum salmon like to go into really murky glacial streams in a lot of cases, and the only time you ever get to really count them is later in the season when they're up on the clear tribs, and we use those clear tributaries as an index of what the escapement is. And if you keep continually cutting our aerial survey budgets, then we'll get less and less chances to be able to get back there and see those fish on those clear tributaries.
I very much appreciate that. And the term "you" that you use in a sentence is not reference to the board cutting your budget. It's to the budget not coming through the legislative process. I would hope someone would make a transcript of this last 5 minutes and send it to your legislative delegation so that they understand the consequence of not having sufficient funding, which leads me to my last concern, and it deals with Molina Creek and the recommendation of elimination of the goal. And what concerns me is out of sight, out of mind. If we no longer have a goal, we have no more reason to really thoroughly be keeping tabs on the situation. And secondarily, it lends itself to that information not getting to the decision makers, i.e. the legislators, as to funding having a direct result on management. So, you know, I'm not real keen on eliminating the goal, even if we can't monitor it for a few years until we get sufficient funding. And with that, I'll shut up and turn it over to Mr. Godfrey for a question.
To follow along the line of questioning of the chair, I'm assuming, and I could be wrong, but I'm assuming there's a hierarchy of priorities calculus that you use when you shift resources on where you're going to continue your aerial surveys, et cetera. Is that something that the board has been presented to the board in the past that you're aware of? And if not, I'm going to request that it would be, but I'll just ask first, is that something that the board has seen, how the department goes about prioritizing where they shift resources with limited funding on aerial surveys and surveys of other kinds where there's not a weir in place?
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey. So I don't know exactly if like the department has told how we prioritize it. I know that almost every Board of Fish that I've gone to, we have spoke about the limitations of our funding. And yes, you're right, we prioritize certain areas over others. For example, since the mainland is pretty much restricted through the beginning of August these days, we almost don't even fly surveys in July anymore because it's a large amount of money to get over there. The mainland district's the size of Chignik, right? It's the same size as the Chignik management area. And it's a $6,000 or $7,000 survey, And if you just have your standard openings that we have right now, we've decided that we don't even hardly fly it in July anymore. We start in August. And so those kind of tough decisions happen as the money dwindles. And we've done this with lots of other areas as well. You know, the chum runs on the west side of Kodiak, you really need to start flying them on at the end of June. We usually don't start until July these days. And so we're inherently more conservative and we keep the inner bays closed in a lot of cases. There's a lot that comes with, when you have limited data, the department just inherently becomes more conservative. And we've always spoke to that every time, at least I've been at the Board of Fish.
So just to be clear, the overarching priority is budget constraints, what's going to cost the least, not necessarily the stock.
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey. So a lot of times we're just trying to figure out where we're going to get where the priority is. So if we can keep a fishery closed and prioritize on the main stocks where, you know, fishermen are fishing and harvesting, and then it's not just aerial surveys. Everybody knows that we put weirs in, we put less weirs in, we keep weirs in for less time, we fly less aerial surveys. It's just difficult in the environment that we have.
Thank you.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Last question. Thanks, guys. I can appreciate how difficult it is to prioritize. You've got a lot of objectives and goals to meet. Last question, though, is with respect to all of these escapement goals and whether they're being eliminated or aggregated in many cases, I'm not sure the correct term for the report, but sort of that report card that the department does in terms of how it's meeting escapement goals around the state. Are those reduced or eliminated or aggregated goals still included in that report? So, for example, if Molina Creek escapement goal goes away, is it kind of still included as a reference point, you know, when the department is reporting on successfully or unsuccessfully meeting escapement goals throughout the state? You know what I'm saying?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, I think you're referring to our kind of statewide accomplishments and challenges report that we provide to the legislature. And there's a figure in there that shows our escapement goal performance statewide. Our goal is to meet 80% of the escapement goals annually statewide. And I think there are somewhere around 240 goals listed that are included in that summary. And so those are just the escapement goals. So if a goal is eliminated, the number goes down. And if a goal is added, the number goes up.
Follow-up, I guess, is there a document or a reference point where all of those aggregated goals, because I've told when I ask about aggregated goals that we're still monitoring, we're still doing all the things, and then ones that are eliminated, is there a list that's kept of these somewhere that is an addendum to such a report or could be an addendum?
Not in that particular document, but the escapement goal memos that we prepare for the board annually, you know, typically have a history of the goals that have been established, eliminated, or modified for an area. The annual management reports contain those, so that information is contained in various documents that are produced for the board and the public.
But it's not consolidated. Not consolidated anywhere, though?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, before we move on, we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll recess until 10:45. For those in the audience trying to get attention, the sun has decided to jump into the process, so I cannot see anyone past the first table, and the first table even a problem until the sun rises a little bit further.
Today, the commercial management staff will give you 3 separate presentations regarding Kodiak area management. I will start with a Kodiak area overview with a short stock status report, and then I'll give you a presentation on the west side sockeye salmon management, and then Brad First will give you a presentation on the Kodiak herring fisheries. And as Director Bauer said, the following presentation can be found under RC3 tab 4. So the topics to be covered in this report are a general description of the Kodiak area, a geographic description of the 9 major management plans, the average run timing by species, the gear types and permits fished, the catch and escapement by species, and a brief Kodiak king salmon stock status report. The Kodiak area is situated between the Chignik management area to the south and the Cook Inlet management area to the north. And the Kodiak area is composed of 7 districts. Within these districts, there are a total of 56 different sections. Each section is covered by at least one board-approved management plan. Now, 6 of these plans cover the entire Kodiak area, are directed at harvesting salmon bound to local systems and traditional fisheries. In other words, the commercial fishery is opened or closed based on local stocks. From north to south, they are the North Afognak Shuiak Island Salmon Management Plan, the east side Afognak Salmon Management Plan, the east side Kodiak Salmon Management Plan, the Alatak District Salmon Management Plan, the west side Kodiak Salmon Management Plan, and the Mainland District Salmon Management Plan. Now, there's one plan that's concerning introduced sockeye salmon to the west side of Kodiak, and that is the Spearden Bay Sockeye Salmon Management Plan. And there are 2 management plans that limit a certain amount of harvest of sockeye considered bound to either Chignik, which is the Cape Bigback Salmon Management Plan, and the North Shalikoff Strait Sockeye Salmon Management Plan that seeks to limit the harvest of Cook Inlet sockeye salmon. Now, each species guides fisheries management throughout the season. This stacked bar graph represents the average weekly Kodiak area harvest by species. The weekly harvest of sockeye is in red. The wild area, pink salmon, is in pink. The hatchery pink salmon is pink with black hash marks, and followed by chum salmon in green and silvers in blue. And king salmon harvest is way too small to be seen at this scale. At the top, you can see there's a general chronology for the Kodiak salmon fisheries based on the migration timing of each salmon species. So early run sockeye fisheries occur in June. Those fisheries are Karluk early run, Iakulik early run, Upper Station early run, Fraser, and of course the Cape Bigback fishery. The Katoy Bay chum run is also in June, although that run has been trending later these days. In July, the wild pink and chum salmon management begins and continues through August. And in July, we also have our mid-time run sockeye runs. Those are Iakulik late run, Fraser, the North Shalikoff, and of course the Spearden Lake project. In late July, early August, hatchery pink salmon begin to show back up at Katoy Bay Hatchery. And in mid-August on, late run sockeye salmon management begins, and those fisheries are based on Karluk late run and Upper Station late run. And finally, silver salmon management begins in August and continues through the end of the season. So Kodiak has 3 legal gear types, including purse seine, beach seine, and set gillnet. And as you can see on this map, both purse seiners and beach seiners are allowed to fish in most of the Kodiak area, here shown in orange. Now in the Alatak district, many of the bays are set gillnet only for most of the year, here shown in yellow. And in the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District, both set gillnet and seine gear fish within the same section, which is shown here in blue. Now, both gillnet areas, that's Alatak in the central section, are located in the primary harvest location for Kodiak's major sockeye producing systems. This graph shows the number of active permits fished by gear type over time. The current 5-year average purse seine participation is about 168 permits. And the 5-year average set gillnet participation is about 144. Beach seiners can't be seen at this scale, and for the last several years, it's been confidential. There are 2 salmon hatcheries located in the Kodiak area. Katoy Bay Hatchery, located on the east side of east side of Afognak, is a major producer of chum, sockeye, pink, and silver salmon. And Pillar Creek Hatchery, located near the town of Kodiak, is a major producer of sockeye and silver salmon. All right, so the next series of slides represents the annual Kodiak area salmon escapement and harvest by species. The top graph shows the annual escapement, while the bottom graph shows the annual harvest. Note that the y-axis on both graphs are at different scales. With regard to sockeye escapement, you can see that there has been a relative increase in abundance in the past few years, and most of that increase has been from Ayakulik and Karlik late-run production. The most recent 10-year average escapement is about 1.5 million fish. And in the last 10 years, 90%, or about 1.3 million of the Kodiak area sockeye escapement has come from the 4 major systems of Karlik, Ayakulik, Upper Station, and Fraser. Now, harvest has been variable in the past 3 years, and the 10-year average harvest is approximately 2.5 million fish, with 80%, or around 80%, of the Kodiak area sockeye salmon harvest coming from the west side of Kodiak and Alatak. Now, this is an important point to stress, that 80% of the Kodiak area sockeye salmon harvest comes from the fisheries located in the Alatak district and the west side of Kodiak Island, here depicted in blue. So where Kodiak gets 90% of its sockeye escapement, plus where the Spearden Lake Sockeye Salmon Enhancement Project is located at, local fishermen catch 80% of the Kodiak area sockeye. Pink salmon are found in virtually all Kodiak area streams. Lately, the run has been significantly odd-year dominant, although the past 2 even years we have seen a resurgence of pink salmon runs in the southwest Kodiak section. The 10-year average index pink salmon escapement is about 5.5 million fish. And the last 7 years, we've seen consistently high escapement. Pink salmon harvest has been consistent for the past 5 seasons. In fact, the past 5 years of pink salmon harvest has been one of the most productive 5 years of pink salmon harvest in the past 50 years. The overall 10-year average Kodiak area pink salmon harvest is currently about 20 million pinks. Now, it's important to stress that more than 70% of Kodiak's pink salmon are harvested in areas managed based on non-hatchery fish. Chum salmon are found in approximately 150 different streams in the Kodiak area. The 10-year average indexed escapement is about 373,000 fish. And the recent lower escapement numbers reflect weaker runs and also the fact that we fly a lot less aerial surveys due to budget restrictions. For harvest, the 10-year average is about 655,000 fish. And similar to pinks, over 85% of the area chum are harvested in non-hatchery areas. And the recent low harvest numbers are partly due to weak pink and chum salmon runs and highly restrictive fishing time on the mainland district. So silver salmon are documented in about 150 different streams in the Kodiak area, and the 10-year average index escapement is about 73,000 fish. And again, the recent low escapement numbers reflect the fact that we fly a lot less surveys, we have a lot less weirs, we keep the weirs in not as long, and it's hard to count them if you don't count them. Now, Kodiak, keep in mind, Kodiak has substantial silver stocks, but the department has little money or resources to monitor those stocks. The silver salmon harvest has been highly variable for the past few seasons, but the 10-year average harvest is about 340,000 fish. And roughly 80% of the Kodiak area silver harvest is harvested in non-hatchery areas. So for king salmon, the Kodiak area has 2 systems. There are Karlik and Ayakulik rivers. The 10-year average king salmon escapement is approximately 5,100 fish. And as you all know, the Karlik king salmon run was listed as a stock and management concern in 2011, and the Ayakulik king salmon run was listed in 2020. The 10-year average commercial harvest is about 8,200 fish. In the past seasons, or the past 10 seasons, as you can see on the graph, we've seen a significant decline in harvest. This is likely due to the board passing the area-wide non-retention rules for large kings in 2014. So just a short update on the Carlick King Salmon Run. The Carlick King Run has missed its escapement goal for 3 of the past 4 years and 11 of the past 17 years. However, like many runs in the Gulf of Alaska, Carlick had record low escapement in 2023, and this might have been partly due to the record pink salmon escapements in 2018 and the record high temperatures and low water conditions in 2019, which could have affected several of the major age classes in the freshwater. So just a short review of the different commercial salmon conservation measures that have taken place for the Carlick King Salmon Run. In 2005, the board adopted regulations to mandate non-retention of king salmon 28 inches or greater in length for seine gear in the inner and outer Carlick section. In 2011, the Carlick King Salmon Run was listed as a stock of concern, and the board adopted regulations to mandate non-retention of king salmon 28 inches or greater in length for seine gear in the southwest Kodiak district and portion of the northwest Kodiak district. In 2014, the board adopted regulations mandating the non-retention of king salmon 28 inches or greater in length for seine gear area-wide prior to July 5th. So just a short update on the Iakulik King Salmon Run. The Iakulik King Run has not achieved its escapement goal for the past 7 seasons and 13 of the past 18 years. However, like many king runs in the Gulf of Alaska, Iakulik had record low escapement in 2023. And again, this might have been partly due to the record pink salmon escapements in 2018 and the record high temperatures in 2019. Very similar to the Carlick slide, in 2005, the department adopted regulations to mandate non-retention of king salmon 28 inches or greater in length for seine gear in the inner and outer Iakulik sections. In 2011, the Carlick King Salmon Run was listed as a stock of concern, and the board adopted regulations to mandate non-retention of king salmon 28 inches or greater in length for seine gear in both the southwest and northwest Kodiak districts. And in 2014, the board adopted regulations to mandate non-retention of king salmon 28 inches or greater in length for seine gear area-wide prior to July 5th. And in 2020, the board adopted regulation limiting the commercial salmon openings in the inner Iakulik section. That concludes my overview, and we'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Mr. Zaray.
Yes, I could ask somebody this during a break, but the non-retention of king salmon, the larger king salmon and all these last slides, what kind of is there any kind of, is there mortality associated with that at all? Like I know, non-retention of king salmon, for sport fishing with a rod and reel, there's some people have issues with that. Is there, could you explain the non-retention?
Through the chair, Mr. Zaray. So we're talking about non-retention of king salmon 28 inches or greater in length by seine gear. And part of the reason why we pick that size is, one, if you're larger than that, likely you're headed home to a local area to spawn. And so you're usually a larger fish, and you're usually a little more handleable, I guess is a good word. But there's limited data on non-retention. Some of the information that we do have out of British Columbia, I don't know, maybe Tyler Pollum has a better idea of what the actual mortality rates were, but there were mortality associated with that, but I thought it was fairly low.
Thank you. It just, that last sentence, that's all. I don't have an issue with it. It's just, I was just wondering what you thought of that.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter, followed by Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jackson, my question is specifically about the pink and chums on the mainland side. And you spoke earlier that due to budgetary reasons and the distance away from Kodiak, and the time that it takes to do the surveys in a consistent manner to provide as much opportunity on the district mainland for chums and pinks. Can you give me a sense of how conservative you have to be based on that and how much lost opportunity there might be because of, I guess, not an appropriate amount of money to conduct these surveys when you think that it's the most important?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. Well, first, let's talk about why the department doesn't fly surveys until August anymore. And I suppose if we hadn't had a regulatory change in 2020 that limited the department to opening the mainland district to 57 hours a week prior to August 1st, we would probably still try at the end of August to get over there and get a look and see if the pink salmon runs are doing well, so that we could offer more opportunity or less than the 57 hours. But right now, since we're limited to just 57 hours a week all the way up till August 1st, we essentially just skip the July surveys and start hopefully at the end of that probably 5th fishing period at the beginning of August. And then that's when we'll get over there and say, oh, you've got an adequate pink and chum salmon escapement. Maybe we'll have, instead of a 57-hour opener, we'll have an 81-hour opener. But typically the way the weekly fishing periods are set up, it's pretty much 57-hour openers all the way through the end of July. And it's not until we get over there and get a survey that first week of August that we might potentially have longer openings on local pink and chum. Where this probably has the largest effect is on odd years on the south end of the mainland, particularly in the Wide Bay section. Those areas can show up pretty strong, and they can show up in late July. And seiners definitely do miss out on some of that opportunity up there. And on even years on the north end of the island, you have the same problem around Village Creek and Big Creek.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Okay, on slide 20, you talk about how 81% of the sockeye are harvested on the west side in Alatak area. And then which is a huge area. Then when you go over to slide 22, and you mentioned 70% of the KMA pink salmon are harvested in areas managed based on wild stocks. Where are the 70% of those being harvested? Like on slide 20, you mentioned that it was on the west side. Sorry, you mentioned that it was on the west side. But I was wondering about the 70% for pinks. And then looking at, same for basically chums and coho too. Like where that might be just percentage-wise. Is it the west side or just in relation to like the mainland and the whole rest of the island?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood. So for pink salmon, it really depends on whether it's an even or an odd year. So if it's an even year, I would say almost as much as 80% of the, don't quote me on it, but the majority of the pink salmon are either harvested on the west side, Alatak, and at the hatchery. On an odd year, which typically lately has been firing on all cylinders, almost every area will be really strong. So you'll have a strong west side, you'll have a strong Alatak, you can have a really strong east side. Even the north of Fognak can be strong, and then the mainland can be strong. But typically, for pink salmon, the majority of the harvest takes place on the west side, but on odd years, it can also be on the east side and the mainland as well. And chum, it really depends. So I would say the most consistent chum-producing area is the west side of Kodiak. Those big systems over there have decent-sized chum runs, followed by the mainland district. Some of the biggest runs that we have are over on the mainland district, and then followed by, if not, usually followed by the hatchery, but like this year, for example, the hatchery had an amazing run, so the hatchery does pretty good too.
Okay, thank you. And then this might be addressed in the next presentation that you're going to do, but it sounds like there is an increased fishery kind of out of the Larson area of trolling for sport trolling for kings, and that's been evolving. And so I guess with the king harvest, in relation to the kings that are being non-retention, I'd like to know more about this evolving trend of trolling, if it's indeed even a thing. If it's not a thing, blow it off.
Mr. Wood, through the chair, my name is Tyler Pollum. I'm the area sport fish biologist for Kodiak. There's been a long history of saltwater fishing throughout the Kodiak area. We'll get into that a little bit in my sport fish overview here later in the day. And we have some information in our AMR I could pull up for you as far as the numbers, if we could look at trends and things. But outside of Kodiak Bay, right here in front of town, all other saltwater king salmon fisheries are pretty small. And so whether there's an evolving fishery or not, that's really hard to say. It's been there a long time. It is closest to the proximity of Karlik, but most of the fishing takes place right in Kodiak Bay, so there's really no saltwater fishing to speak of in front of Karlik itself.
Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey and then Mr. Swenson.
So I want to pull on that thread a little further. When my colleague asked about the mortality rate of the kings, and you'd come up, it's indicated that you had a little more information on that. I don't know if it's from studies in British Columbia or what, but I'm all ears. I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, Mr. Godfrey, through the chair. We've looked at this a number of times over the years, and we typically refer to one of the Chinook Technical Committee reports out of the Pacific Salmon Treaty information. A lot of those studies, I think, were in British Columbia drum seine fisheries. The paper that we've referenced cites about a 30% mortality rate on seine release kings and between 7 and 9% on sport caught kings. The take-home message from any of those, though, is the closer you are to your natal stream in saltwater fisheries, the better the survival rates. As James mentioned earlier, the fish are a little bit more hardy. Their scales have started to harden up. Fish that are feeding or rearing in the saltwater that we often encounter in the Kodiak area are not returning in that year and less likely to survive.
Is there any distinction made within that on the size of the kings that do better, or is that not even a distinction that's made? Is a 30-pound, is a king that's 30 pounds more likely to fall into that 30% mortality than a 50-pound one, for example?
And Mr. Godfrey, through the chair, I'd have to go back and look, honestly. I don't remember if there's a size distinction. I know I've looked at other species like coho, and there's some studies to that effect, but I don't know for kings off the top of my head. We can look, though, if you'd like.
Mr. Swenson.
Well, through the chair to the staff, do those 28-inch kings have the ability to add to the reproductive? Do they reproduce if they're given the chance and a big fish doesn't run them off?
Through the chair, Mr. Swenson, sorry. I think when we talk about the smaller than 28 inches king salmon, one of the ideas is that they're typically not local fish and they're non-gravid. In other words, they're probably not going to spawn that year fish. And yeah, they do. I mean, if they weren't caught and they spent another year or so in the ocean, they could technically go back to a stream and still be viable spawners.
So yeah, so if they're given the chance to get to their home, they can be viable spawners.
Through the chair, Mr. Swenson, that's correct.
I have one other question, maybe kind of a silly one. I don't know. I'm not an expert on commercial fishing. But let's say you have 100 fish escape, just for simplicity. There's 100 fish that go to this creek. What's the percentage of that 100 fish that have to get through to give you a sustained yield? Now, I'm just using 100 fish because it's real easy to understand. What's that percentage of the fish that have to escape to keep things going? And does that vary by species?
Through the chair, Mr. Swenson, I'm trying to figure this out. Are you asking what is the minimum viable escapement for king salmon?
No, I'm just asking in general. Does that vary by species? That the percentage of fish that need to be to get through to propagate the species, does that vary by species? And what is that percentage?
Through the chair, Mr. Swenson, certainly most all salmon have different return per spawner, characteristics. And so, yeah, they would probably come with different numbers, and each of them have different numbers of eggs and habitat. But I think an important point to maybe stress is that if you're talking about the fish that are harvested in the Kodiak area, if you're talking about king salmon, right, there's a couple take-home messages we need to talk about. We need to talk about when Karlik and Iakula escape their fish, When are the Kodiak area king salmon that are smaller than 28 inches are harvested? What gear type catches them? The size of those fish is pretty obvious. And has that number gone down? So Kodiak and Ayakulik king salmon typically escape the majority of their fish in May and June. And the harvest of king salmon in the Kodiak area, the majority of that harvest takes place in July and early August. So likely they're not local fish, but they're still, obviously king salmon, and we want to minimize the impact on king salmon runs. And partly why the reason that the king salmon are not harvested as much in June are, one, the Kodiak early run sockeye runs have been doing poorly. And so there's really not a lot of fishing time in June in general around Kodiak anymore. And two, that the board in 2014 passed the non-retention rules for king salmon 28 inches or greater. So again, the department and the board has tried for a long time to minimize as much impact as we possibly can on king salmon around the state, and Kodiak is no exception.
Okay, I guess maybe I haven't phrased this. I'm just a little confused. When you're figuring out how many fish that you want allowed to escape, does that percentage, and I'm talking about all the different species of salmon, does that percentage differ by species? I mean, do you want 40% of this species and 30% of that species? That's what I'm kind of getting at.
Forrest, you want to jump in the middle of this?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Svensson, so our salmon fisheries are managed based on escapement. And so as we've talked about earlier, we have escapement goals for various stocks in the Kodiak management area and around the state. And if we're meeting escapement objectives, then, we're trying to harvest the surplus above the escapement needs. And so that's going to vary annually based on run size. So in your example, say if the escapement goal was 100 fish and we had a run of 1,000, then potentially we have 900 fish available as harvestable surplus. So, that's the basis of salmon management in Alaska, is escapement goal management, in-season management, tracking escapement, regulating harvest opportunity to ensure that we're meeting escapement across the run, and harvesting the available surplus. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I guess I didn't take into consideration, like you just mentioned, if you have 1,000 fish and you want to harvest a bunch of extra ones, obviously then it's going to change. The percentage of the fish that you're going to change is going to change.
Yeah, it's based on run size. So if you have a large run, you've got more harvestable surplus. And, on a small run, you may not have any harvestable surplus trying to meet that escapement goal. But, that's the basis of it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Wood.
You came really close to answering the question, but I'm just curious about the genetic stock identification of the kings that are harvested. I guess if they're harvested early, it sounds like they could be going to Ayakulik or Karlik potentially, but the later ones I'm most interested in. Do you know, are they part of that lower Cookinnet cycle that's spinning through?
I think both Tyler and I can touch on this, but what I can say is through past tagging studies that we've had and recent genetic studies, most of the fish harvested in July and August are non-local fish.
Thank you.
How much that is?
Any other questions from the board? Who?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was just going to follow up to Mr. Wood's question there.
Please do.
Mr. Wood, through the chair. Most of the information that we have over the years, the genetic study for both the sport and commercial, old tagging studies, older genetics work, are very similar. Few Gulf of Alaska stocks are encountered in either of those fisheries. And we can get into more detail with those. We have those studies available if you'd like to see them. The timing is, obviously, James mentioned the timing of both fisheries is similar. Most fish are caught in July and August. So, and in the 2014 to 16 study that we conducted was concurrent between the sport and commercial fishery. That was during the peak of our king salmon enhancement project here on the Kodiak Road Zone. And that was, and so there's a small percentage of those fish of Kodiak fish that are encountered in both fisheries. We can't separate those out from Karlik and Ikulik. So we have just Kodiak stocks are listed in there. But we do know that was during the peak of our king salmon enhancement project. So.
Great, thank you.
Any other board questions? Thank you very much. And both. Mara.
Not a question, but I would be interested in seeing those reports, the tagging or any genetics you have related to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go into the next staff report, Mr. Godfrey's asked for time to respond, a supplement, I should say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our board member disclosure statements are pretty standardized and kind of boilerplate. And normally I would not have added this to my statement, but in light of the fact we're in the Kodiak Islands, in hindsight, I think I want to add it. I'm an enrolled member of the Native Village of Port Lions, and I'm also an elected council member. So for the record, I just want to get that on the record. That doesn't change anything about my statement or the fact that I continue to have no conflicts in front of me in this meeting. Thank you.
Any questions from any board members on Mr. Godfrey's disclosure? Mr. Carlson Van Dort.
Did either of those organizations submit comments or take positions?
Not that I'm aware of, no. I hadn't seen anything. Thank you.
Taking it one step further, and I think I know the answer, but let's put it on the record. Did any of them supply any proposals?
No.
Okay. I'd rule you do not have continue to not have a conflict. Next one.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
I'm impressed. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is James Jackson. I'm the Kodiak Commercial Salmon and Herring Area Management Biologist. Now I'll give you a brief description of the West Side Sockeye Salmon Management with an emphasis on the Northwest Kodiak District and the Karlik system, as well as the pink salmon fishery. The following presentation can be found under RC3 tab 5, and the slide numbers are in the lower right-hand corner. And this is a bit of a bearcat of a presentation to get through. There's a lot going on here because the West Side fishery is complicated. So feel free to take notes and ask as many questions as you want after the fact. So just a general outline of the presentation to start with a general management chronology of the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District and the inner and outer Karlik sections. Then we'll have a description of Karlik early run sockeye salmon management, an explanation of the Kodiak pink salmon fishery. We'll talk about the Spearden Lake sockeye salmon management, Karlik late run sockeye salmon management, and then I'll talk about the change to the average fish size over time. And then we'll look at the West Side salmon harvest by gear type. And then we will talk about the trend in the smaller fish. And then some conclusions. So this presentation can be broken down into two different sections. The first part talking about stocks and management, and the second part talking about fish size and harvest by gear. So the West Side Kodiak Salmon Management Plan encompasses roughly half the islands, from the inner Ikulik section in the south to the southwest of Fognac section to the north to the Spruce Island section to the Spruce Island to the east. However, most of this presentation will deal with two specific areas: the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District, here mostly circled in blue, and the inner and outer Karlik sections circled in black. So this is a general management chronology for the fisheries associated with the central section at the top and the inner and outer Karlik sections on the bottom. As you go from left to right, you move from June through September. Now, one thing that needs to be explained is the inner and outer Karlik sections are managed as terminal harvest areas, meaning they are managed based only on Karlik River stocks, whereas the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District is managed as a mixed stock fishery. In this case, I'm using the term mixed stock fishery, meaning that the central section is managed based on local Kodiak area Karlik stocks, as well as stocks returning to the Northwest Kodiak District. All right, so from June 1st through July 5th, the central section is managed based on Carlick early run sockeye. Whereas since the inner and outer Carlick section is a terminal harvest area, it's managed from June 1st through July 15th based on Carlick early run sockeye. From July 6th through August 15th, the central section is managed based on pink salmon returning to the Northwest Kodiak District or pink salmon returning to the Carlick system. And for a brief time from August 16th through August 14th, based on Northwest Kodiak District pink salmon, Carlick late run sockeye, or Carlick pink salmon. And again, the central section is a mixed stock fishery, so there are a lot of stocks associated with opening and closing the central section. Whereas the inner and outer Carlick section, since it's a terminal harvest area from July 15th through August 24th, is just managed based on Carlick late run sockeye or late run sockeye and pink salmon. So from August 15th through September 5th, both the central section and the inner and outer Carlick sections are managed based on Carlick late run sockeye. And after September 5th, the central section is managed based on late run sockeye return to the Carlick system and local Northwest Kodiak District coho salmon, whereas the outer Carlick section is managed based on just Carlick sockeye and Carlick coho salmon. Okay, so now we have a general framework for how the fishery works. Let's talk about some of the stocks. This map represents the areas managed based on Carlick early run sockeye, similar to the last map, but just focusing on the inner and outer Carlick section and mostly the Northwest Kodiak District, which includes the central section. So to the left is a bar graph of the Carlick early run sockeye salmon escapement over the past 30 years. The gray bars are escapement, the dashed lines represent the early run escapement goal, with the solid lines depicting the most recent 10-year average escapement and the 10-year average 30 years ago. To the right, with the black bars, is the west side sockeye salmon harvested during early run management. Now, please note that the y-axis on these two different graphs are different at scale, with the harvest scale twice as large as the escapement. So focusing on the graph to the left, you can see that Carlick early run escapement is down considerably from 30 years ago, from an average escapement of about 320,000 sockeye 30 years ago to just 190,000 sockeye in the last decade. But the escapement goal has remained relatively the same. And we've achieved the early run escapement goal for the last 11 of the past 12 years. All right, switching to the right-hand graph, you can see that the west side early run sockeye salmon harvest is down considerably in the past 16 years, with the past 6 years having particularly poor runs. And this can also be demonstrated in fishing time. Now, this is complicated, but they show a lot. This slide has three small graphs. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see a line graph of the number of days fished in June in the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District. Upper right-hand corner is a graph of the days fished in June of the outer Carlick section, and in the lower left-hand corner, the days fished in the inner Carlick section. Now, because the run is weaker than it was in the past, you can see there's considerably less fishing time than in the past in the central section. Also considerably less fishing time in the outer Iakulik and inner Iakulik sections. And in fact, in the past 16 years, we've only had 2 years with inner Carlick section openings in 2013 and 2017. Now that we got early run management down, I'll briefly discuss the Kodiak pink salmon harvest strategy. And this is important for understanding how the west side, which is part of the overall pink salmon fishery, is managed. So the Kodiak area pink fishery has been managed roughly the same way for the past 44 years. This long-term management strategy utilizes a fixed opening date of July 6th. We also like to coordinate as many fisheries as possible to allow for dispersion of the seine fleet. And the majority of the Kodiak area opens on July 6th, here depicted in this map in blue. The red areas, or areas with red hash marks, are still managed based on sockeye or pink and sockeye during the pink run. So opening up so much area allows the department to better control pink salmon escapement to literally hundreds of pink salmon streams in the Kodiak area. Now, to reinforce why the department opens up so much area, this is the same map as before. However, the yellow highlighted areas are state waters within 5 miles of a Kodiak area pink salmon stream. Basically, there are so many Kodiak area pink salmon streams, you're always within 5 miles of one. And for reference, if you were to drive from this convention center to the Buskin, it's about 4.5 miles away. And the Buskin is a big pink salmon run. All right, so the initial weekly pink salmon fishing periods are based on the wild stock pink salmon forecast. They're not set in stone. They can be changed, but they're initially based on the forecast. If it's a weak forecast, the fishery begins with 2.5 days a week fishing. If it's an average forecast, the fishery begins with 3.5 days a week fishing. And if it's a strong forecast, the fishery begins with 4.5 days a week fishing. These initial openings are very important and allow the department to gauge the early portion of the run. And again, the strategy has been in place for 44 years, which allows the department to compare the current year's harvest to past runs. We start flying our aerial surveys after the second weekly opening. Again, we've been flying aerial surveys for 44 plus years, which allows the department to compare the current year's escapement to past runs. The wild run peaks at the end of July, early August, and the department adjusts fishing time in individual areas based on local pink salmon escapement. In other words, we may be more liberal or conservative in one area or another based on escapement. And finally, by the end of July to early August, with this strategy, the Kodiak area has typically achieved the lower or midpoint escapement goal value for the pink salmon run. So just for to emphasize that, this graph shows the long-term average daily pink salmon harvest in the Kodiak area. And although this graph shows average daily pink salmon harvest, the long-term overall average is 20 million pink salmon for the season. You can see that fishermen usually harvest around 350,000 pinks on the first opening, about 600 on the second, about 1.2 on the third, about 2 million on the fourth. And believe it or not, by the fourth or fifth standard closure, the Kodiak area has typically achieved the area pink salmon aggregate escapement goal. So now we understand how the pink salmon fishery works. The west side is no exception to the pink salmon fishery. It's part of it. And so jumping back to the west side, to the left, you can see a stacked bar graph of both the northwest and southwest Kodiak District pink salmon harvest. The blue bars represent the northwest Kodiak District pink salmon harvest, with the orange bars representing the southwest Kodiak District pink salmon harvest. The west side pink salmon harvest has been highly variable for the past 2 decades, recently being mostly odd year dominant with some very weak even year pink runs such as 2010, 2014, 2016, and 2018, as well as very weak odd years, or a very weak odd year in 2011. Okay, so however, you can see that in the past 6 years, the runs have been relatively stable, with the most recent stronger even years having a larger component of the overall harvest being concentrated in the per seine only southwest Kodiak District, targeting the recently resurgent pink salmon runs of Karlik, sturgeon, and Ayakulik. These runs are incredibly even year dominant pink salmon streams, amongst the largest wild pink salmon runs in the Gulf of Alaska. For example, in 2020, Karlik, sturgeon, and Ayakulik escaped 5.5 million pink salmon. That's counted by 2 weirs and 1 system by aerial surveys. Those 3 systems escaped more than the rest of the entire western region combined. To the right, you can see a line graph, which is just another way to look at the same data. This is a graph of the proportion of the west side of Kodiak pink salmon harvested in the southwest Kodiak District. And as you can see, recently the proportion of pink salmon harvested in the southwest Kodiak District is on the rise. And again, much of this is due to the rise of the pink salmon runs in the southwest Kodiak District. Again, with respect to the northwest Kodiak District and the inner and outer Karlik sections, this can be demonstrated in fishing time. Because the pink salmon runs have been consistently weaker on even years, you can see that there's slightly less fishing time than in the past in the central section, with less fishing time in the central section in July, except for on odd years, with about the same amount of fishing time in the outer Karlik section and considerably less fishing time in the inner Karlik section. Now, I know this is jumping around a bit, but you cannot talk about the west side without talking about the Spearden Lake Enhancement Project. During most of the month of July, hatchery sockeye salmon returned to the west side of Kodiak to Spearden Lake in the northwest Kodiak District. These fish are managed under the Spearden Bay Sockeye Salmon Management Plan, with the Spearden Bay Special Harvest Area, or Telrod Cove, located in Spearden Bay. This is a stacked bar graph of the Spearden Lake sockeye salmon harvest. Many of the fish are harvested in the common property fishery within the Special Harvest Area, here depicted in black. Roughly half of the fish are harvested in the SHA are harvested by the local Aquaculture Association Cost Recovery Program, here depicted by the gray bars. But the majority of the fish elsewhere are harvested in traditional pink and chum salmon fisheries in the northwest Kodiak District, here depicted in blue. So the take home is most of the fish are harvested in July in the Northwest Kodiak District, followed by the cost recovery program, then followed by the common property fishery. Now moving into late run management, from August 16th through the end of the season, much of the west side is managed based on late run sockeye salmon returning to Carlick, here depicted on this map in blue. So to the left is a bar graph of the Carlick late run sockeye salmon escapement over the past 30 years. To the right with the black bars is the west side sockeye salmon harvested during the late run management. And as you can see, the late run escapement is slightly down from 30 years ago, from an average of about 470,000 sockeye 30 years ago to about 405,000 sockeye in the last decade. Most of that can be explained to the change made to the late run escapement goal in 2005. Although the goal was adjusted up slightly in 2020, the lower value of the escapement goal is literally half of what it was 30 years ago, changing from a minimum of 400,000 to now a minimum of 200,000. This has had a profound impact on the management of late run of Carlick, not only causing larger late runs, but most of that realized return has been seen in harvest, with the west side harvest mid-August on increasing from an average of 290,000 in areas managed based on Carlick late run to around 500,000. In fact, 4 of the 6 largest late runs in the past 30 years have been in the last decade. So another way to visualize this is to look at the mid-August on inner and outer Carlick section harvest over time. Because the escapement goal is less than it used to be, and because the run is more productive, the terminal harvest of sockeye has increased from an average of 50,000 sockeye 30 years ago to 250,000 in the past decade, with some years like 2014 and 2023 having harvest as much as 500,000 sockeye. And again, this can be demonstrated in fishing time. Due to the overlapping run timing with the west side pink salmon run in August, even though the late run has been stronger, central section openings are similar to the past, although still with a lot of extended fishing time. Another way to put it is, just because the Carlick late run looks strong, if you don't have enough pink salmon in the Northwest Kodiak District, you might still need closures. However, both the outer Carlick openings and inner Carlick openings are trending up, and the inner Carlick openings are considerably more than in the past. The same thing can be said for September, where commercial fishing in all areas of the west side is up, with more extended fishing in the central section in September. Again, the lower escapement goal has resulted in more inner and outer Carlick openings. And finally, the terminal harvest of sockeye in September and October is considerably higher than in the past. All right, now let's change over and look at the average fish size over time. To take an unbiased sample of fish, we use the average per seine sockeye salmon weight on the west side. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see a line graph of the average weight of sockeye salmon harvested in the per seine fishery in the Northwest Kodiak District over time with the blue line. The black line represents the long-term average of 5.1 pounds. And as you can see, in the past 9 years, we have seen a gradual reduction in the size of sockeye salmon. In fact, 2022 was the smallest recorded sockeye harvested in the past 53 years, with the past 5 years seeing the smallest sockeye salmon harvested in the past 53 years. When we look at pink salmon, odd years tend to have smaller pinks, likely due to the size of the run. But for the past 5 seasons, pink salmon weights have been consistently below average. And if you're wondering, in 2016, which was one of the smallest pink salmon runs to the Gulf of Alaska, pink salmon were the largest on record at just over 4.5 pounds on average. All right, so let's look at the percentage of sockeye salmon and pink salmon harvested in the Northwest Kodiak District by gear type. The line graph in the upper left-hand corner represents the proportion of sockeye salmon harvested in the Northwest Kodiak District by gear, with set gill net in blue and per seine in orange. The graph on the right shows the same for pink salmon. As you can see, set gill net percentage sockeye salmon harvest has been declining since 2015, where 30 years ago, set gill net fishermen harvested 70% of the sockeye salmon of the Northwest Kodiak District. They now only account for 45%, with the past 5 years being the lowest percent harvest in the past 30 years. The set gill net percentage pink salmon harvest has also been declining, although it is not as much as sockeye, from 28% 30 years ago to just over 20%. And the set gill net percent harvest seems to be higher on even years rather than in odd years. So another way to look at this is to look at the average sockeye salmon weight by the percent sockeye salmon harvest by the set gillnet fleet. This graph is the average per seine weight of sockeye salmon on the x-axis and the percentage of sockeye salmon harvested by the set gillnet fleet on the y-axis. As you can see, the past 5 years have all had the smallest sockeye salmon, were also the years with the lowest percentage of sockeye harvested by the set gillnet fleet, with the exception of 2011, which had very small sockeye salmon, but also had record low pink salmon and sockeye salmon runs and the lowest number of per seine permits fishing the Northwest Kodiak District ever. So this graph shows the same thing as the previous slide, but instead of sockeye, you're looking at pink salmon. And as you can see, most of the recent pink salmon runs both cluster with smaller fish and smaller percentages of the overall Northwest Kodiak District set gillnet pink salmon harvest, with 2019 having the smallest pink salmon and the lowest percentage set gillnet pink salmon harvest, although it is not as clear as with sockeye, but then the pink salmon harvest and the gillnet fleet is not down as much as sockeye. All right, sorry for that long-winded presentation, but what are the take-homes? So number one, the Carlick early run is weaker than in the past, with less fishing time and less extended fishing time. The Westside pink salmon run has been highly variable and mostly strong odd years and weak even years, but the most recent stronger even years have had the harvest more concentrated in the seine-only Southwest Kodiak District due to the large pink salmon runs to Carlick, Sturgeon, and Ayakulik. The Spearden Lake sockeye salmon run has been highly variable, but most of the sockeye harvest takes place outside the special harvest area in the Northwest Kodiak District. And the Carlick late run is more productive, more importantly, has a much lower escapement goal, which has concentrated sockeye salmon harvest, particularly late in the season in the seine-only terminal harvest areas of inner and outer Carlick. The average weight of salmon on the west side of Kodiak is decreasing. The sockeye are the smallest they have ever been. The pink salmon seem to be smaller on odd years than even years, but lately both runs have had smaller fish. Both set gillnet harvest of pink and sockeye salmon is the lowest as a percent of the total Northwest Kodiak District catch than it's been in the past 30 years. And here's a list of proposals that deal a lot with the west side. So proposal 62 would create a 48-hour only set gillnet fishing period before seine fishing periods. Also, the seine fishery shall close for 48 hours after each 5 days of continuous fishing, allowing for a minimum of one 48-hour set gillnet only fishing period per week. Proposal 63 would allow a set gillnet fisherman, one person, that owns 2 Kodiak Area Management Area set gillnet permits, the opportunity to operate up to 4 set gillnets with no more than 300 fathoms of set gillnet in aggregate. Proposal 64 would increase the maximum set gillnet hook length from 25 to 50 fathoms. Proposal 66 would increase the maximum per seine and hand per seine length to 250 fathoms. Proposal 69 would establish a fixed 105-hour set gillnet fishing period in the Central and North Cape sections of the Northwest Kodiak District. And Proposal 70 would create a harvest allocation for sockeye and pink salmon between set gillnet and seine in the Northwest Kodiak District, the Telrod Cove Special Harvest area, as well as the inner and outer Carlick sections of the Southwest Kodiak District. Proposal 70 would modify the current regulation requiring the department to open the outer Carlick section of the Southwest Kodiak District. Proposal 72 would allow the department to open the Southwest Afognak section of the Afognak District based on Carlick pink salmon. Proposal 73 would allow the department to manage the sturgeon section of the Southwest Kodiak District based on Sturgeon River pink salmon. And Proposal 74 would break up the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District into 3 separate sections. And that should be about it, if you have any questions.
Before we go into questions, just want to make an announcement. It's 11:40. Anyone who is going to be addressing the traditional knowledge reports has until noon to sign up with staff. I understand we have 3 people so far that are so noted, but if anybody wants to be involved in that new process, noon is the deadline. Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have quite a few questions, but I'm I want to try and focus my questioning on the Carlick and the differences between the early and the late runs, because there seems to be some significant changes that have happened not only to the strength of the early run over the last 25, 30 years, and the positivity, I guess, in the strength of the run in regards to the late run. And also the timing has changed a lot, it appears, on the late run sockeye to the Carlick River. And I guess my first question was going to be, has the, specific to the early run, has the morphology of the lake changed in a way that is not producing fish returning, to the early part of the run? But I thought about it, and it didn't seem like that made much sense, because the late run of the Carlick sockeye is still very strong and has gotten stronger over time. And so I was real curious, do you know that if there's a water temperature that is influencing the later run strength in Carlick versus the earlier portion of that run?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. Well, one of the interesting things about the Carlick sockeye salmon runs is the early run tends to be more of a tributary spawning run. So it'll go all the way up to Carlick Lake, and then it goes up into a lot of different small tributaries. And so when they spawn in late July, early August, particularly lately when we've been having hot and dry conditions, that can be a little more challenging for them. So despite making an escapement, you might not really have productive spawning, let's put it that way. Whereas the late run tends to be made up of, it has tributary spawners too, but it also has a large amount of shoal spawning. So the entire lake will be covered in shoals, and there'll be sockeye spawning around there. And those are less, I guess, they don't get affected as much by drier conditions. Also, the late run sockeye run also spawns below the lake outlet in a large portion of the Carlick River area. And so I don't know if there's, the hot, dry conditions and warmer summers have affected more the early run than the late run, which has been advantaging the late run, but that's something that we've thought about over the years.
Thanks for that. And if I could, Mr. Chair, just one follow-up. Specific to the pink salmon in the sturgeon section, it's the proximity to the sturgeon section to the inner and outer Carlick in regards to sockeye escapement into the Carlick. But there's obviously some years where the sturgeon section produces a tremendous amount of pink salmon that probably make your life not very fun, because you want to try and maximize the opportunity for harvest. Is it possible to harvest excess pink salmon in the sturgeon section without affecting the late run Carlick sockeye, and using the sockeye as an emphasis for opening that?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. So that's a really good question. So currently, the way it's managed, the sturgeon section during the time frame that you're probably talking about is managed based on Carlick sockeye and Carlick pink salmon. And typically, the Carlick pink salmon run and the Carlick sturgeon run, they kind of trend up and down together. So when Carlick and sturgeon have a large pink salmon run, we'll have openings in the sturgeon section. The last few years, because the sturgeon section has really blown up into a very large pink salmon run. One year it had 1 million pinks up it, and that's with 1 million fish harvested out front. We've used our EO authority to reduce the closed waters to optimize catching those fish, because there were so many fish up into the lagoon, into the rivers. But the really short answer is, anytime you're going to have a purse seine opening in the sturgeon section in late July, early August, there's likely going to be a number of local Carlick late run sockeye salmon that are going to be harvested, which is why when we had our staff comments with regard to this proposal, that we said we're against this, but really the only reason we're against it is because it doesn't have any verbiage for protecting late run Carlick sockeye.
Thank you for that. That clears up a lot of it for me. And then I guess just one more question. You spoke about how the late run Carlick sockeye escapement levels have changed over time to where they're, I think you said about half of what they were 30 years ago or something like that. Do you think that the reduced escapement level has taken some pressure off the system to allow for a more fruitful return? Do you think that that's had an impact, the lower escapement level? And I guess my question is do you think that the escapement level on the early run needs to be looked at maybe a little more closely to see if the level of escapement is actually causing more harm than good? Or is it satisfactory, I guess?
Through Chair, Mr. Carpenter, I don't know about the early run. The late run with the lower escapement goal has definitely made it easier to control the escapement at Carlick. It's basically unbound the department's hands on being able to open the outer Carlick section. When you open if you really want to slow down Carlick's escapement, you open the outer Carlick section. And with a lower escapement goal, even with a really huge run, you can slow down the escapement, the pace of the fishery, so to speak, at outer Carlick. Whereas past managers, with the lower bar being 400,000 instead of 200,000, they might be more hesitant to open the outer Carlick section early and miss it. And so what I would say the current escapement goal has better enabled the department to do is actually keep the escapement goal within the bounds, right? So it's better for controlling the pace of the fishery. And then, as an added bonus, it's also increased the return per spawner. I would probably pass it off to Kevin Shaberg or Birch Foster, but I'd imagine they've already gone through and looked at the return per spawner for the Carlick early run, and the number is probably appropriate.
For the record, my name is Kevin Shaberg. I'm the Regional Research Coordinator. So specifically to the question about reduction of the escapement goal for the late run. The escapement goal was reevaluated last cycle, and we looked at it from a holistic perspective of the late run and the early run combined to look at the carrying capacity for the entire system. And so if you think about the reduction of the goal at 50% for the late run, and the goals stayed about the same, the early run, it's less productive. The late run is looking more productive, and that could very well be because there's less competition for spawning environment. I think you're also on the right track as well, that, like James spoke to, the early run being tributary spawners are probably more susceptible to small-scale environmental change in those systems versus the late run, which is mostly lake spawners. But it does appear that, as well as being able to constrain the escapement into the escapement goal range, that the reduction of the escapement goal has helped recover that population for the late run and made it more productive.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. And the only reason I ask that question is I think we've seen in other areas of the state that, and I understand that the department is reviewing escapement goals and, on a regular basis. And I'm not questioning the motive there at all. But I have seen in certain places that smaller escapement goals with specific environmental conditions over time, and every area of the state is different. And I was just curious if that's one of the reasons that the early run wasn't necessarily producing as many fish as it used to, based on the comparison with the late run, because Carlick is kind of a unique system where you have something to be able to compare on the same calendar year. So appreciate your guys' answers.
Marat, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, please. Thanks. So on slide 4, appreciate the continuum here, just to sort of help visualize the timing of all these things. When is the period of time between the early and late run Carlick sockeye salmon runs? I understand that it's pretty discrete, that you don't have a lot of overlap. I'm just wondering how long that time period is and when it occurs within this chart.
Through the Chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. So the early run, the majority of the escapement takes place probably prior to July 1st. And I would say the late run, depending upon the size of the late run, starts trickling in around July. But on really large early runs, such as in the past, we would have consistent high escapement through July, believe it or not. And so I think it really kind of depends on the size of the run. But in general, you get most of your, the run usually shows up in June for the early run and starts the beginning of August for the late run, which is why the Northwest Kodiak District is managed based on local pink salmon escapement, and only the inner and outer Carlick section is continued to be managed based on Carlick sockeye salmon because it's more of a terminal harvest area.
So recently, the period of time between sort of the end of the early run sockeye run and the late run beginning is a month, 3 weeks?
Yeah, I would say it's a pretty solid month right now. Depending upon the size of the late run, like for example, this year, the late run was huge. And so, every time there's a run that shows up, all it is a big bell curve. And so the bigger they are, the bigger the sides of the bell curve. So they show up earlier. So in July this year, I flew a survey in late July and knew that the Carlick late run was going to be gigantic. So it does show up a lot of times in late July, especially if the size of the run is bigger. But nowadays, since the Carlick early run is so relatively weak, we don't get as much early run sockeye salmon escapement. They don't overlap hardly at all, let's put it that way. But thankfully in the middle there's the Carlick pink salmon run, which is usually mostly in late July, early August.
Do you have those run timings plotted on a graph somewhere, or could you?
I don't have them with me right now, but we can probably find that for you.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
And then lastly, I could have missed it somewhere too, and it might be in here, but I was wondering if you had the late run and early run total run numbers. So I know that I see that you have the escapement numbers, I see that you have the harvest numbers. I'm just wondering if somewhere they're combined.
Yeah, absolutely. We can find that for you too. That's usually put in a report at the end of the year, so we can find that.
I'm sure it's somewhere,
Yeah.
but if you could point me to it, that'd be great. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Godfrey?
Yes, slide 22. Specifically, my question relates to the Northwest set gillnet harvest. I guess 22, 23. So you indicated that there's the 70% down to 45% decline in harvest by set gillnet. And I'm wondering if the department has either data or theories as to what accounts for that decline.
Through the chair, Mr. Godfrey, I would say there's a couple things I'd point out. I would say one, with less extended fishing time in June, I think the set gillnetters are missing out on a large portion of the run that they used to have. Also, with the Cape Igvac fishery being restricted in June, there's a lot more seine effort in June than probably would be relative to the set gillnetters that are over there. Excuse me. I also think that a larger portion of the late run of Carlick is not passing through the central section. And then lastly, I would say it's hard to say whether the fish are smaller and they're just swimming through their nets, but it is interesting that they both kind of line up the same way, where with the smaller fish and less harvest.
It's funny you say that last one, because I contemplated that during the report, and I just thought that was too silly that I wasn't going to say anything about that could be a possibility. But as far as the IGVAC restriction, doesn't this trend line predate the restriction in the IGVAC?
So the last 4 years would be the IGVAC, and yes, it would. But I don't think that the weaker Carlick early runs would predate that. I think when you have a stronger Carlick early run, you have a lot more extended fishing time, and if there's any other areas where their seiners can go fish, whether it's the hatchery or Cape Igvac or Ayakulik or Alatak, that gives more just soak time for the set netters to be able to catch. I think losing that June portion of their harvest is a significant player in why there's a decline.
Thank you.
And then in general, also on on even years, having such weak even year pink salmon runs. I think that plays into it. That's less fishing time in July. That's less fishing time where you're going to catch traveling fish going somewhere else. And then also, it's hard not to notice the size difference between the pink salmon in an odd year versus an even year. The even year pink salmon tend to be a lot larger, and the odd year pink salmon, for example, this year were tiny. Where you're talking about 2.5 pounds in a lot of places. So the pink salmon, being smaller might also play effect in there.
Regarding the sockeye, give me a reference on that, if you would, please. They're smaller versus much larger. What are we talking, a pound? Half a pound?
Yeah, I think I have that on the previous, this one right here, this slide. So on the left-hand side, so you can see the long-term average is that black bar.
Yep.
Right, and that's 5.1 pounds. And in 2022, they were 4.4 pounds. So you're talking about a half-pound difference, a little more. It's a pretty significant decline.
Thank you for that.
We're going to go to Mr. Wood for his question, then we're going to break for lunch.
All right, I apologize. I should probably just wait till after lunch, because my questions might be longer than your presentation. And
That is an option.
I need a history lesson too in this, so we might want to break it into chapters. But to hit on what you just said.
Wait a second, are you serious that it will take a long time?
It might.
Then we will break for lunch and you'll take a question then.
Thank you.
Resume at 1:30.
Shelikoff and coming straight in, because you're not seeing that particular spike in escapement or in harvest followed by escapement. You're just seeing okay harvest, and then suddenly we have this monstrous spike in escapement. So it does seem like that the Carlick late run fish are traveling different. And also when it comes to the pink salmon run, I think I need to also point out, and I forgot to in this presentation, it's a little hard to say sometimes with the pink salmon fishery with regard to the gillnet harvest, looking at that tracking up as the run shows up, because what I forgot to point out in my presentation is there's also these increasingly large algal blooms on the west side of Kodiak Island, and they have these huge slime events, right, that coats the gillnets and really affects the harvest there. You'll watch the seine and set gillnet pink salmon harvest from opening to opening, tracking upwards, and then you'll just see the pink salmon harvest in the set gillnet fish just drop right off, and the seine harvest continues to go up. And pretty much by then I'll be able to tell, hey, you know, the slime's there. And I'll text some of the guys on the west side and I'll say, you guys get slimed out? And they'll be like, yeah. So we're seeing all sorts of different patterns.
Okay, thanks. The next question was, in terms of the size of fish that you brought up, how they're getting smaller sockeye, are you noticing that the early run sockeye for Carlick is bigger or smaller?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, I'd have to get back to you about that. We'd have to do some measurements, but it doesn't seem like there's a huge difference between the size difference between the early run and the late run.
Okay, thanks. All right, now into the bigger picture, some history. So this West Side Kodiak management plan spans a huge area. Like you said in your presentation, it encompasses half of the island. And then there's six others. And there's a lot of focus on Carlick, inner, outer. For starters, here's a real elementary question. Could you give me a sense of Carlick Lake in scale? Like, is it on the size of lakes? Are we talking Tustamina, Ski-Lac kind of size lake, or how big is that lake?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood. No, it's not as big as Tustamina. It's not as big as Ski-Lac or anything like that.
Okay.
It's definitely a very deep lake. It's nowhere near as long of a drainage. It's probably the largest or the second largest drainage on the island. But what is it, 18 miles? 20 miles from the lagoon up to the lake. And it might be the biggest and deepest lake on the island, but it's nowhere near the size of lakes on the peninsula.
Wow, okay, cool. Now, one of the proposals in there that towards the end here, you said, I think it's 74, talks about the possibility of actually dividing this area up into maybe 2 or 3, or it says 3, but is there any merit to that consideration? Like I read in the RCs and whatnot, it didn't seem like there's a whole lot of support for that, but since this plan was developed 20 years ago and things have changed somewhat, is this size of an area still manageable as one unit, half of the island?
Through the chair, Mr. Woods. So when you talk about Proposal 74, really the only thing that it would change is the pink salmon fishery. So you're talking about July and August. And when you look at the central section of the Northwest Kodiak District relative to the size of the other sections around the island, it's massive. It's huge. And so even if you were to pop up a map of, say, the east side is broke up into much smaller sections. And even when it has a robust, large pink salmon run, if we feel a bay or an area is not doing as well, we will continue to keep that area closed, where you don't have that luxury in the Northwest Kodiak District. You have inner bays that you can keep closed, but they're relatively small. And I would say the only merit to that proposal would be that if you broke up the central section into the Uyak, Uganic, and like the Kajuyak North Cape section, you would be able to, it would make it much easier to achieve pink salmon escapement. That being said, it would be very allocative.
Okay, thank you. This is the history lesson part of my questions. So along with that, can you ask me what the history is of the paired management of both SetNet and seine together? So they open and close together, the whole 9 yards, whereas I'm familiar of it in other areas where they're managed differently. So.
Through the chair, Mr. Wood. Yeah, so right now, currently, when we're talking about the central section, if we were to have a fisheries opening, our fisheries typically open at noon, they close at 9 or 6 p.m., depending upon the time of year. And when they open, both gear types open, and when they close, both gear types close. And it's pretty much always been like that. The times have changed a little bit over time. It used to open at, like really early in the morning. It used to open at midnight, like 40 years ago, but both gear types opening and closing at the same time has been the norm.
So it wouldn't, so there's no thought of that it would actually help escapement in some areas versus others if you could manage those fisheries differently or just separate from one another?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood. So for sure. So if the department somehow had the magical ability in one bay to say that, only this gear type or that gear type could fish, you could feather the fishery or the pace of the fishery a certain way. But, that being said, the way that the current regulations are written and the history of the fishery and the way it's always been prosecuted, we have just never thought about doing that. And the department would likely never put forward a proposal to do something like that because it would be incredibly allocative.
Okay, I think I keep stepping in the allocative trap here, so I think I don't think I have any other questions right off the bat, but thank you for that.
That lunch hour was well worth the time. Any other questions from board members? I have a few, and they all seem to center around your slide 22, if you would go there. And you're using the last 30 years as your time frame, 3 decades, and focusing on the sockeye side of the chart. Your decrease in harvest has gone from 70 to 45 with the set nets. Did you compare the number of permittees or permits in play during those 30 years for both the set nets and the seiners? Because using percentages, from my experience in statistical work, is extremely dangerous, particularly when the groups are so disparate in the number that's involved, because your percentages go up a lot or down a lot quicker on your smaller class of the two. So saying that, I need to know what happened to the seiners during this like period of time as far as the number of permittees and this number of permittees of the set net. Do you have that data available? I presume you do. You may not have it on your fingertips now, but I presume somewhere in the office you have that.
Mr. Chairman, so I think what I could provide for you is the number of seine and set gillnet permits fished by year? Is that what you wanted? You want to see how those have gone up and down?
We used the last 30 years, so I want to know by year how you came to the number of permittees where you're comparing percentage drop. No, clearly you must have taken year 1 and said, okay, we were at 100. Now we're at year 30. We're at 60, so we've decreased by 40%. Okay, and I'm trying to do the same thing with the seine to figure out, okay, did they also decrease in the number of permittees during that like period of time by 40%? Because then we'll bring it to an apples versus apples type of a situation.
Mr. Chairman, I actually see what you're saying. The number of seine permits fished in the 90s and early 2000s was significantly more than what's fishing right now. And the number of gillnet permits fished since probably the early 2000 teens has significantly declined. And if you want, I can provide you with that data.
Yeah, and that's what I'm asking for. Would you please do that? Yep. And then while I'm on slide 22, and then maybe this would be incorporated in the data you're presenting, but could you present to me data displaying the harvest of sockeye by Gear Group, Setnet versus Sainers, both in the early and late Carluck runs.
Mr. Chairman, I think we can do that for you.
Okay, and lastly, well, I think it'll be addressed, so I'm just looking at my own notes and trying to make sure I covered everything. The number of deliveries, is that data that you also have during that time period? If you would include that in the earlier data request, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we can get most of this stuff out of the AMR and just provide it to you. And usually, most of the tables have number of permits fished and landings associated with it.
Yeah, thank you so much. If you do it in the form of an RC, so I can just submit it as an RC.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Mr. Wood has a question.
I'd just like to follow up that before lunch, you explained a little bit why the early Carluck run was not doing so well. And what I heard you say was something that really resonated with me, was that that those sockeye are in-river spawners, and as opposed to lake spawners, which is in Cook Inlet, something I'm very familiar with the Kenai Kasilof being, pretty much dominating the sockeye run in the Kenai, and the Susitna River is all in-river, pretty much spawning. So, and the recruitment is so much less because of in-river. So that's something that I didn't know, and it was interesting to hear why that early Carluck run was fluctuates the way it does. It's something I can understand.
Through the chair, Mr. Wood. So just to be clear, I'm not saying that's exactly why it's going down, but it could be a pretty significant contributing factor, especially the last 10 years where we've had some pretty significantly hot and dry conditions in Kodiak in August, when a lot of those fish were going to try to spawn. And they really go up out of the lake into some very small tributaries and go up and spawn. And it's hard to do that when the tributary is dry.
Any other questions? Mr. Godfrey, then Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
As it pertains to slide 18 on the Carluck late run harvest, there's obviously a few outliers in there. Just for my benefit, I commercial fished, we made multiple seasons at Carluck back in the late 80s, early 90s timeframe, but that clearly isn't on that graph. Can you tell me what 88 to 92 looks like?
Through Chair, Mr. Godfrey. You are correct that if you go back into the 80s, there were some decent, large, late runs. That definitely happened. And yeah, we can put together a data request for you and come up with those numbers. I will say that they were a little more or less episodic back in the day, whereas now it seems to be consistently a little more high. And I think partly what I was trying to convey with this graph is not only that it's more consistently higher, but that the fact that if you talk about the escapement goal in the late 80s, early 90s, the fact that the minimum escapement goal for Carluck was 400,000, and now it's 200,000. And because of that, we have to have inner and outer Carluck, which is more of a terminal harvest area, open more. And so a lot of times people think that we're just allocating to seiners by having it open. In reality, our escapement goal is lower and we're trying to control the escapement. But I can do that for you if you want.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, you want the 80s and?
Late 80s, right up to 90. Pretty much just pretend, let's take 94 back to 86.
94
just
back to
continuity
86.
back to 86 would be helpful for perspective for me.
Just inner and outer Carluck.
Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Thanks. Quick question. Those tributary spawners in the early run, are they observed not to spawn at all if those tributaries are dry, or are they just going somewhere else? What do you have to?
So through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, boy, I wish I had a lot more information on that. We don't do tributary spawning surveys like we used to, but it's not hard to notice that when we have really hot and dry years that there's lots of dry tributaries around. And I don't know for certain. I have seen several of the tributaries that, the significant tributaries like Moraine Creek, be dry in August and have like a large amount of fish in front of it, but we've never had a quantifiable amount of fish that didn't successfully spawn.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about that, and, be looking at the history of certainly the early Kodiak escapements, because, there's a lot of, seems like assumption being built around that, and I just was kind of curious what that's based on. Thank you.
Before I ask if there are any other questions, just to the audience, particularly those of you who have been around this board for enough years that they hold the cards until the very last moment. If you want to participate in public comments, you have 10 minutes, well, actually less than 10 minutes, to get your cards up to the staff, or else you'll not be on that list. So with that said, any other questions from the board? Thank you, and we'll move on to the next presentation.
So next up, we've got RC3 Tab 6, and this is the Kodiak Management Area Herring Fishery Report by Brad First.
Whenever you're ready.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Brad First. I'm an assistant area management biologist for Kodiak Commercial Salmon and Herring Fisheries. I will be presenting a report about the herring fisheries that occur in the Kodiak management area. This report can be found in RC3 tab 6. Slide numbers are in the lower right corner. No. All right. Topics I'll be covering include a geographic description of the Kodiak management area, along with a brief update on the current stock status of Kodiak herring populations, a summary of the Kodiak commercial herring fisheries, and proposals pertaining to these herring fisheries at this meeting. The Kodiak management area includes those waters of the South Central Alaska that extend from Cape Douglas in the north to along the Alaska Peninsula to Kodiak Rocks in the south, and extending eastward across the Shelikof Strait to the water surrounding Kodiak Island, Afognak Island, and the smaller adjacent islands of the archipelago. Herring are found throughout all marine waters in the Kodiak area. The current biomass has rebounded from low levels witnessed from 2014 through 2017 and is increasing everywhere in the Kodiak management area. This biomass is composed primarily of age 7 and age 4 fish. In 2023, 82% of the sampled herring were in these age groups. Although herring recruit into the fishery at age 3, they typically don't reach marketable size in Kodiak until age 4 or 5. The commercial herring sacro fishery extends from April 1st through June 30th. Legal gear types for this fishery are limited to purse seines and gill nets. In 2000, an allocated harvest strategy was implemented to manage the fishery. The season opened April 15th and ran through June 30th. This strategy directed the department to provide opportunities for the purse seine fleet to harvest approximately 75% of the preseason guideline harvest level, or GHL, and for the gillnet fleet to harvest approximately 25% of the preseason GHL. This was accomplished by establishing separate areas for purse seine and gillnet gear. In 2020, the board changed the strategy so that the season now runs April 1st through June 30th. The gear type GHL allocations were removed, and both gear types are allowed to fish the same areas on alternating days. To manage the fishery, the Kodiak management area is divided into 13 districts. Each district is further divided into smaller sections. In recent years, some sections have been combined with adjacent sections in areas where local herring stocks overlap into 2 or more sections. The colored areas shown here on this map are sections that were open to fishing in 2023. The green areas are sections where both were open to both purse seine and gillnet gear. GHLs were established in each of these sections pre-season and closed when their GHLs were met. The blue areas are sections that are exploratory, meaning there are areas with little or no recent history of harvest and are open with no established GHLs. Exploratory sections are closed if any amount of herring is harvested there. In 2023, a total of 20 areas were open to fishing, 6 of which were exploratory. GHLs reflect the status of a particular herring stock by section. They are established using a variety of information, including trends in age composition, where older herring will be more aggressively fished than areas with younger herring, biomass observations from aerial and hydroacoustic surveys, and fishery performance during previous seasons. This graph here shows a comparison of total GHL to the total harvest from 1979 to 2023. Years are shown on the horizontal axis, and tons of herring are shown on the vertical axis. The blue bars represent the GHL, while the red line represents the harvest. Until 2020, the GHL was split with separate allocation for both year types, but since 2020, the GHL has been shared between purse seine and gillnet. During the last 10 years, the GHLs averaged approximately 4,300 tons, while the average harvest has been approximately 3,100 tons. Note that harvest in 2019 is confidential. From 2014 through 2019, there was a decline in both GHLs and harvests. This occurred when several older age classes dropped out of the fishery, and the biomass was composed mostly of young herring. However, GHLs and harvests have been increasing since 2020 due to large recruitment events. This graph here shows purse seine harvest since 2000. During the last 10 years, the harvest has averaged approximately 3,100 tons. In 2019, less than 3 vessels harvested herring, so that harvest is confidential and not shown. This graph shows gillnet harvest since 2000. During the last 10 years, the harvest has averaged 0 tons. Note that years with asterisks indicate less than 3 vessels participated in the fishery, so that harvest is confidential and not shown. This is a stacked bar graph showing the percentage of herring harvested by gear type with purse seine in blue and gillnet in green. Again, please note some harvests are confidential and not shown. During the last 10 years, 99% of the harvests have been taken by purse seiners. This graph shows the number of vessels participating in the fishery, with purse seines represented by the blue line and gillnetters by the green line. Again, confidential data is not shown. During the last 10 years, participation in the sacro fishery has averaged 8 purse seiners and less than 3 gillnetters. This graph depicts the estimated ex-vessel value of the fishery. During the last 10 years, the ex-vessel value has averaged approximately $412,000. There we go. Now, the Kodiak food and bait fishery is a smaller fishery with lower GHLs and less effort. The season extends from September 1st through February 28th. The fishery was designated a limited entry fishery in 2001 with 5 purse seine/gillnet combination permits and 4 trawl permits issued. Department harvest concerns with low GHLs have resulted in combine fisheries occurring since 2001. Combine fisheries have been limited to 1 purse seine vessel. And food and bait GHLs are based on each district's sacro GHL for that year. This graph compares food and bait GHLs to harvest since 2001. GHLs are represented by the blue bars, and the harvest is represented by the red line. GHLs have ranged from 91 tons in 2018 to 815 tons in 2023, and harvest has ranged from 0 tons in 2016 to 912 tons in 2022. During the last 10 years, the GHL has averaged approximately 350 tons, while the harvest has averaged 310 tons. There are 2 proposals involving Kodiak Management Area herring fisheries before you this year. Proposal 56 seeks to add additional fishing time for purse seiners in the sacro fishery. And Proposal 57 would change the sacro fishery so that sacro permit holders could harvest herring in the fall. This concludes my presentation. We would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Thank you. Slide 10. There we go. I was just curious why there was such a significant drop in the harvest level in 2023 over 22.
Essentially, through the chair, Ms. Van Dort, Councilman Van Dort, essentially is a drop in the number of participants in the fishery.
They chose not to, even though there was that much available biomass there?
Through the chair, I'm sorry. The market is weird for sacro herring, and if fish aren't at a marketable size for the processors, they're not going to buy, or they're not going to have a good enough price to entice fishermen to fish. So those that had a market that could make it work would fish, and others who decided not to, it wasn't going to work for them.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. And then one quick question. On slide 16, you referenced a combine fishery. What's that?
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson Van Dort, basically a combine fishery. In this case, the old food and bait fishery, the GHLs were so small and the number of participants were high enough that the department decided that it wasn't within the conservation measures for us to be able to prosecute the fishery. And so what we told them was they can either get together and all have one boat fish, and we would let you prosecute, we would prosecute the fishery, but if they didn't do that, then we wouldn't open the fishery because the fear of overharvest. So since it's been for a long time now, when the food and bait fishery comes up, we force them into a combine and tell one boat to go catch the fish so we can keep track of the pace of the fishery.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Whichever one of you gentlemen would like to answer this would be fine with me. I'm just trying to get a perspective, looking at the proposals before us, about the size of the herring in the sacro fishery. You know, you can use this year, for example. Are they generally in the 150 to 200 gram size? Is that what the Kodiak herring generally are, or are they smaller than that?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter. Yeah, 150 to 250. A really big Kodiak herring's in the, low 300s. A really small is, 120. So.
And then speaking to the sacro GHL versus the food and bait GHL, did you say that the food and bait GHL currently is based on a percentage of the overall sacro GHL? Is it 10%?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, that's correct. Essentially, the large biomass areas, we take the sacro GHL, and 10% of that would be available for the food and bait fishery.
And just one quick follow-up. Has there ever been consideration given that when the sacro, because the markets in the sacro fishery are quite variable, and depending on who you are and where you are is probably the qualifying factor if you get to go fishing or not. But having said that, when a sacro GHL isn't fully utilized, which it has been in several years, has there been any thought about taking a portion of that and putting it into the food and bait fishery that particular year so that there might be more opportunity the way the regulations currently are written, or is that not possible?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, currently the way the regulations are written, we can't have like a rollover clause, so to speak. We don't have any way of regulatory-wise doing that. There's definitely been plenty of thought. I will say when it comes to food and bait fisheries in general in the Gulf of Alaska, we tend to be a bit more conservative just because the great thing about a sacro fishery is those fish are Kodiak fish because they're coming in to spawn in that bay. And so it's really easy to target those fish as they enter to spawn. Whereas when you have a food and bait fishery, it's a little more of a guessing game. They could be fish from other regions we really don't know because we don't know what the migration patterns of all those fish are. So inherently, most food and bait fisheries tend to be more conservative in the state of Alaska. But yeah, we've had people, peruse about the idea of having a rollover clause before in the past, but currently the way the regulations are written, we can't do that.
And if I could, Mr. Chairman, I guess, and I can get more into, I don't want to get into deliberations right now. I can ask you questions about this later when these proposals come up, but we have a huge herring biomass in the state of Alaska compared to the last 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, all over the state. And there's certain places in the state that have marketability for certain products and certain places that don't. And I'm just trying to figure out, when I see these different kind of proposals come in that, you know, really market different ideas about how we can maximize the ability to harvest these species. And so I guess I'll just leave it at that as a statement, and I'll ask you more questions later. Thanks.
Any other questions? I have a few, and hopefully I won't go longer than Mr. Wood was talking about before lunch. But herring has caught my attention since the Southeast meetings, and that's where my familiarity is with herring as far as Sitka versus the rest of the Southeast, et cetera. And I know it might not transcend to what's happening here, but that's the reference point that I start with. And having said that, herring down there, and I presume here, is a keystone stock for salmon, a whole list of other species that feed on them. What role or what allocation do you make when you see a big herring return biomass coming, that we use that instead of shifting it to food and bait, or instead of harvesting it, use it to be fattening up the salmon, et cetera, where we get a financial return in a different market, but nonetheless a very, very valuable market?
Through the chair, Mr. Chairman, we leave that up to the Board of Fish to decide.
Is it a valid consideration for the board? Apparently so, since you leave it up to us. Should we be accounting for some portion of the herring be allowed to remain in the food web for other species? Mr. Bowers.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just maybe a comment on harvest rates statewide for herring. You know, our maximum harvest rate statewide is 20% for herring, and so that's leaving 80% of, at the minimum, 80% of the biomass unharvested for spawning and for those other ecological services that you mentioned. In many cases, we're harvesting at a rate lower than 20%. As you've seen here, there's many years when the GHL is not taken, or a fishery doesn't occur at all when there's a harvestable surplus. So, but James is correct. If the board felt that the current approach to herring management with a maximum harvest rate statewide of 20% is not providing enough herring, you know, for those that ecosystem role, you know, that's something the board could look at. But, you know, I guess just getting back to your comment about salmon diet, you know, salmon are opportunistic feeders. Herring are one part of their diet. Mm-hmm. They're an important part of the diet at certain times and places, but they're certainly not the only food source for salmon. And yeah, I guess we haven't seen that linkage where harvesting herring has resulted in a decline in salmon stocks. You know, that we just don't understand that relationship. We haven't seen that.
And the data that I rely upon, I got from Ed Jones years ago, and it was like 60% of the salmon diet was herring. And that's pretty substantial, okay? Is that figure correct, incorrect, or?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think that's probably correct. I mean, if it came from Ed, you know, it's correct, but I think that is for certain species at certain times and places. You know, we know that, like, for example, sockeye salmon, herring's not an important part of their diet. Pink salmon, probably not an important part of their diet. Mm-hmm. Chinook salmon, probably a more important part of their diet, but so are squid and other fish.
Yeah. And this particular herring district, if you want to call it that, pales in comparison to, for instance, Sitka. I've just been told, I've not seen it myself, I've just been told that harvest has been set at 80,000 tons. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I don't think it was that high. I think it was up around 40,000 tons. But yeah, it's a really large biomass. I think it's the largest guideline harvest level we've set for Sitka herring. And as James mentioned, we've been seeing record or near record herring biomass levels across the Gulf of Alaska and into the Bering Sea the last several years.
And then the last line of questioning I have was dealing with the combine situation. Public comments, several of them make reference to the permits being held, basically, with the exception of one permit, being held by one family. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, I believe there are 5 set gillnet and purse seine permits and 4 trawl permits. I believe the 4 trawl permits I'd want to double check with CFEC, but are owned by different people. And yes, I've also heard that. I want to check with CFEC if they're actually all owned by they're not owned by the same person, but they're owned by
Same family.
same family.
That's concerning to me, and I'd like to find out whether that's accurate or not accurate, because it centers a lot of power in one particular group. So I'd like to confirm whether that's true or not true. It's raised several times in public comments, and you can get that to me later on if you wish.
I can do that for you, Mr. Chairman.
That's all I have. Ms. Carlson-Van Dort, then Mr. Bowers.
I'll cede to Forrest if he was responding to that first.
That'll be the last time she'll ever concede.
Yeah, probably.
Just wanted to correct the record. You were right, Mr. Chairman. 2024 Sitka guideline harvest level, Sitka herring guideline harvest level, 81,000 tons.
Yeah.
So I was in error there.
Either by accident or design, I'm right once in a while. Ms. Carlson-Van Dort.
Thanks. So back to this idea of this 20%, that biomass that isn't exceeded statewide. I'm assuming that's an average or an aggregate, and that by individual areas or stocks, the GHLs could be set above or below 40%? I'm sorry, 20.
Through the chair, Ms. Carlson-Van Dort, if I could jump in and talk about Kodiak. So in Kodiak, we take a little more conservative approach just because it's a really broad area and we have limited coverage, and it's difficult to come up with an overall biomass estimate. But if we have a really good handle on where we think we have a good handle on the biomass estimate, we don't like to set our exploitation rate above 10%. So we're about as conservative as it gets over here. And to be fair to what Director Bowers was saying, the biomass around Kodiak, despite the harvest, is the largest I think anybody around here in recent time has ever seen.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Thank you. We'll move on to the next and last staff presentation. And start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Tyler Pollum. I'm the area biologist for the Kodiak and Alaska Peninsula Aleutian Islands Management Areas for the Division of Sportfish. I have with me Mark Whitavine, the assistant area biologist for these areas. I'll present an overview of the Kodiak Management Area sport fisheries and information specific to sport fisheries addressed in proposals that will come before the board at this meeting. The presentation can also be found in RC3 tab 7. The Kodiak Management Area for sport fisheries is managed from the Kodiak office by myself, the assistant area biologist, a fisheries biologist, and several fisheries technicians, that make up weir crews and seasonal staff for research and management projects. The Alaska Peninsula Aleutian Islands Management Area is also managed from this office for the Division of Sportfish. The Kodiak Management Area, referred to as the KMA, is outlined in red at the right of the map shown. The KMA is divided into the remote zone and the road zone regulatory areas with specific regulations pertaining to each zone. Major sport fisheries in the remote zone include freshwater fishing for sockeye, coho, and pink salmon, as well as steelhead. And remote saltwater sport fisheries primarily target king and coho salmon and halibut, rockfish, and lingcod. Road zone fisheries are similar, with freshwater sport fisheries targeting sockeye, coho, and pink salmon, as well as stocked king salmon. Anglers also target both stocked and native rainbow trout. Saltwater fisheries near the road zone target king and coho salmon and halibut, rockfish, and lingcod, similar to the remote zone. Remote zone sport fisheries are accessed primarily through boat or airplane, with one of the most popular fisheries being trolling for king and coho salmon in remote zone waters that are just a short boat ride from the city of Kodiak, such as shown in the photos here and the chart down at the lower left. Popular fishing areas include the area just northeast of Spruce Cape, locally known as Buoy 4 or the Fingers, and between Woody and Long Islands, and the area from Cape Chiniak to Ugak Island or Narrow Cape. Freshwater fishing in the remote zone is often accessed through a guide service or one of the many remote lodges located throughout the KMA, and often via float plane from the city of Kodiak. There are a host of drainages that offer excellent freshwater fishing, with the largest being the Karlik, Ikulik, Dog Salmon, and Uganic rivers. Fishing opportunities in the Karlik River are shown in this slide, as well as the location of the river on the map in the lower left. The road zone consists of all the freshwaters east of the dashed line at the left of this map, from Crag Point in the north to the westernmost tip of Sultry Cove in the south, as well as the freshwaters of Woody and Long Islands. It includes all the saltwaters within the boundaries shown on the map surrounding the inner bay areas of the road zone. More than 20 fishable streams intersect Kodiak's road system, and several other road zone drainages are available but require off-road travel to access. Some fishing opportunities are within a 15-minute drive of the city of Kodiak, such as Menashka and Pillar Creeks and the Buskin River that are shown in the photos on this slide. Other drainages are slightly further out the road, but are accessible by the Chiniak Highway or Pasakshak Road and offer fishing opportunities for all 5 species of Pacific salmon. And the Pasakshak drainage is about an hour's drive from town and is shown on this slide. The road zone also has a network of off-road trails that provide access to the more remote drainages in the area. The largest sport fishery in the KMA is at Sultry Cove for sockeye salmon and is the drainage shown in the photos here. It's accessed by a 15-mile off-road trail. From the Chiniak Highway, it takes about an hour and a half via ATV or side-by-side. Given access to sport fishing opportunities, most angler effort in the KMA is concentrated in the road zone, but significant remote fisheries occur in all areas of the KMA. According to the Statewide Harbor Survey estimates from 2013 to 22, an average of about 87,500 angler days of effort were expended in all sport fisheries of the KMA, shown by the dashed line on the graph. This was by an average of about 27,000 anglers annually fishing Kodiak waters. That's shown by the dotted line on the graph. About half the total angler effort in the KMA occurs in the road zone, which has averaged about 42,600 angler days over the last 10 years, according to Statewide Harbor Survey estimates, and is shown by the dashed line in the graph. And an average of about 12,300 anglers fished road zone waters during the same time, shown here by the dotted line. There are 2 proposals specific to road zone sport fisheries that will come before the board at this meeting. Proposal 47 will address closed waters of Menashka Creek and snagging regulations of Menashka Bay. And Proposal 48 seeks to increase the bag limit for coho salmon in 3 drainages of the road zone. Sport fishing regulations in this area differ from remote zone regulations, as they're generally more restrictive for salmon bag limits, as well as having a number of closed areas and other special regulations. The road zone has a combined bag limit for salmon other than king salmon of no more than 5 per day, 5 in possession. Of these, no more than 2 per day can be sockeye salmon or coho salmon, except that after September 16th, only 1 can be a coho salmon. Coho salmon bag limits in Menashka Bay, Menashka and Pillar Creeks, Mill Bay, and Mission Beaches remain at 2 per day year-round due to stocking efforts in these areas. Bag limits for king salmon and all shellfish and groundfish are the same for both the road and remote zones of the KMA. Proposal 47 seeks to increase the waters of Menasha Creek open to sport fishing by repealing the closure of the east bank of the creek to fishing and repealing snagging restrictions in Menasha Bay. Menasha Creek is a small drainage flowing about 1 mile out of the Menasha Reservoir to Menasha Bay and located at the very northern end of Kodiak's main roadway. It was formerly used as a brood collection site for the Road Zone King Salmon Enhancement Project. However, king salmon brood collection efforts were shifted to other locations beginning in 2016. Current regulations state that Menasha Creek is closed upstream of a marker about 50 yards upstream of the highway bridge, as well as on the east bank, shown on the far side of this photo, from the highway bridge to a marker located about 100 yards downstream. Additionally, snagging is prohibited through July 5th in Menasha Bay. There's also a corresponding subsistence fishery closure in Menasha Bay through July 5th as well. Both sport and subsistence fishing regulations were originally intended to protect king salmon returning to the creek that were used for hatchery broodstock. Proposal 48 seeks to increase the coho salmon bag limit for the Sultry, Miami, and Sacramento drainages to two coho salmon per day year-round, given the more difficult access required to fish them. Along with Sultry Cove, Miami, and Sacramento drainages also require off-road travel to access, and the Sacramento River can only be accessed during low tides. These are also among the larger coho salmon runs in the road zone. Of the 3 drainages, the statewide harvest survey estimates of coho salmon harvests are only available for Sultry Cove, which you can see in the figure on the slide, in comparison to other road zone drainages. On average, just under 1,000 coho salmon were harvested from Sultry Cove annually over the last 10 years, with the 2022 harvest being just over 600 fish. Sockeye salmon are the primary species harvested in the Sultry Cove drainage. However, directed effort does occur for coho salmon, though to a smaller degree than for sockeye, or for coho salmon in other road zone drainages. Coho salmon are the primary species targeted in Miami and Sacramento drainages, but estimates of harvest aren't available due to low response rates to the statewide harvest survey, given the low angler effort to these areas. Proposal 49 seeks to establish a saltwater bag and possession limit of 1 king salmon per day during the early part of the summer and a 5-fish annual limit for 5 months of the year. Current regulations in KMA saltwaters allow a bag and possession limit of 2 king salmon per day year-round with no annual limit. A management plan has been established for the saltwater king salmon sport fishery in the KMA that prescribes a guideline harvest level, or GHL, of 11,000 king salmon, excluding fish harvested in Menasha Bay. The plan was initially established in 2002 when the bag limit was reduced to 2 king salmon per day and an initial GHL of 8,000 fish established. The plan was amended in 2008 and the GHL increased to 11,000 fish. Since then, the GHL has been exceeded 1 time in 2021. The primary area of harvest and effort occurs near the city of Kodiak, mostly in the vicinity of Kodiak Bay, though king salmon harvest occurs throughout the KMA. There are 2 wild king salmon runs in the KMA, the Kodiak and Ikulik rivers, located on the southwest end of the island, as well as 4 stock locations in the road zone. According to statewide harvest survey estimates, KMA king salmon harvests, shown in gray, have remained fairly stable on average for the duration of the management plan, though harvests vary considerably between years. The most recent 10-year average harvest was 40 fish more than the previous 10-year average, both of which are shown by the dashed line here. The dotted line is the GHL. King salmon harvests in Kodiak Bay, shown in black, comprise 52% of the total harvest during the last 10 years. And availability of king salmon for anglers in the KMA is highly dependent on near-shore feeding conditions, as most of the fish encountered are immature fish concentrated around schools of bait fish that tend to periodically move closer or further from shore and subsequently are either available or not available to anglers. Local hatchery fish returning to road zone streams are encountered in the Kodiak Bay fishery and particularly in the area of Calson Bay, though to an unknown degree. Proposal 50 seeks to amend the KMA rockfish management plan to include recognition of potential impacts to other species besides black rockfish and change an error in the possession limits. Rockfish bag limits were first reduced by the board in 2011 in response to rising sport harvests, and changed from 10 fish per day and 20 in possession to 5 fish per day, 10 in possession, of which no more than 2 per day, 4 in possession may be non-pelagic species, and 1 per day, 2 in possession may be yellow eye. In 2017, again in response to rising sport harvests, the board reduced the bag limit further in the hashed area in the figure shown, corresponding to Chiniak and Marmot Bays, to the current limit of 3 per day, 6 in possession, with the same non-pelagic and yellow eye limits. In 2020, the board adopted a management plan that prescribes a guideline harvest range of 0 to 26,000 black rockfish that the department is directed to manage within, and also established a list of management criteria that can be implemented by emergency order. The guideline harvest range sets a cap on the total harvest of black rockfish allowed in the sport fishery, but recognize the department may need to restrict specific areas to keep harvests at sustainable levels. Emergency orders have been implemented annually since 2021 in the shaded area on the figure. Yeah, you can't quite see it on there, but it's most of the east side of Kodiak and Afognak Islands, corresponding to the Afognak northeast and east side districts. And this was in an attempt to reduce the harvest of black rockfish and keep the overall KMA harvest within the guideline harvest range, but also manage the Afognak northeast and east side management districts for sustainable harvest. Sport harvests are highest in the areas most accessible from the Port of Kodiak and correspond to these 3 management districts primarily. And the department's statewide rockfish initiative has sought to align harvest estimates of black rockfish for sport and commercial fisheries by similar management districts and species. And subsequently, harvest estimates are now available that directly compare between sport and commercial fisheries and account for total removals given the similar rockfish populations that are being fished by different user groups. Estimates of sport harvests are also now available in season for the KMA due to these efforts. In addition to these, during annual interdivisional meetings with commercial fisheries and sport fisheries staff, the total harvest of black rockfish in each management district is compiled and used to assess sustainable harvest rates when compared to results of an annual hydroacoustic survey designed to estimate black rockfish abundance. In KMA sport fisheries, the black rockfish harvest peaked in 2019, but has stabilized over the last 4 years. According to recent harvest estimates, the guideline harvest range was exceeded in 2022, but the 2022 and 2023 harvest estimates are still preliminary, and final estimates of harvest will be available later in 2024. There's 4 other proposals that will come before the board at this meeting related to KMA sport fisheries. Proposal 44 would prohibit the use of multiple hooks, also known as treble hooks, for sport fishing in the freshwaters of the KMA. Proposal 45 would prohibit the use of treble hooks and the use of bait while sport fishing in all freshwaters of the KMA, including stock lakes and streams. Proposal 46 would allow snagging as a legal means of harvest for sockeye salmon in freshwaters of the KMA. And Proposal 51 would prohibit commercial transport vessels transporting hunters or nature viewers from engaging in sport or subsistence fisheries while clients are on board. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and I'll take any questions at this time.
Any questions from board members? Ms. Carlson Van Dort?
Thanks. On slide 21, and I'm sure I'm just reading this wrong because it's my post-lunch brain, but is Chiniak considered a part of the GHL for king salmon?
Ms. Carlson Van Dort, through the chair. Yes, so the GHL is for all saltwater fishery, all saltwater king salmon harvested in the KMA except Menasca Bay, which is technically outside of Chiniak Bay, but a small bay in between, say, the road zone and the remote zone waters.
So if I'm looking, so would you take the dark gray and the light gray and sort of stack them on top of each other?
Ms. Carlson Van Dort, through the chair. No, those are the black lines are actually within the lighter gray lines. So those are just showing a subset of the harvest. Yeah. So for comparison of the percentage of the harvest from each area.
Got it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Any other questions, Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just to clarify something, I'll make sure I heard you correctly. The black rockfish GHL, 0 to 26,000, is that correct?
Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, it's actually a guideline harvest range, so it's not a target, it's a range to manage within, and it's 0 to 26,000 black rockfish.
Okay, a range. Do you have a way to manage that in season, or is that done after the statewide sport fish surveys are analyzed, that you would make some sort of retroactive management change into the future?
Mr. Carpenter, through the chair, yeah, good question. The honest answer is we're learning. In the last 3 years, we've issued preseason EOs, which are somewhat reactive because we look at harvest from the previous year and make a guess as to what we think the trend will be. They've been the same each of those 3 years, so you can see the last several years have been much lower than, say, 2019, which was the goal. What we do have right now is we have pretty good in-season harvest information. We use this information on this slide, and what we use primarily for rockfish management now is actually a relatively new estimation method that takes the guided logbook harvest and expands it to estimate the unguided harvest, as well as break it down by species. So this is just for black rockfish for all anglers in the different districts of the Kodiak area, which is way more specific than we used to have using the statewide harvest survey alone. So we do have in-season information based on that. There's a simplified method that we use in season as we track logbook harvest throughout the season. We haven't used that in season yet. So it's possible we could, but we haven't had to yet.
Just a quick follow-up on that. I think that would be interesting to see if that would work. I'm not sure if you plan on trying to implement that as some sort of a test phase, or if that's just a plan that you have going forward, but I think that would be a very unique situation that would be interesting to know the outcome of. Thanks.
Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you. That concludes staff reports. Next agenda is traditional knowledge reports, but we're going to take about a 15-minute break as we apparently are experiencing some technical difficulties that need to be addressed. So we'll resume at 2:50. Does that give you, Annie, does that give you the time you need? Okay. So 2:50, we'll come back in order.
that has become established within the Buskin River watershed over the last 20-plus years and threatens our native salmon species. And I say to a lesser extent traditional knowledge due to the period of time that crayfish have been residing in Kodiak being fairly short over the last 20 years. But first, before I begin, I would like to thank the board members that visited the Buskin River watershed earlier this last year and have shown an interest in the crayfish situation, as well as all members of the board for creating the addition of the traditional knowledge section as part of the board process agenda, and for allowing me to speak today on behalf of the Shunak tribe. First, I would like to start with a bit of background on signal crayfish establishment within the watershed here in Kodiak. In the Buskin River, signal crayfish were first observed in 2002, where efforts to trap the population were somewhat unsuccessful due to the low numbers of crayfish inhabiting the Buskin at that time. It wasn't until 2014 that the first gravid female crayfish was observed in the upper Buskin River, which indicated that a breeding population was present. This led to an extensive survey and control effort led by the Shunak tribe and the Kodiak Soil and Water Conservation District. What was shown from these surveys was that a thriving population was centralized on the eastern side of Buskin Lake, near the lake's river mouth, going southwest to the southern side of Buskin Lake, and downstream in the upper Buskin River. Based on the control methods tested, the best ways to capture these crayfish that were shown and continue to be the most productive ways for us in our current control efforts are through trapping and hand capture by way of snorkeling, and have led to increased catches nearly every year from 2015 when the efforts first began and until present day in 2023. In other parts of the world where signal crayfish are invasive too, such as in Great Britain, they are highly competitive when it comes to their foraging behavior, while also having an omnivorous and opportunistic diet, consuming food sources such as detritus, macroinvertebrates, and fish species such as juvenile salmonids, based on what is really available to them. Excessive grazing of periphyton and collapses in aquatic insect populations have been documented as likely causes of fish declines in areas where invasive crayfish may be present in. In a system like the Buskin, overconsumption of macroinvertebrates by signal crayfish could also be an additive effect that they have on rearing juvenile salmon, negatively influencing the trophic food web. Signal crayfish also have a high fecundity, carrying upwards to 300 to 400 eggs per female, which allows them to expand rather quickly. The reproductive ability, as well as having limited natural predators and high predator avoidance through burrowing, is the major cause of their success in the Buskin. They also have a wide thermal tolerance, enabling them to survive at this northern latitude here in Kodiak. It is important in invasive species management to employ the early detection rapid response framework if an invasive species such as a signal crayfish is desired to be eradicated. Unfortunately, due to the rapid expansion and the myriad of invasive traits that signal crayfish have and impose in the area that they are introduced to, here in Kodiak, the population has unfortunately reached a level where a complete eradication is rather unfeasible. Noticing this, we are continuing to control this population and giving the Buskin, a system that has seen a decline in sockeye salmon numbers over the last 20 years, a chance to recover and to restore the wild runs that tribal members of the Shunak tribe and others, as well as Kodiak's residents, subsist off of. Over the last 3 years, we boosted our control efforts with the Shunak tribe and became more efficient in capturing crayfish. We removed a total of 2,821 crayfish in 2021, 6,048 in 2022, and 4,300 in 2023. Our success in these last 2 years was largely due to centralizing our efforts on areas of highest density in order to maximize our catch per unit effort, and through putting on public crayfishing derbies at the Buskin Lake, which occurred monthly during the summer months in 2023. We plan to continue hosting these derbies in 2024 due to the public's interest and overall success in increased removals of crayfish. A few things we had noticed over 2023 in our control efforts, which may be indicative that we are putting stress on this crayfish population through our removals, was that we had to exert more time and effort in order to collect the same number of crayfish that we had captured over that same amount of time in 2022. We also collected a lower number of adult crayfish in 2022 while diving at these same locations. And thirdly, we are finding a larger number of smaller, gravid, or sexually mature females than in 2022, which could be indicative of the male population of signal crayfish not being able to have access to those larger, more suitable female mates because of the lack of them. And so they are settling for these smaller females. We believe continuing these control measures over successive years, as well as completing our initial research experiments to understand signal crayfish dietary intake, movement and dispersal ability, and assessing their population abundance through mark and recapture will guide us to understand the trend of the crayfish on the Buskin and being able to evaluate what population level is considered adequate for sustainable control. As of right now and of what we know, the only established population of crayfish in Alaska is within this drainage of the Buskin River watershed, and we are hoping to keep it that way, although other areas within the state are at risk given the cold tolerance of signal crayfish and where they are found in other areas of the world. The most northern invasive range that signal crayfish occupy is in Sweden and Finland, where these northernmost latitudes going north to south correspond to the same latitudes here in Alaska from Denali National Park on the north end going south to Homer. Given the likely chance of establishment if introduced signal crayfish are not detected early on within their early stages of their invasion, we believe it would be very wise to be on the lookout for crayfish in these areas so that a quick response could be done if they are present in order to lessen the impact that they may have on the environment. At the Shunak tribe, our goal is to protect our natural resources, and by doing all we can to control this invasive population here in Kodiak, we hope to see a recovery of this vital, culturally, commercially, and recreationally important resource of the Buskin sockeye salmon. Looking ahead, we will continue to seek out new, more efficient ways to control this population, learning from the past strategies and providing new strategies for the future. Kiana, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Just a second. Ms. Carlson Van
Yeah,
Dort.
Kuyana, for your testimony today and for coming forth and sharing with us. What would you consider to be early sort of detection? You mentioned that early detection and eradication efforts. What is early, like 0 to 2 years, 0 to 5 years, just in kind of your experience?
Yeah, through the chair to Carlson Van Dort. You know, it's early detection, rapid response. It could mean, based on reports or through the use of new technologies such as eDNA, in which we have actually been using here in Kodiak to detect signal crayfish. Fortunately, they are stuck to the Buskin right now. But early detection, the sooner, obviously, the better, especially with signal crayfish. In 2002, when they were first reported, there was efforts to trap the population, but it didn't really provide much. The trapping didn't really find any because of the low numbers. Now new technologies would probably enable those, and so the sooner, obviously, the better to have a better chance. I can't really put a specific number on it with crayfish, but yeah.
Mrs. Swenson.
Through the chair, how did they get here? I mean, are they indigenous in any way? Or did somebody drop them in here like in South Central where they dropped pike into the lakes and really screwed up our system? How did they get here?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Svensson. There's been a lot of theories about how they've gotten here. Some likely ones probably are, maybe a science experiment for crayfish, and then when they were done with them, someone might have thrown them into the lake. It's rather unknown. And so, some people could have transported up here for a crayfish boil, and then they were done with them, and maybe wanting to start their own population. But it was definitely introduced sometime probably in the late 90s to early 2000s.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood.
How are you? When I met you this spring, you took us and saw you in, snorkeling there. I've wondered, have you had any help financially from the state or otherwise to try to help with this problem?
Yeah, through the chair to Mr. Wood. All of our funding has either gone through the Bureau of Indian Affairs or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service through their tribal wildlife grants. We have not gotten state funding for our control efforts and research so far.
Have you applied for state funding for invasive species or anything like that?
So far, we have not.
Thank you.
Any other questions? When Mike and Tom and I came out to view the site this summer, or the prior summer, I've lost concept of town, I was just totally, I don't want to say amused, but I'm half Cajun, and I see this guy swimming out with a wetsuit out in the middle of the lake trying to hand catch crawfish. And the numbers that you're describing catching on a yearly basis may feed one Fay Dodo down in Louisiana. So, you know, the numbers are not huge. My question is, why don't you use proven methods where my cousins, et cetera, down in Cajun country are very successful at catching crawfish? Or if not, pay the airfare, come up here, and they'll do it for you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. The strategies that we've tried in the early stages of control efforts through trapping have been somewhat unsuccessful. The signal crayfish, based on the traps that we've been using, they're not very active during a lot of part of the year for seeking out food sources such as those baits that would be in traps. But that being said, some strategies through trapping have been productive of recent. We are trying to see whether or not it would be beneficial for potentially hiring, maybe a person or a group of people to be dedicated for catching these crayfish through trapping measures. And so that's something we'd probably investigate, moving forward.
And if you would be so kind as to remind me, because your testimony today got some of the gray matter moving, hadn't been moved in too long. And Director Payton sent me an email concluding the remarks he and I were having back and forth, and I was copying your tribe as well during those exchanges, and I'll get that to you. So if you would give me a text in a couple days when I get back home, I'll find that and send that along. But what that was focused on was what I understood at the time had been a previous ACR dealing with asking for permission to allow the live harvest of live crawfish. And the department was not in favor of that. And as far as you can jump in any time, but they were not in favor of it because I understood they were fear that allowing them to be caught live may actually facilitate transporting them elsewhere on the island, as opposed to requiring that the crawfish be dead. Why was that proposal put forward in the first place? Who thought of that? Do you know?
The proposal to allow live transport of crayfish?
Yeah.
I think it was originally intent was to get more people out at the lake to harvest them. It had been open for at least, almost 20 years for harvest of crayfish. But once it was restricted, then there was a lower effort of crayfish catch during that time because it was, restricted. But then I believe there was a board proposal last year that was submitted by Fish and Game, their invasive species division, that allows now transport of dead crayfish if you kill them on site. And so, that increased the level of harvest this last year because of that board process through that.
Yeah, and for those of you who haven't cooked a bunch of crawfish, you really don't want to cook dead crawfish.
No.
No, I'm serious. They can have some serious health impacts if you were to do that. So I'm certainly not suggesting that. One question I do want to give you an opportunity to address is, let's assume we find another creek, whether it's on this island or elsewhere, that we find an invasion of these signal crawfish. What is your recommendation on how to best address that in a fashion that may get ahead of the game and eradicate them rather than be where we are with this situation?
Mr. Chair, it's a very good question. So some of the strategies we've been utilizing for early detection and rapid response, in which we have not detected any crayfish yet on the Kodiak Road system, is through the use of eDNA by looking at single species DNA that are able to detect from a water sample that you send into a lab. And this is, evolving technology and a way to detect them in low densities. And so once they're detected, in which we're doing monthly detections at these local rivers that are close to the Buskin, this would be a good strategy to find them in those early phases. And so once we are able to detect them, we can, assess the site, and then from there, evaluate how many are there, and whether or not a total eradication could potentially come from that based on the
My
numbers.
question is more, let's assume that they are there. We don't have to go through all this detection process, although I understand it to be useful as a tool. So now we know those crawfish are in that particular water body. What concrete steps do you suggest be taken by the state or by whomever to eradicate them at the infancy stage rather than get to a situation where we're pike where they're all over the place?
Yeah, I think it would definitely be a centralized group effort among agencies, whether that would be, kick seining is a useful way of catching crayfish in areas that, in river environments.
Would your tribe be willing to participate with the department in coming up with some plan of this nature?
We would definitely be willing to talk about that.
And if it helps, I'm not going to speak for her, but I believe the local Regional Aquaculture Association would join in with you in that effort and come up with something, because it would sure be most helpful. And I would look forward to it. Thank you for coming and participating.
Kiana, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. Next person up is Natasha Hayden, and she has submitted RC 8, which addresses some of the things she'll be talking with us about.
Good afternoon, Chairman and fellow board members. So today I'm going to break my comments into two parts. First, I'm going to be providing comments on behalf of the Kodiak Island Tribal Coalition, and then after that, I'm going to be providing comments on behalf of myself. So my name is Natasha Hayden Chimay Koyana, for allowing me to speak to you today. I am Alutiiq Sukbiak. Sukbiak is the Alutiiq word for real people. My parents are Bill Beristoff from the old village of Afognak and Tempe Beristoff from the Midwest. I'm the mother of 3 children, Jordan, my daughter, and my 2 sons, Stormy and Kieran. My husband has fished here for 35 years. First, we want to express our deep gratitude to the Board of Fish for recognizing the unparalleled expertise held by the indigenous people of Alaska. We commend the board for creating a mechanism to incorporate traditional knowledge into fisheries management and look forward to participating. We, the Kodiak Island Tribal Coalition, is comprised of the 10 Kodiak Island tribal organizations representing several thousand Alutiiq Sukbiak people who came together to form the Kodiak Island Tribal Coalition to provide a unified voice of advocacy for Kodiak Island tribes. Currently, our coalition focus is to conserve and protect the health and sustainability of marine resources in the Gulf of Alaska. We're working together to open access to marine resources in the Gulf for rural villagers and small boat fishermen and providing equitable allocation of marine resources. We respectfully submit the following comments on the supplemental notice of proposed changes announced on December 6th related to this agenda item. There's extensive data that documents the presence of Alutiiq Sugpiaq people throughout the Kodiak Island archipelago for at least 7,500 years and is described in the Chumu Shlapet Ancestors Cultures Through Time in its publication by the Alutiiq Museum of Kodiak, Alaska. The archaeological record contains the remains of bones and the fishing tools used to target cod, halibut, salmon, and shellfish, along with marine mammals such as seals and whales. The Alutiiq people have stewarded the marine resources throughout thousands of years of continual occupation of this region. This demonstrates our resilience and ability to manage and adapt to the ever-changing environment. We're currently working to overcome the severely negative impacts of natural resource management policies on our Indigenous people. We have regularly attended Board of Fish meetings for decades, providing expert testimony based on generations of experience in fisheries. Despite our engagement, we have been unsuccessful in making any positive impact for our people, and communities engaged fisheries management with the loss of access through privatization, declining fish populations, and rapidly changing environment. We offer that including traditional knowledge held by Indigenous stewards will make positive contributions in domains related to climate change, fishing futures, and continuation of fishing as lifeway. The Alutiiq Sugpiaq people of Kodiak Archipelago have always had a multidimensional relationship with fisheries and marine resources. In stark contrast to modern management systems that have separated out what is referred to as subsistence, commercial, sport, or personal use fisheries, and removed the human-fish relational aspect. We believe that incorporating Indigenous and traditional knowledge is a step towards restoring that relationship and will benefit all stakeholders. We are excited to engage with the board in a more equitable way and look forward to working with you on behalf of our Native communities on Kodiak Island in reversing the inequities that have been bestowed upon our Sugpiaq people. Sincerely, myself, I'm the vice chair of the coalition, and Freddie Christensen, who is the chair. Now I'd like to provide some additional comments on behalf of myself. I'm speaking only on behalf of me at this time. We've been working to access healthy and sustainable fisheries, or we are working to promote healthy and sustainable fisheries for the next 7,000 years. I recognize that my comments here today are not going to guarantee that, but I do believe that with keeping our eyes on what is going to happen 500 years from now, what we do today will have an impact of that. I also want to take us back to before limited entry, which has, where we find ourselves, limited entry and the current management systems that we have in Alaska. Prior to that, my father, who had been a prolific commercial fisherman since he was a child in Afognak, had interfaced with people who were new to the region that were setting their establishing their sites around the island, both purse seining and set netting, which hadn't really been done in this way. And having provided his traditional knowledge to those people to help them, which is part of one of our core values, is to share and to promote community. And then what has led us to, in part, what I see today with a lot of the proposals that you're going to be considering over the next couple of days that are related to the management plan for the west side of Kodiak that that have been submitted on behalf of the different gear types. And that is kind of coming full circle to what we're seeing with the diminishing opportunities for the people to have an opportunity to participate in those fisheries, which is what started 50 years ago at the beginning of state management. I wanted to address there was a question earlier from one of the board members about the use of subsistence or marine mammals in subsistence. And I know that that's not the topic of the discussion of this meeting, but since there was a question, and for our Alutiiq people here in Kodiak, what we have seen is, and what was reported in the subsistence presentation, is declining usage of marine mammals. And that is in large part due to the regulatory structure of how marine mammals are managed, not the lack of desire to participate in marine mammal harvesting, but because of the constraints that are placed on Indigenous people and how we're able to interface with that resource. So I just wanted to provide that as well, since it was asked about earlier today. So I just am happy to answer any questions, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to participate in this unprecedented process.
Any questions? Mr. Godfrey?
Hello, Natasha. It's nice to see you here. Thank you for both your organizational testimony and your personal testimony on this new category. You personally, I'm just going to ask you personally, not for the coalition that you previously spoke for. If you know, in the future, I'm not asking at the moment, what would you see as a major priority as far as using is the integration with this board and the use of traditional knowledge? Clearly, the Marine Mammal Protection Act issues and stuff are beyond the scope and jurisdiction of this board, but what do you see yourself, you know, advocating for in elevating the consideration and implementation of traditional knowledge with this board in the future? And if you don't have an answer at the moment, that's fine. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just want to know if there's something specific or multiple specifics that, you know, raise to your perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Through the chair, yeah, thank you for that question. I really appreciate that because I think that your question is really an excellent jumping off point into what I'm hoping that this process is going to lead to. I referenced my father's, as an Indigenous person whose family has been here for thousands of years, a skilled fisherman, both subsistence, commercial, personal use, and as a community member, providing assistance to newcomers to our region who came here for whatever reason and saw an opportunity to put a net out and put some anchors out and start to participate in a commercialization of, you know, the resource. And that act, which is inherent to the community that he came from, then turned into a permanent asset to those individuals. So what we found ourselves on Kodiak Island is we've got permits and leases and sites and boats, and some of them are static and some of them are, you know, are mobile, like the seine fleet and the gillnet fleet for previous herring, gillnet and whatnot. And what you're going to be discussing over the next couple of days is a kind of reflecting a bit of crisis in our fishing community, in my opinion. And, you know, I'm not going to tell you what year I was born, but it was in the 70s. And during a time when everybody fished here. Like the only reason, one of the things I forgot to mention was that prior to the contact by the Russians coming here to extract fur, there was 20,000 people on Kodiak Island in the archipelago. Right now, Kodiak Archipelago supports 13,000. And so fully self-contained, this rock in the North Pacific can support everybody. And so what I'm hoping to be able to participate in this style is to add the kind of context that I would not be able to provide in a 3-minute testimony on a proposal. Because I've never submitted a proposal to the Board of Fish, because I just fish. And I feed my family, and I spend time with my family, and I'm connected to fish. And it never occurred to me that for me to be able to continue to do that I would have to be a politician, and I would have to be a business person. I mean, I knew I had to be a business person because I did grow up having commercial fisheries as part of my family's economic basis, you know, but to have parity in fisheries resource management, I believe that this is going to give us an opportunity to help management, the Board of Fish, you know, the agencies, to have a better understanding of what fisheries management is to the people that have always managed the fish, that have always survived on the fish. So thank you, Mr. Godfrey.
Thank you for your comment, and I would imagine that most of us in the room were unaware of that fact you just stated, that prior to Russian contact, this archipelago sustained 20,000 souls, and now it sustains 13,000. And your point being that it's totally self-sustaining, and it was for centuries before Russian contact. That's a pretty fascinating fact you shared, and I really appreciate your testimony.
Any other questions? Mr. Wood?
Thank you for bringing up the marine mammals. And I appreciate learning more from you. I've just been trying to learn more about the interaction with marine mammals and its impact on the resource and limitations of people to harvest them. So if you'd hunt me down and tell me more, I'd be psyched. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Do you have a question about that?
If you'd like to answer some right now, please do.
Very briefly, I could.
Yes, please.
I have been privy to and aware of conversations around the state of Alaska of the impact on marine mammals are having on our shellfish resources, and that the sea otters in particular are rebounding in ways that are having an impact that wasn't foreseen. Us as Alutiiq people are constrained by the Marine Mammal Protection Act, more specifically by the CFRs, the Code of Federal Regulations, is what defines an Alaskan Native person. That in itself is an outcome of the Western colonial structure. And us as Alaska Native and Indigenous people, we are able to self-identify who we are as Alaska Native people. And so we're working diligently, and some of my predecessors have been working for decades to try to find some solutions that would allow us to have the autonomy to manage the marine resources in the way that we had for thousands of years. And so, we as Indigenous people and tribal nations are your best allies when it comes to managing those resources. And we're also looking for allies in pursuing that as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very much.
Mr. Saray?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of a statement, but if you would like to reply to it, that would be fine. I would venture to guess that the 20,000 people that you talk about that used to be intimately involved with the fishery back pre-contact and all that, I would venture to guess that they probably had a lot less negative impact on the survivability of the fisheries than the much smaller amount nowadays. But just a thought. I come from the Yukon River where we aren't even allowed to fish right now.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Zuri. Through the chair, if I may. I think that is correct, but I think that it might be better characterized in that the management that the people here conducted had it indeed borne out to be sustainable. So we have archaeological evidence that shows the presence of cod, salmon, halibut, marine mammals there's hundreds of sites around the island and the archipelago that go back and are continuous for 7,000 years. So throughout environmental changes, shifts in climate, we hear about species regime shifts. Up until recent history, there has been a continual presence of these resources and use of these resources by the Alutiiq people of the Kodiak region. So I think what wasn't present, and it was present, trading was alive and well as well, because there is evidence of ivory going back thousands of years. So the people of Kodiak Island were not isolated and fully, no contact of other people. There was contact and well-developed trading routes, and it was used as currency, the marine resources that we have here on our island, in trading relationships from around the state and further down the coast, down, Southeast Alaska, it's all the way down towards Canada. And so there was extractive activities going back, millennia. So the use of the resources for the benefit of others outside of the region is not new to the last couple of 100 years. It has just gotten to the point where, and one of the other comments that I was going to make that I forgot, I apologize, is when I was a kid, we had everybody were fishermen, but everybody fished year round. It wasn't people that just fished to extract as much salmon as they possibly could, or as much halibut, or as much crab. It was something that everybody did throughout all of the year to be able to support a household and to support a community. And so I think that also has a lot to do with, where we're finding ourselves now.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? I just have a couple, and I certainly don't want to put words in your mouth, but if I understood what you testified to, and I'm looking at your RC8 at the same time, you're suggesting to us that the very basis of the management plan we operate under, i.e. the commercial versus the sports versus personal use versus subsistence, be jettisoned and revert back to a fish-human relationship as being the driving force for decisions. Is that correct?
That is a very big statement. I am not suggesting, at least this is the first time I'm going to do this. I'm hoping to be able to come back and do this, in the future, and we're going to work towards building the system. The human-fish relationship needs to be included, is what I'm saying. That fisheries management is not managing the fish. Fisheries management is managing the people, and that us as people, we have to have a broader view of how that's done.
I like the words coming out of your mouth rather than the ones that came out of mine. The second part of it is your reference to how it was done for the last 1,000 or so more of the years. And I can't help but notice that the difference is, maybe I'm wrong, so correct me, when those practices were in effect, you were basically addressing a localized consumption of the resource, meaning the state of Alaska or thereabouts. Whereas in the present day and age, these same resources are going over to France, wherever, Spain, international market. Do you believe that the practices that were practiced by your ancestors could address the market demands, or should we not expect those markets to be met?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. I think that food security is a real issue and concern here. And that one of the elements, and I deeply appreciate the question, because I think one of the elements of fisheries management or human management that we have now is, it's what we've seen, and this is documented, the severe loss of access to fisheries by rural communities, small communities, indigenous people, down to 50%, 75%, 100%. Some of our communities don't have anybody that holds a commercial fishing permit anymore, or a sport commercial fishing permit. And so the people that are in those communities would not be able to support the community. That support is being, has been transferred out, has been, sold on or passed on to other people. So, I mean, I think that this is not getting to what your question is about our resources providing for the food security of the world. I think that that's what you were asking about. I am more concerned about the food security of our community. I'm more concerned about our community's ability to provide for themselves, to support themselves. One of the things that I think you're going to be hearing a lot about in testimony throughout this meeting is about how families are struggling to hold on to and to maintain economic viability for their sites or their fishing operations. And, you know, I think that it is important to think back of how things were before that, when, you know, the people in this community where you had thousands of people looking out for each other, you know, some doing better than others, but, you know, no child left behind type of thing. And so to be able to continue to, or to redirect the primacy of providing, you know, food security and economic opportunities for people in the communities, and then looking at feeding the world after that.
Okay, appreciate the response. Any other questions? Thank you so much, and just like to differ with a little bit of what you said. You thanked us, you began by thanking us for allowing you to testify. We're inviting you, and I hope you do come back and others get involved as well. It's going to help out the whole process. Thanks.
Diana.
Next person up is James Alpiak. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for your time. My name is James Alpiak. I'm born and raised in Kodiak. I started beach seining with my grandparents in '79 in Kodiak Bay. It was just my gramps and my gram and I. It was a little operation. But we originally lived in Kodiak and moved out of there the fall before the bridge fell down. We used to do our subsistence fishing. It would vary. Sometimes we get 300-400 fish put up on the racks by the middle of May. Sometimes we wouldn't get them till first week of June, but they always showed up. I fished beach seined with them up until, 84, and started purse seining. I started my young career fishing over there. We were living in Larson Bay. We'd bounce around from Kodiak to Red River in the spring when the weather would let us go fish on the outside because our boat was so small. We couldn't fish really bad weather. But most of our fishing was done in Kodiak Bay back then. The only difference back then was there was more seiners between Larson Bay and Whitney Fidalgo up at Parks Cannery. Everybody got along, and it wasn't until about the 80s our traditional seining spots were slowly getting picked away by gill nets. People were buying a gill net permit or two, and it added on every year. And by the 90s, all our traditional seining spots inside Kodiak were pretty much gone, from the deadline up in Kodiak below Parks, all the way out to Rocky Point. I've noticed that Brown's Lagoon is taking a big hit somewhere along the line. I ain't pointing fingers, but something happened to them. We don't know, maybe down the line. We used to make a living there fishing in the bays. Kodiak used to be good. Zacher is on the verge of who knows what's going on, but there's gill nets all along from Carlson Point all the way out to tip of Greenbanks, and we get 1 or 2 fishing spots in the bays, and we can't even fish around the gill nets because they got anchor buoys, which is understandable. Makes it easier for them to straighten out their hook or whatever. I gill netted 1 year commercially in my life, and I gotta admit that was the hardest work I ever did in my life. And I used to go out west and crab, so my hat's off to those guys. But we've always gotten along. We've always pushed and strived for the same thing. This is kind of more along the lines of the 2-hour to 48-hour or whatever. I bought my boat in 99, and I've continued my traditional fishing down in Kodiak, Zacher, Spearden, Carlick, inner Carlick, outer Carlick. I go to Red River if there's a nice forecast. I don't fish the south end. I don't go to the east side. And God forbid I should ever have to come fish up by the hatchery with 100 other boats. If we're gonna go broke, we're gonna go broke where we grew up. And to take fishing time away from us over on that side, that will probably be the end of my little operation, because I have my wife and my kids. We fished the bays I was born in 71, started, it was either 78 or 79. We're struggling just as bad as they are. I started off with a little boat, and I still have that little boat 23 years later. We got another boat a few years ago to get my oldest boy started, and I've taught him where I grew up fishing, and we kind of stick together. But to take away fishing time from us would probably be the end of our little family operations. We hire nothing but family if we can. Support family. I got a big family. I have 6 kids myself. So, fall time, it's hit or miss. We don't get to go fish on the outside every day. Maybe sometimes it's 1 day out of the week if there's a good Carlick run. And we just sit down there and grind away. We could come up here, we could go Alatac or Old Harbor, but there's already a lot of boats in all of those places. I would like to think that the gill netters could work with the seiners or vice versa. And, instead of having to go to a board to have our fate decided by what's going to happen here in the near future is kind of scary. And with our prices starting to bottom out, our boats and permits aren't going to be worth a whole heck of a lot. It's kind of a cycle, and it happens. Fishing's fishing, it's not catching. If you think you're getting in the fishery for a guarantee, then then you probably should have did something else. I'm 52 years old, and I've been fishing for 44 years or 45 years of those, and making a good living. So, not great. I never upgraded on the boat, never bought $1 million house, and I put in my time pot fishing out west and around the island here. And I don't recommend it for my kids because it's a hard life. It's tough. And I kind of encourage them to get an education, and salmon's really friendly compared to every other fishery in the wintertime. I don't really care to see anybody do it. But other than that, I just wanted to let you guys know there is a little family operations that do fish on the west side inside the bays, and we've never, not that I know of, that I could think of, I don't think the seiners ever pushed for the gill netters to get rid of their dummy sites or their trip buoys. We just work around it or outside of them, try and avoid them. And there are friends. I grew up with all these people. Half my friends are either passed away or retired. And everybody got along. And then we'd have meetings at the canneries when it was Kissy, Kodiak Salmon Packers eventually, and then now OBI. Whitney Fildago, they had 30 boats of their own. They put up on their own waves. Larson Bay had about the same put up on their waves. So, and when it blew southwest, we would all do good and prosper a little because there wasn't a lot of big boats back when I was growing up in the 80s, started commercial fishing. The average size was probably 40 feet. And a big boat was 48 feet, and wow, he packed 60,000 pounds. That was a lot of fish. That was a big boat back then. Nowadays, they pack.
I'm going to ask you to bring your remarks to a conclusion.
I'd just like to not see us lose fishing time. We're not doing any better than they are. And other than that, I'd like to thank you for your time.
We want to thank you for your time. Let's see if there are any questions from any board member. Not a question, just a comment. I'm hoping that the seiners and the set netter associations, et cetera, will listen to the plea to perhaps work something out amongst themselves rather than have this board make the ultimate decision. Well, they will make the ultimate decision, confirming, but to making the decision. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next person up is James Alpiak Jr. Go ahead and push the button and start whenever you feel comfortable.
Good afternoon. My name is James Alpiak Jr., and I grew up fishing with my dad. Like he said, in the bays, Uyak and Zacher and Spiriton. And when the weather lets us, we would go fish on the outside. But like he was saying, we don't have the gear to always fish on the outside and in the weather, so we have to work the bays. And when I was younger, there was lots of sets for us for seiners, but the older I got, the more gill net sets started popping up on traditional seining sets. And like he was saying, we have to work around them or find a different spot. And I just want to add on to what he said. It's fishing, not catching. We've always been on friendly terms with the gill netters on the west side, but lately there's like I said, we got to work around the gill netters, so when there's fish going by, you know, they have fins and they move. They don't always go in a straight line. If you're not there when they're there, you're not going to get them. And a lot of the times, some fish show up by some gill nets, they'll hit the gill net, and they'll go back down to the beach where they, you know, just came from. Or sometimes they'll just go out around the hook and, you know, just swim by the gill net. There's nothing we could do. That's not our fault. We shouldn't, you know, be punished, be forced to move outside for that. And there's lots of different factors. Sometimes the gill net sizes are too big for the fish going by, the species that are going by, so they'll go, you know, right through the holes. And I've had friends that were gill netters. They said the best way for them to fish was you kind of just watch the net. When the fish show up, you go get them or chase them in, or, you know, you can't just sit there and wait and expect to catch fish. Yes.
Okay. Any questions from board members? Thank you for participating. Thank you. That concludes the part of the agenda for traditional knowledge reports. And we'll go into public testimony. Are we set up for that? Yeah. Okay. I was going to move that a little closer. So it's 3 o'clock. We'll resume at 3:10. I was looking at the 3-minute clock. Okay. So what time is it?
It is 3:53.
We'll resume at 4. As soon as it quiets down, we'll get restarted. Let me put it a little differently. If we don't quiet down, we won't restart. There we go. Yeah. Okay. We're now going into the public testimony portion of the agenda. We have, pardon me? We have 90 persons who have listened to me and signed up to testify. If you're not on the list, you'll not be allowed to testify. So I'll go through the little spiel I need to go through. I've cut it back some, so be happy about that. At this meeting, the public will be given, almost strike that. When your name is called, please come forward to the microphone and state your name for the record and when and whom you, not when, but when you, whom you represent. Should be posted on a bulletin board outside and will be shortly here inside. The names, and this is the order we will be following, and coming up to testify. So you should be able to look at that list and see whether you're coming up within the next 2 or 3 speakers, and we would very much appreciate it if you'd come forward and be prepared to take place at the microphone when your name gets called. You should identify yourself when you start your testimony, and if you have any written materials for the board, you should identify those materials by RC, PC, or AC number. The chairman will provide the board members an opportunity to get the paperwork before them. The time is not charged to the person or advisory committee representative who is testifying. At this meeting, the public will be given 3 minutes to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory council representatives will be given 10 minutes. When you begin your testimony, the executive director will give you a few moments to introduce yourself before starting the timer. When your time is up, you will hear a beep. Please listen for it because it's not as loud as I would like to make it. Please stop speaking when the timer goes off or you'll be instructed to stop. When you're finished, please remain seated so that any board member that may have a question may present it to you. We ask that you confine your oral testimony to the subjects under consideration in as concise and direct a manner as possible. And I'll just add on, if you're going to be addressing a specific proposal and our proposals, that you identify them at the beginning of your testimony as well. It is the intent of the board to deal with the merits of the proposals based on the general principle used by the board. The board does not deal in personalities. Thus, public testifiers are admonished not to refer by name to any person, any staff member, or any board member. And I have found the best way to make sure you don't inadvertently go into that is just simply not refer to any of those above-named persons. Advisory committee and regional advisory council representatives should also fill out a blue card, which is already done, and indicate whether they'll testify at the beginning or at the end of the public testimony. Please note on the card which advisory committee you're representing and be prepared to describe the general membership of your committee. Confine your testimony to the position the committee took on the proposals or issues and give minority opinions of the committee, if any. If you wish to provide your own personal testimony, please fill out a separate blue card and submit it to the board staff. If your name is called and you are not present to testify, a second call will be made. If you miss both your first and second calls, you will not be able to testify at the meeting. If your first call happens in an afternoon session, your second call will occur at either the end of the testimony list or at the beginning of the next morning's session, whichever comes first. I will do my best to make regular announcements about these second call opportunities. With that, we will start public testimony. The first person or persons up are Wallace Fields and Nate Rose on behalf of the Kodiak Advisory Committee, so they will have 10 minutes to testify. Gentlemen, whichever you wish to start first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, member of the board. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Nate Rose, and my colleague here is Wallace Fields. We've decided to take the AC comments and split them roughly in half. I'll be addressing proposals 44 through 61, and my colleague will be addressing proposals 62 through 74. Take note, this was a very long process through the AC, and so we're going to be racing fast. Hopefully you can keep up with us. Kodiak AC is made up of multiple individuals from the villages, also representatives of the Kodiak commercial fishing sector, as well as from the set net industry as well as the seine industry, small boat crab, large boat crab, and a processor seat. So we have a very diverse AC membership. We pride ourselves on that diverse voice. I think it's really reflective of our community. With that introduction, I'm going to get started. Proposal 44, the Kodiak AC supported on an 11-3 vote. General comments for support, that the multi-hook causes more harm, inflicts more harm on a fish, potential mortality issues as a result of more than one hook. The single hook, those opposed, the single hook disproportionately impacts local fishermen, especially new entrants to the sport industry. Youngsters may have a harder time catching fish, and a lot of times that getting hooked is getting hooked. So, Proposal 45, unanimous opposition by the Kodiak AC to prohibit bait and multiple hooks in the Kodiak Island freshwater. General consensus is there's a lot of users in Kodiak that like to use either worms in the spring or eggs in the fall, targeting coho along the road system specifically. Moving along to Proposal 46, unanimous opposition from the AC. This proposal would attempt to allow snagging as a legal method. Just the general attitude from Kodiak is snagging is a more efficient method of catching fish. We already have harvesting issues, restrictions for sport fish users as well on the buskin due to lower returns. If you open up snagging, you're going to have issues there with potentially overharvest. Moving on, Proposal 47, repeal area. The AC supported this on a 13-to-1 stance, repealing the closed areas of snagging and sport fishing in Kodiak. It was this specific area that was designated was originally designated a brood stock area for an enhancement project through KRAA. That brood stock or that project is no longer happening. So that ultimately, what it does is it opens up an additional area for sport fish users along that riverbank. Proposal 48, the unanimous support to modify the bag and possession limit for coho salmon in the Miami, Sacramento, and Saltree drainages. These drainages are they're on the road system, but they're more difficult to access. It's by four-wheeler or by boat. I guess you'd take a skiff around to some of them. Department said that, current levels of coho in those lakes would warrant something like this. It would be okay to harvest a few more, and they always have the EO authority to diminish that if they needed to. Proposal 49, unanimous opposition to modify, this is a sport fish proposal. Local users, we had a large outpouring of support from sport users in Kodiak saying, we eat those things, we love those things, we don't want this to happen. That's the regulations and tying the regulations to Cook Inlet, it's not applicable here, especially due to the fact that the harvest of those fish has been shown due to genetics data that they're significantly non-local and also non-Alaskan. So we don't want to draw. Proposal 50, unanimous support, modified provisions for the management plan for rockfish in the Kodiak area. Rockfish is an important species for the jig fleet as well as for sport fish users. I want to make sure that the regulatory language around those species is strong. Proposal 51, unanimous support to prohibit commercial transporters from sport or subsistence shellfish while transporting clients. Ultimately, Kodiak is a subsistence use area. Having clients and sport fish users access crab or either tanner crab or king crab places excess harvest pressure on those on those stocks, which are vital in the tanner crab case for a commercial fishery, in the king crab space for subsistence harvest. Proposal 52 would establish a new, unanimously opposition to establish a new commercial sable fish fishery. While we generally supported the idea of additional opportunity for state residents, there's not really areas within the Kodiak area, Kodiak waters within state waters that would support this type of a fishery. Proposal 53, allow groundfish pots to be longlined, was unanimously opposed. Codfish is already fully allocated as it is. We have low abundance level or low harvest levels, and it's fully utilized between the jig and the pot sector. Proposal 54, was amended twice to better reflect concerns by the. Should we just move forward? To better reflect the concerns of the jig fleet as well as the pot sector, making sure that we had the first amendment was to change the percentage from 25 to 10%. The second amendment would be to add jig back as a legal gear to make sure that that remained a core tenet of the proposal. A lot of conversation there. We moved to take no action on the next proposal due to the actions we took on that proposal. Proposal 56 would be to modify the seasons and period to increase commercial fishing herring opportunity. The staggered time and day is a vestige of the past when gill nets and seine fleet actually interacted together in the fishery. Support for proposal 57 on a 10-to-3 basis to modify herring per seine. This would be to shift the sacro fishery into an A and B season to allow for additional harvest opportunity as a food or a bait herring fishery from the sacro thing. With that, I'm going to step back. I'm going to let my colleague take over because we're running out of time. We've got 3 more. So.
Am I going to jump into 62 then?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Proposal 62 is a proposal for additional time for the set gill netters. We spent a lot of time on this proposal, heard a lot of comment. There was 3 amendments to this proposal, and I can talk in more detail about those amendments if you would like me to do that. We supported the proposal as amended, 12-1. Proposal 63 is a permit stacking proposal, and it was 8 in favor and 5 against. We supported that. 64 was modify specifications of the hook in a set gill net. It was unanimous support for that, 13-0. 65 was to prohibit aircraft locating salmon in the commercial fishery. We opposed that 0-13, or 13 opposed. 66 increases the purse seine length, where you can substitute regular purse seine web for lead web, and that was support of 11-2 for that proposal. Proposal 67 was restrict commercial fishing in Ayakulik, unanimously against. 68 was restrict salmon fishing intercarlic, unanimously opposed to that. 69, it was a similar proposal to 62 in allowing extra set net time. And because it was not compatible with the work that we had done on 62 and the amended proposal that we had, it was voted against. It was a vote of 4 in favor and 7 opposed. Proposal 70 was an allocation proposal, is an allocation proposal between setnet and seine gear groups. We opposed it 11-1. And again, it's a little bit of a complicated proposal. I can discuss that if you want more information. Proposal 71 is a housekeeping language of just a word in the West Side Salmon Management Plan that was unanimously supported 12-0. Proposal 72 modifies the management plan for the southwest Afognak section. And it was opposed, but it was a 6-6 split. And we can discuss that in more detail if you want as well. For Proposal 73, and I do want to mention that the languages we submitted on 72 shouldn't have said Sturgeon River, but southwest of Fognak. Proposal 73 was to increase fishing time in sturgeon to manage pink salmon harvest in the Sturgeon District. We had an amendment to include late run sockeye into the language, and the amended proposal passed 8-4. And proposal 74 was kind of a sweeping, changing proposal of the salmon management plan. It was opposed unanimously, 0-12, and it was opposed because of the potential large reallocation of catch to the seine sector, and the AC couldn't support it at this time due to the allocative implications. And I think that concludes our proposals.
You left 4 seconds on the clock. Any questions from the board? Ms. Carlson Van Dort.
Not a question, but a compliment. I don't know what it is about how you format your report, but it's so much easier to read than other AC reports for me, and I just wanted to thank you for that and for your service on the AC.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also agree that your written comments from your AC are excellent. I think they're detailed. They speak to the amendment process that you guys are involved with, and so I commend your AC for that. I guess, Mr. Fields, it's part of the testimony that you gave. I have a couple of things that I wouldn't mind a little expanded conversation on. Specifically, Proposal 62. There was it seems to me that there was quite a lengthy discussion at the AC about Proposal 62. There were several amendments. Could you just maybe give a brief summary of the comments and maybe and speak to the highlights of the discussion at the AC level on that?
Yeah, this was the first proposal that the AC took up that is kind of a suite of proposals that was submitted by the SetNet fleet. So it kind of was addressing that topic. And that was the proposals where we heard from the public the comments on that idea. And so we did hear a lot of proposals. One of the comments we heard from the same fleet immediately was that the last sentence in that proposal was too broad and too much closure time for them, which would be a 48-hour closure when you had 5 days of continuous fishing. That was the first amendment that was struck from the proposal, so that was taken out. And then the second amendment was for the first sentence of 48 hours. That was reduced to 24 hours for head start time for the SetNet fleet. And then there were concerns from the department about over-escapement, and that's the language in the third amendment that was included into that amendment. And with those changes, I think the AC committee felt like it was a good effort to come together with the user groups and put a proposal together that would have more agreement upon. And I think there still may need to be a little bit of clarification with the department on what that 24-hour head start will look like in terms of whether that takes time away from the opening that was going to be had, that was a scheduled opening, say a 33-hour opening or a 57-hour opening. Will that be an additional 24 hours? That's the intent, I believe, of the AC. Or will that just reduce seiner time by 24 hours? And that's the question that I think may still need clarification on.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up. Thank you for that. I think that's important context from the AC. The AC seemed to spend a lot of time on this. And so I think we'll be having further discussions, in the coming days surrounding the intent and get some direction from the department so we can potentially, work out some of those clarifications. One other question I had in regards to the AC's position was on Proposal 63, which is the stacking proposal. And I just want to give you maybe a minute to maybe expand on the discussion a little bit more about stacking and what kind of conversation took place at the AC.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's stacking has been a controversial topic over time. We had stacking here previously. This would restore what we had before in the Kodiak SetNet fishery. And the concern, those in favor felt that it would help manage a multi-permit operation and give stability and perhaps make it a little more profitable to be able to have permit stacking as a tool for them. Those opposed are concerned about the consolidation of permits and the lack of opportunity for new entrants into the fishery if more permits maybe are held by partnerships or family operations. So those are generally the two sides on that issue.
Thank you. And the last thing that I would just like to bring up is Proposal 73, and the AC supported that 8-4. So it was a little bit more of a close vote there. I do have some substitute language or some amended language that I submitted. It's not been published yet, but I've worked on it. So I would appreciate at some point in time if the AC could, or representatives of the AC could look at that and kind of give me your sense of what you think about that. Other than that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your testimony, gentlemen.
Any other board questions? Mrs. Zaray?
Yeah, I guess thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess I'd like to encourage you also, and I know you've been doing this, but like on the subject of like Proposal 62, to just continue to keep us up to date on, how the negotiations are going and the communication between the two user groups, because I'd really like to hear what's going on that long before we go into deliberation. Thank you.
Those three amendments that you referenced that were undertaken at the AC, were there votes on those amendments, or were they adopted unanimously, or do your records reflect?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, on which proposal? Was
On
it
62. I'm sorry.
Yes, let me pull that up here. On 62, the first proposal, or the first amendment was passed 12-1. The second was the same, and the third amendment was passed 11-2. So it had, all three amendments had a lot of support.
And the second one is a request for your assistance. You stated a need for clarification from the department. While you're sitting back there with nothing else on your mind, would you sit down and write the questions you would like the department to respond to? And get that to, I'm going to say to Mr. Carpenter, because he seems to be taking the lead on a lot of this, and we'll try and see if we can't get some answers defined on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll write that down.
Thank you. Any other questions from any board members? Mrs. Zaray?
I guess real quick here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What was, on the AC, what is the split between the set netters and the seine?
There's two designated set net seats. There's one for the west side, which is the seat that I hold. There's a seat for the south end area of Ogamoja Bay, which is an exclusive set net area. There's several seines, two small boats. I have it here in front of me, I think. Some seiners fish in other fisheries, so, they're on as crab boat fishermen. Nate was an alternate on the seat. That's just a year-long position that we fill each year. So there's a variety of folks who seine, but are not necessarily designated as the seine seat on the board.
Thank you very much. Yep.
Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you. Next person up is Ronald Kuchik. And I apologize ahead of time if I'm mispronouncing anybody's name.
It's a lot better than I get from my fellow fishermen.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you for hearing me out. My name is Ronald Kuchik. I represent myself and a lot of thoughts from other sport fishermen. I'm here to discuss a little bit on Proposal 49 that was introduced by the Homer Charter Association. I submitted 10 pieces of paper showing back from the state of Alaska, where I submitted fin clip fish. I submitted the heads with the weight and the length, and they come back with the date, the location, and the number of fish that were caught. The Homer Charter Association submitted a proposal, number 49, to adjust the Kodiak Area Saltwater Management Plan for king salmon with no scientific reasons to show why. It all breaks down to money, because under the current regulations of 1 king per day in Homer and 2 kings per day in Kodiak, this has brought more clients to Kodiak bypassing Homer to catch that extra king salmon. On the science side, Kodiak has a GHL of 11,000 fish per year done in the Kodiak management area. From 2014 to 2016, show catches from British Columbia and West Coast averaged between 80 to 90% of the yearly guideline harvest level catch of 8,474 kings. The Cook Inlet harvest was 1.8% in 2014, 0.3% in 2015, and 1% in 2016. This amounts to under 100 fish per year on average from Cook Inlet, 100 fish. Since we are catching mostly feeders, we're 100 miles from the nearest spawning stream. How many of these 100 kings will succumb to predation before they even reach Cook Inlet? Kodiak has only gone over the guideline harvest level once since it was, in 13 years since it was established. That was in 2021 by 673 kings. From 2003 to 2012, the average king catch was 8,410 kings, 58% caught by non-residents. From 2013 to 2022, the average Chinook catch was 8,474, 57% caught by non-residents, which is well below the guideline harvest level of 11,000 fish. This shows that under the ADF&G current Kodiak Area Sport Fish Management Plan, that stability has been achieved. In the regulations, they stated the purpose of the management plan under Section 5 AAC 64060 is to meet the Board of Fisheries' goal of stabilizing the sport harvest of king salmon in the saltwaters of the Kodiak area. This has been achieved. Trolling provides another option for subsistence fishing for Kodiak families.
Excuse me, Mr. Kuchik, apparently the beeper is not working. At least I didn't hear it.
It beeped, it's just not terribly loud.
Okay, if you could conclude your remarks, sir.
I just wanted to say that there's no road system other than a few the olds that are stocked locally or the local project. There's no option for any subsistence fishery for the Kodiak area fishermen if we take away their king salmon harvest and drop it down to 5 fish a day. That just knocks out any chance they have of catching any harvest.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And
yeah, let's see if there are any questions from any board member. Any board member have a question? Nope. You get away scot-free. Thank you.
By the way, the local Kodiak board is doing a fine job.
I think so as well. Just so that the public is informed, I'm going to bump us up to 5 o'clock and stop, which in effect means anybody that has number 13 or below is not going to be able to testify today. And I'll make sure that we don't infringe on that, and we'll start tomorrow. So with that, we start again with number 3, Michael Truckery.
His roof's leaking, so he'll be back tomorrow. He had to go fix his roof.
I see, okay, thank you, whoever was volunteering that. Number 4, Don Dum.
That's me.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Don Dunn, and my wife and I are set netters on the west side of Kodiak. And I'm afraid I have to start my testimony by swimming upstream here a little bit because I very much oppose the Proposal 63 permit stacking. The west side set net fishery is definitely in trouble. The diminishing catch share over the past 20 years actually amounts to a gradual reallocation from set net to seine through no fault of the seiners, I believe. The way to fix that, or one way, may be through regulation change and maybe through a change in management. It's possible that smaller mesh size would help, but I doubt it. But definitely, it's not going to be helped by Proposal 63. Which does nothing to increase our catch share, but it does consolidate the fishery, dividing the catch among fewer stakeholders. To put it plainly, it carves up the pie into fewer pieces, which is not a solution. We need to increase the size of the pie so as many people as possible can participate in the fishery. I have more to say about that, but I might as well do it while I'm on here. I've got 40 years of salmon fishing history here. A lot of people behind me have way more than that. None of us are going to fish forever. But I really, truly believe it's our responsibility to leave the fishery as intact as possible for future entrants so that they have the same opportunity that we had when we started 30, 40, or 50 years ago. I support the 4 proposals submitted by Northwest Set Netters, 62, 64, 70, and 71. I oppose 72 and 73, but I realize it's those are proposals that would give the seiners more opportunity. If that could happen without taking away opportunity to the people fishing central section, I'd be all for it. I also oppose 74. I don't like the idea of dividing up the central section into 3 separate sections. As James Jackson said earlier, it would be a very allocative proposal if it was passed. I believe the department has adequate ability to manage the fishery on the west side by opening and closing the inner areas. Thank you very much. I heard the beep.
Joey, well, you heard me.
Hello, my name is Joey Maurer. I'm here representing myself. I grew up in Kodiak and have been a lifelong resident here. I mostly partake in sport fish and subsistence fisheries. So before I give my statement, I just want to say thank you to the board for hearing us today. I did submit some written testimony ahead of the meeting, but I'm here today in person to again state my opposition to Proposal 49. This proposal unnecessarily restricts those who participate in the Kodiak king salmon sport fishery. For my interpretation of the current data, it does not support a change in management practice, nor does it suggest that a current practice or a change in management practice would impact the Lower Cook Inlet fishery. The guideline harvest level set by the current management plan has only been exceeded once in the last 10 years, and thus it is not justified to modify the current management practices, especially to the extremes listed in Proposal 49. As mentioned by the Kodiak Advisory Committee written comments, this proposal is couched like a conservation effort, but really it is an outside area organization's attempt to limit another area's fishery. Please oppose Proposal 49. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We now go to Susan Payne. Nope, other way around. There you go.
Hi, members of the Board of Fish. My name is Susan Payne. My family have been set netters in Bicota Bay on the west side of Kodiak since 2002. Before that, we were beach seiners. We reside in Kodiak all year. I want to start with my strong opposition to permit stacking Proposal 63. The last 2 times permit stacking was discussed in Kodiak, it was proposed by South End fishermen when they were experiencing low catch numbers in their area. The idea seems to arise as a knee-jerk solution to low income. Permit stacking doesn't solve the Northwest setnet problem of diminishing share. It only consolidates the permits in the hands of existing permit holders. For many of us, it is time to retire and sell if necessary. People have the option to develop their lives to accommodate a fishing season while employed in other ways. We successfully defeated permit stacking in Kodiak previously. If by some chance you approve this proposal, please put limits on the number of sets, amount of gear one person can have, similar to the use of D permits in Bristol Bay. Again, this proposal does not solve diminishing catch experienced by setnet fleet. Proposal only benefits existing setnetters and limits future entrants into the fishery. I do support the Northwest setnet proposals, 70, 64, 62, 69, and I want to speak to Proposal 71, which I feel is an important change to help us. It is important because it eliminates the shall mandate for management to open the outer Carlick section concurrently with the central section, regardless of Carlick escapement. Often the central section, the only section Northwest setnetters are allowed to fish, is closed in order to meet the midpoint of the Carlick escapement range, only to have the outer Carlick section open to seiners from June 16 on. All shell mandates throughout the Kodiak management plan should be changed to may in order to give management greater control over escapement, not less control, as Mr. Jackson earlier described this proposal. That was in RC3 tab 5. I oppose Proposals 66, 72, 73, 74. They further impact the fish reaching the central section. I could say more on 74, and I will if I have a few more minutes, but today, the department justified the current escapement goals for both the early and late Carlick-bound sockeye, which were raised in 2016-17. This may be one reason this setnet share has decreased. This reallocation from setnet to seine was predicted as a possible outcome of the increased escapement goals for Carlick sockeye by Duncan Fields in a January 12, 2016 RC045 to the Board of Fish. Increased escapement goals result in later start times and more conservative manage up front, which has a greater impact on the setnet fleet. The upper escapement goal for the late run sockeye is never adequately assessed because the weir is pulled early in September, presumably due to budget constraints, and you should consider that. Please do not remove escapement goals objectives on any wild stock. Molina Creek can be surveyed in conjunction with other aerial surveys. Thank you. Enjoy your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Thank you very much. Next person up, Tommy Nelson. Going once, going twice, Tommy Nelson.
He went back to Fort Lyons.
Okay. So we go to Brian Ellsworth. Brian Ellsworth. Ah, okay.
Thanks for this opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Brian Ellsworth. I'm a Kodiak resident. I'm an owner and operator of a setnet site in Kodiak Bay in the central section of the Northwest District since 1999. I'm here today to voice my support for the efforts put in by the Northwest Setnetter Association, and I would like to encourage you to study the RCs number 7 and 9 that they have submitted. The current and persistent downward trend in our production has put enormous stress on my operation and forced a change in my family-focused site. For years, I have fished my site with my wife, and now I am raising my 2 kids in our setnet culture. It is our place of joy, and our family looks forward to our time at fish camp every summer. However, with the persistent decline in our production, it is hard to pencil out summer months and this has necessitated that my wife secure a year-round employment, and now she can only be at our site for 2 to 3 weeks in the summer by taking leave from her job. At this moment, I would like to highlight that there is not one factor that has set our gear type back, but a complex of things. Environmental factors, increased efficiency in the seine fleet, management-related reallocation of fishing opportunities to seine-only areas, all play a role in our current situation. I would like to highlight the consensus established by our local AC meeting to recognize the reality of our situation. I would also like to highlight the support and hard work that was given by the group for Proposal 62 as amended and Proposal 64. I want to voice support for Proposal 62 as amended by our AC because as a fixed gear type, we need more opportunities to increase our production. With the increased efficiency of the seine fleet, having 24 hours of fishing time before their nets shut down the flow of fish would be a meaningful step towards increased set net opportunity. Currently, set net fishers only get one shot at fish going through the central section, whereas seiners can target them before they get there, during central section openers, and then in seine-only areas. We need more opportunities, and this is a good tool that has minimal impact on the seine fleet. I want to voice support for Proposal 64 because our gear type can be impacted by seasonal alga blooms that reduce gear efficiency. The opportunity to have a larger hook could help mitigate those effects. Lastly, I would like to speak against Proposal 74. This proposal as written could be the nail in the coffin for set net operators in the Northwest District. This proposal would necessitate more aerial surveys at times with limited ADF&G budgets, and interbay areas are already in place to manage the health of our smaller systems. If this proposal is worked on by the board, please consider amending it to exempt set net closures. Otherwise, it will dramatically reallocate to the set net or to the seine fleet in seine-only areas. Thank you for your time.
Any questions from the board? Thank you. Next up will be Alexis Kwachka. Is he here? Here he comes, and this will be the last person testifying today.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Fish, my name is Alexis Kwachka. Thinking about this, this will be my 45th year fishing salmon. My first year was in 1980. I was fishing a fish well at the mouth of the Kodiak River. I've seen a lot of changes in the 45 years, and I am vehemently opposed to Proposal 63. It's the wrong way to go, and I was opposed to it during salmon restructuring. I'm opposed to it now. I've held the course straightforward. I don't like the fact that you can put a permit in somebody else's name and then come participate in another fishery. RC 86 is my letter. I'm competing against people that have set net operations here now fishing in Bristol Bay. We don't know, when you squeeze the economic bubble, you don't know where it goes. And if you want to move forward with salmon restructuring, move forward by doing due diligence. Understand exactly what you're doing. The regulation was put in place for a reactionary situation to a very poor salmon time. And it is an archaic way to do business. We need more people fishing. If you have a problem with putting fish in a net, figure out how to change the net configuration. There's a multitude of things that you can do to make this better. You know, if you do go down the permit stacking road, set a criteria. What's a success? What's a failure? What are you achieving? What are you not achieving? It's really important to understand that, you know, where's the money going? Who's got the money? How many sites have been shuttered because permits have been moved to a family operation? There's a plethora of stuff that you need to look at. It came to somebody's attention, my girlfriend, 22 years, Old Harbor resident, she was gifted her father's permit. These are her words. RC20 were her words. My dad worked his tail off, those weren't her words, for his permit, which she gave to me. If you allow permit stacking without permit holders having to participate, please give me the same ability to get a check while standing on the beach or sitting on the beach. And there is the crux of the deal. You know, we have a beautiful system. You own a permit, you go fishing. The federal system is broken. We've seen an out-migration of that money, permits, everything out of this community. this will have a negative impact, and it may not have it right here immediately, but accumulatively, this will be what the next group wants. Whether you're a seiner, ironically, seiners and crab permits are overcapitalized. There's 100 extra permits in these fisheries, and here's one that's almost being 100% utilized, 70, whatever the number is today, and they're asking to be consolidated. Do the work. I don't think that it's appropriate for permit stacking proposals to come through this by willy-nilly. I think you put it through a different optic. If it's viable, move forward. If it's not, leave it behind. And those are my words. You know, careful what you ask for, you may get it.
Thank you. Any questions from any board members? Thank you, sir. With that, unless there's something else, what's that? Hold on a second. Mr. Nelson has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I had mentioned this to board members already, and the public may have seen the flyers on the doors, but there is a reception tonight being hosted by a number of local groups. I want to thank you very much for this. It's, I guess, just over next to the McDonald's, I believe, at Kodiak Island Brewing and Still from 6 to 8 this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, and with that, we'll be in recess until 8:30 tomorrow morning.